Good morning. The UCI Congress is about to start. May I please ask you to go to your seats? We'll start promptly at 9 o'clock. Good morning, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Ready for the Congress?
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. The UCI Congress is about to start. May I please ask you to go to your seats? We'll start promptly. Can you close the door, please? Yes. So you will have on screen information regarding the translation channels. So channel 1 is English, channel 2 is French, channel 3 is Russian, channel 4 is Spanish. So please test your system. Before I proceed with the roll call of the voting delegates, I have a special message. As you know, the Swiss rider Muriel Führer had a heavy fall during the junior women's road race yesterday. She suffered a serious head injury and was taken to hospital by helicopter in a very critical condition. Muriel is in a very good hands and receiving the best treatment possible. She is surrounded by her loved ones, and we send them all our best wishes in this worrying time. And we wish also the best to our friends from Swiss Cycling. So before I proceed to the roll call of the voting delegates, I will explain the running of the UCI Congress. As you know, the 193rd UCI Congress is a decision-making event, and today 10 proposals concerning the usual business of the UCI will be submitted for approval. The voting delegates will be asked to vote by show of hands. I will now proceed with the roll call of the voting delegates. Each delegate must raise his or her hand. So I will start with the ASEAN Cycling Confederation. So voting delegate number 1, Manjit Singh is not on site. Voting delegate number 2, Mr. Young Bako from Korea is not on site. Voting delegate number 3, Mr. Gopal Sunder La Kashapati from Nepal. Thank you, on site. Voting delegate number 4 from Philippines, Abraham Tolentino is on site. He is our colleague president of the National Olympic Committee of Philippines. Thank you. Voting delegate number 5, Razul Hashemkandi Asadi from Iran. He was supposed to be...
He's here. He's over there.
Yes, so please, you have to join the table in the front for the voting delegates. So there was a table of Asia, and you have your name on the... So if somebody can bring the voting delegate to his seat, please. From Pakistan, Syed Azhar Ali Shah is on site, thank you. The voting delegate from India, Shipra Verma, is not on site. Voting delegate from Palestine, Mona Awad, she's on site, welcome. And voting delegate from Indonesia, Riza Suisanti, site, thank you. And so as 3 are missing, we have the substitute from Hong Kong, Mr. Lee Chik Yuen Alfred, thank you. From Thailand, General Decha, thank you. And from Thailand also, Manirat Ruangruin Angsak. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. So, thank you. So we have the 9 voting delegates from Asia. From Africa, the first voting delegate, Esham Zaidan from Egypt, is on site. From Nigeria, Giandomenico Massari, on site from Nigeria. The voting delegate from Burundi, Sandra Kinyomvi, unfortunately she was not able to receive the visa, so she is not on site. The voting delegate from Rwanda, Abdallah Mourenzi, is not here, is not anymore in cycling. From Mauritania, Abderrahman Etam is the president of the federation and also the president of the National Olympic Committee of Mauritania. Thank you. From Kenya, Julius Mangwe is not with us. From Tunisia, Naoufel Mershawi, here on site. From Zimbabwe, Linda Ellen Warren, on site. And the voting delegate from Malawi was not able to attend the Congress. So we have two substitutes, Marie-Madeleine Guigui from Côte d'Ivoire, présente, and Asheraf Eman Ahmed from Sudan. So we have only 7 voting delegates for Africa, as the substitute from Senegal and Burkina Faso were not also able to join. So we have only 7 among the 9. From Copaci, José Luis Vasconcelos from Brazil. Number 1, thank you, José Luis. Number 2, Monique Lerdam from Aruba. Good morning, thank you. Number 3, from Trinidad and Tobago, Rowena Williams. She's with us. Number 4, Jorge Blas, the Dominican Republic, yes, on site. From Puerto Rico, Roberto Colazzo Carpana, yes. From Colombia, Jorge Mauricio Vargas, yes. From the United States of America, Brendan Quick, yes. From Peru, Gustavo Matus de la Parra, thank you. And from Costa Rica, Oscar Avila Cooper, thank you. So the 9 voting delegates from Copaci are on site. From Oceania, 3 voting delegates, so Fiona Carswell from Australia, good morning and welcome. From Fiji, Patrick Kinan, on site. And from Guam, Eric Tindinko, yes. So the 3 voting delegates from Oceania are on site. Then we move to the European Cycling Union. Alejandro Martin from Spain, yes. Umberto Langelotti de Monaco, oui. Lucia Trevisan from Italy is not here with us. Victoria Lesnikova, on site. Thierry Maréchal, Belgique, on site. Walter Baldissera, San Marino, yes. Camille Dam, du Luxembourg, merci. Livia Anesova, de Slovakie, thank you. Ray Voran from Estonia, yes. José Luis Costa Mendes Ribeiro from Portugal, yes. Joe Bajada from Malta, thank you. Tomislav Zadro from Croatia, yes. Tsila Tam de la Hongrie, yes. Jaroslava Krakovikova from Czech Republic. Vitalis Mako is not with us, so we have 2 substitutes. Thomas Bacteman from Sweden, yes, and Katarina Lakonen from Finland. Thank you. So we have the 15 voting delegates from Europe, so in fact we have 43 among the 45 voting delegates. So I can declare the 193rd UCI Congress open and welcome to you all. I'm delighted to have you all here today for this annual gathering of all our members. I'm fully aware most of you had a long trip to come here to the beautiful city of Zurich, and I would like to sincerely thank you all for that. We have more. I will have the full details of the number of national federations. 10 minutes ago, it was 110 national federations, but we are expecting close to 130 national federations on site. So I will give you the precise number during this Congress. So we have a full program during this UCI Congress. We'll have a coffee break also this morning. The agenda of the UCI Congress is also on screen and on all tables, together with the QR codes to access to the UCI Congress file and the 2023 UCI Annual Report. All voting delegates have a copy of the UCI Congress file and of the 2023 UCI annual report on their table. Before we move to point number 2, I want to say a special welcome to our 2 former presidents, Pat McQuaid and Brian Coxon. Welcome to both of you. Welcome also to Maya, my colleague from the IOC member and from Poland. Welcome also to the legend of cycling. Vous l'avez tous reconnu, Bernard Hinault. To our former UCI director, Jean-Pierre Strebel. And to our honorary members, Renato Di Rocco and Arthur Lopes. And special congratulations to Arthur Lopes because he has been elected at the beginning of this month President of the National Olympic Committee of Portugal. Congratulations, Arthur. And welcome to you all. Before we begin with all of the items that are in our Congress agenda, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Patrick Unger, co-president of Swiss Cycling, for the traditional speech of the President of the National Federation of the host country. So Patrick, welcome on stage.
Dear Mr. President, dear members of the UCI Executive Committee, honored members and delegates of the UCI, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Zurich. I wish the circumstances today were differently. As indicated by our President, the medical condition and health condition of our rider remains very critical. I trust you understand that given the situation at hand, there is no emotional value in intellectually venturing out and to celebrating in any shape or form these World Championships in Zurich. I know that we all put into these World Championships massive efforts. With the thankful support of the UCI, we were able to bring the competition back to Zurich for a 4th time. Nonetheless, our consternation prevails. Our thoughts are with the rider Muriel and her family and friends, and I truly hope that she will fully recover. In this respect, I want to express my deep admiration for our athletes. Their determination to chase the rainbow jersey is truly fascinating. It's not about skill and strategy, it's about heart, dedication, and the relentless pursuit for excellence. These athletes inspire us, and we are honored to witness their journey. And in moments like this, it is our obligation to remember this well and to do everything we can to keep our riders safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. And we are all with Muriel, and we wish her to recover in these very difficult circumstances. And I want to thank Swiss Cycling for hosting these UCI World Championships and for all the efforts that your federation is doing to enlarge cycling, to promote cycling. You have some top athletes for all the disciplines, and we will be also more than happy to join you once again next year for the combined UCI mountain bike World Championships also in Switzerland, in Valais, and many more to come. So thank you, Patrick, to you, to your national federations for all your efforts to support our sports, and we are, of course, always with Muriel. So I'm delighted that the UCI Congress has 2 new affiliations to consider today. First of all, the Bello Cycling Federation in Oceanian Cycling Confederation. The candidature file meets with the requirements of the UCI Constitution. You received everything in your documents, in your files, and I will ask you formally to approve the affiliation of the Bello Cycling Federation in the Oceanian Cycling Confederation. So I will ask the Congress, and of course, I just want to remember that only the 43 voting delegates can formally vote for these different topics. Does the Congress approve the affiliation of the Bello Cycling Federation? Do you have anybody against? Any abstention? Who is in favor? So by unanimity, Bello Cycling Federation is now a member of the UCI. Congratulations. And I would like to welcome on stage Tony Mitchell. Where is Tony? He's the president of the Oceanian Cycling Confederation. So Tony, please join me on stage. And I would like to welcome on stage Mrs. Duilareng Kin, board member of the Bello Cycling Federation, to receive the certificate of affiliation. And thank you, because we know it's a long trip to come here. If you don't know exactly where is Bello, she will be able to explain you, or you can Google. This is a Pacific island, and now we have more and more members in Oceania. So congratulations to you, Tony, and to your team, and to Graham. They are doing a great job to continue to enlarge cycling. And now we'll have another federation, even if we'll probably give the official certificate this afternoon. And I will explain you why. It's a Neuro Cycling Federation in Oceania. The same, the candidature file meets the requirements of the UCI Constitution, and a little bit the same size as the country of Palaos, of Bello. So did the Congress approve the affiliation of Neuro Cycling Federation? Anybody against? Any abstention? Raise your hand if you are in favor. So congratulations, I can declare that now the Neuro Cycling Federation is now affiliated to the UCI. And this afternoon, the Honorable Lionel M. Guimea, founding member of the Neuro Cycling Federation, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and former President of the Republic of Palau, will join us later today to receive the certificate of affiliation. It will be at the beginning of the afternoon, so we'll make the official picture after lunchtime. And this brings the total national federations affiliated to the UCI to 205. Congratulations to all of you. We have 206 NOCs in the world, so we don't have now so many to affiliate, but Tony is still potentially some new members in Oceania, and we have now, I think, 11 members in Oceania, plus 3 associated members. That means 14, and it's great to see Oceania now with so many members. I remember the time it was only 4. So now it's 11 members, so congratulations to you in Oceania, and happy to see that cycling is becoming more and more important, and there are only very few international federations with more than 200 members. Let's move to the next point, which is the minutes of the 192 UCI Congress. So the minute of the Congress of last year held on the 3rd of August 2023 in Glasgow, Great Britain, were in the file received by all the members. I don't know if you have any questions, otherwise we'll move to the vote. There, the Congress approved the minutes of the 192 UCI Congress. Anybody against? Any abstention? No, thank you. So the minutes are approved. Thank you very much. So now we will move to the next point on the agenda, which is the speech of the UCI president. Co-president of Swiss Cycling, president of the Zurich 2024 Organizing Committee, former president of the UCI, dear Pat, dear Brian, UCI vice president, honorary vice presidents, Continental Confederation presidents, my dear colleagues, UCI Management Committee members, voting delegates, National Federation presidents and representatives, ladies and gentlemen, I would just say, dear cycling friends. I'm again honored to address you for the traditional message from the UCI president to Congress. I'm always pleased to see so many presidents and representatives of national federations together on this specific occasion. It's also a great pleasure for me to talk to you directly, and I'm delighted to announce that we have more than 110 national federations represented at this 193rd UCI Congress. You know, I've always been passionate about our common work for cycling and its developments. And this passion is even stronger as I begin the final year of my second term as UCI president, 3 years after my re-election in Leuven. Serving cycling, the UCI and you, the national federations, from the 5 continents, has always been an incredible motivation for me. Today, I will talk about what we have achieved together since the Glasgow Congress and about the challenges ahead for our sport and our federation. But first, I would like to thank the President of the Organizing Committee of the 2024 UCI Road and Paracycling Road World Championship in Zurich, Stefan Schützau, and all his team. Thank you for your welcome in this magnificent city of Zurich and for your fantastic work. These UCI World Championships are special, and I will talk about that in a moment. I would also like to thank Swiss Cycling and its co-presidents, Franz Galati and Patrick Unger, for their commitment to our sport. Finally, I thank the Zurich authorities for their contribution to the success of the event, which is finally back in Switzerland. It is 15 years since we were held in Mendrisio and 78 years since they took place in Zurich in 1946. As I said, this week's event is special because for the first time, apart of course last year, for the combined UCI World Championships, road cycling and para-road cycling come together in a single event. This is finally a strong message of inclusion. Cycling is clearly an universal sport. It can help to change society and attitudes. A lot has happened since our last Congress in Glasgow, and we have seen some magnificent competitions. Let's take a few moments to look at some of the highlights and emotions from this period. Let's look at the video.
Horsepower going all over the place on that descent coming down.
Look at the number of people here who are cheering him on. much he's shaking after that crash. Battle scarred, ripped to pieces on his right hand side. A majestic performance, a majestic world champion. Victory for Van der Poel.
Are we perhaps going to see the double flare? Yes, we are! Yes, Kieran Riley!
Are the USA going to get the repeat of the world title from 2017? The crowd are going wild. Elise Willoughby does it again in Rock Hill.
He's done it! He's done it! He's done it! He's got the 50 points! Jack Hoff is world champion under all of that pressure!
He surely knows he is the world champion.
The Queen of Belgium is the Queen of the world. Lotte Kopecky wins the world title for Belgium 50 years after the last.
Myself, you know I do. Why would I ever rely on you?
These images are impressive and moving. Thanks to the athletes, thanks to the organizers, and thanks to everyone, especially you, who keep the flame of our shared passion alive. Our family continues to grow. A few minutes ago, we approved the affiliation of the national federations of Nauru and Palau, two states in the Oceania. This means the UCI has now 205 affiliated national federations. Not so many international federations have more than 200 members, and the total number of the national Olympic committees worldwide is 206. With these two federations, our sport becomes even more universal. Welcome Nauru, welcome Palau. I will now say a few words about the political situation in the Middle East. First, my thoughts go to the victims, especially the civilians, to the people murdered on the 7th of October by Hamas, to the people held hostage since then, to the people killed in the Gaza Strip, and to those suffering there. The events in this part of the world are a tragedy. Sport cannot ignore the suffering of so many innocent people. But what can sport do? It must call for peace and never stop believing in it. It must bring people closer together by sharing the Olympic values and respect and friendship. And it must continue to be politically neutral. This is essential in the peacemaking role it has played since 1894. The situation in Ukraine, and the war in Ukraine, is also a big concern, and I express our deepest sympathy to everyone impacted by the war started by the Russian government. The UCI's positions has not changed. After immediately condemning the Russian attack, we remain aligned with the IOC's position. Here too, we repeat our call for peace. Finally, I would like to say that we have not forgotten the Afghan women who are still suffering from the situation in their country. Sisters Fariba and Yildoz Hashimi competed in the Paris 2024 Olympic Games and were in the lead breakaway of the women's road race for over 100 kilometers. This sends a tremendous message of hope to all Afghan ladies. We should also mention Fariba's victory on the 5th stage, and the most difficult one, of the Tour Cycliste Féminin International de l'Ardèche. It was the first victory by an Afghan woman in a race of the UCI international calendar. And that too sends out a powerful message. I will now go back over the past 14 months in more detail and also look to the future. First of all, the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships in Glasgow and across Scotland. As you know, the event was a huge success. And it was a very big challenge. The aim was to stage the biggest cycling event ever, bringing together almost all our different UCI World Championships. Let me remind you that the UCI World Championship in Glasgow and across Scotland represented 13 UCI World Championships, 11 days of competition and at 10 venues, more than 200 rainbow jerseys, nearly 7,100 elite and amateur riders coming from 132 nations, and the attendance of the big majority of our national federations, including 151 at our UCI Congress. The competitions were splendid, full of suspense and unforgettable moments. We saw incredible athletes in different disciplines go head-to-head, and the best claimed victory, like Mathieu van der Poel and Lotte Kopecky, in the streets of Glasgow, to name just two. This extraordinary show attracted crowds and audiences never seen before. More than 1 million spectators watched at the competition venues. Nearly 100 television channels broadcast the competition in 130 countries. TV audiences were almost 80% bigger than in the previous year, where the UCI World Championships were organized separately. In Europe, 80 million viewers watched the UCI World Championship on TV. That's almost 1 European in 7. And worldwide, there was a total TV audience of 505 million people. This overall success touched all disciplines. The road events, which accounted for half of the overall result, broke audience records in many countries. The number of hours watched increased by more than 20% compared with the average of the UCI World Championship in previous years. Track events registered a third of the hour viewed. This is a 162 increase in their visibility. Mountain bike saw the number of hours viewed double, and BMX, racing and freestyle, grew by even more, with 15 million hours. The figure were almost 4 times higher. Paracycling recorded 2 million hours viewed, a very significant increase on previous years. The success of the 2023 UCI World Championship on the UCI's digital platforms were also impressive. At the end of the event, the community of cycling fans on the UCI's social media had more than 5.1 million followers, an increase of almost 130,000 in 10 days. The championships also had a very positive social economic impact for Glasgow and Scotland. They generated over 341 million British pounds, the equivalence of 400 million euro, of economic activity in the region. In addition, they even promoted a more sustainable and more inclusive society. For example, it encouraged active travel, measured its carbon footprint, and provided access for people with reduced mobility. A year ago, I predicted that there would be a before and after Glasgow, and this is the case. This event has given cycling a unique global profile. At the same time, it has marked the history of Glasgow and Scotland, which are even more cycling-friendly than before the UCI World Championships. In 2017, I had this ambitious vision of bringing our UCI World Championships together in the same place at the same time. I'm delighted that this vision has become a reality. I will now continue a little bit in French before coming back to English to respect the two official languages. Je vais maintenant parler en français avant de revenir à l'anglais. Le succès de Glasgow et de l'Écosse n'est qu'un début. Nous vivons, comme vous le savez, une nouvelle édition en Haute-Savoie, en France, en 2027, avec des ambitions encore plus grandes, puisque nous passerons notamment de 13 à 20 championnats du monde au programme, et nous doublerons probablement le nombre d'athlètes au départ, toutes catégories confondues. Au chapitre des réussites éclatantes pour le cyclisme, il faut bien sûr revenir sur les Jeux olympiques puis paralympiques de Paris 2024, dont les images encore toutes fraîches resteront à jamais gravées dans notre mémoire. On se souviendra longtemps des épreuves olympiques sur route, passant devant les monuments emblématiques du centre de Paris, comme vous pouvez le voir à l'écran, avec des images grandioses d'une foule compacte, encourageant les coureurs depuis les bords de route, montant, par exemple, à la butte Montmartre. Près d'1 million de fans étaient présents sur le bord des routes dans Paris, le week-end, pour assister aux 2 courses en ligne et presque autant sur le parcours du contre-la-montre. On se souviendra longtemps des images du vélodrome de Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines plein à craquer, impressionné par tous les records du monde battus sur cette piste ultra rapide. On se souviendra longtemps des épreuves de mountain bike sur la colline d'Élancourt qui ont sacré une immense championne, la Française Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, et un coureur incroyablement polyvalent et talentueux, le Britannique Tom Pidcock. On se souviendra longtemps des épreuves de BMX Racing sur la piste couverte joustant le vélodrome, théâtre d'un triplé français et du sacre de l'Australienne Saya Sakibara au terme d'une compétition spectaculaire et pleine de surprises. On se souviendra enfin longtemps des images magnifiques du BMX Freestyle avec ses riders représentant leurs figures les plus audacieuses sur la place de la Concorde au cœur de Paris. Les Jeux paralympiques ont eux aussi rencontré un succès sans précédent sur la piste du Vélodrome national de Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines, puis sur les routes de Clichy-sous-Bois. Succès sportif avec de magnifiques courses et de très nombreux records du monde battus. Succès au niveau du public présent et succès au niveau de la très grande visibilité dont l'événement a bénéficié à la télévision, sur les plateformes digitales et dans la presse du monde entier. Bravo à la France, qui a terminé à la tête du tableau des médailles de ces Jeux paralympiques, et bravo à la Grande-Bretagne et aux Pays-Bas, meilleure nation pour la piste pour la première et pour la route pour la seconde. Bravo aussi plus largement à toutes nos fédérations nationales qui ont développé le paracyclisme au sein de leurs structures ces dernières années. Le nombre de nationalités représentées sur les podiums témoigne effectivement des efforts que vous avez fournis. Notre sport a rayonné comme jamais durant ces Jeux olympiques et paralympiques. Le cyclisme a incontestablement contribué au succès de ces 2 manifestations. Et les Jeux lui ont offert en retour une vitrine planétaire absolument grandiose. Il ne fait aucun doute que ces images auront inspiré une nouvelle génération à faire du vélo et à suivre nos compétitions. Je remercie la Fédération française de cyclisme et son président Michel Callot pour leur implication dans ce succès phénoménal. Merci aussi au président du comité d'organisation des Jeux olympiques et paralympiques de Paris 2024, Tony Estanguet. Le rideau est à peine tombé sur Paris 2024 que nous sommes d'ores et déjà tournés vers les Jeux olympiques et paralympiques de Los Angeles 2028. Nous pouvons d'ailleurs être fiers que le Comité international olympique ait confirmé la présence au programme de nos 5 disciplines olympiques dans un contexte de vive concurrence entre tous les sports. Les sites qui accueilleront certaines de nos compétitions ont été annoncés cet été, comme le vélodrome de Carson, un site multisport et comme la zone de loisirs de Sepulveda-Bassin, où auront lieu les compétitions de BMX Racing et de BMX Freestyle. Les préparatifs avancent déjà et nous vivons sans aucun doute, dans 4 ans, un événement exceptionnel, 44 ans, après les Jeux olympiques de Los Angeles, qui avaient, à l'époque, fait forte impression. Je me réjouis de continuer à travailler avec UCI Cycling, le Comité olympique et paralympique des États-Unis, USOPC, et le Comité d'organisation des Jeux olympiques 2028 pour que l'événement constitue un grand moment pour l'histoire de notre sport. Le cyclisme figure au programme olympique depuis 1896, avec la route et la piste. Il a ensuite connu un essor impressionnant depuis les années 1990, avec l'entrée au programme du mountain bike en 1996 à Atlanta, du BMX Racing en 2008 à Beijing et du BMX Freestyle aux Jeux de Tokyo en 2020. Et ce n'est peut-être pas terminé. Nous souhaitons d'ailleurs proposer au Comité international olympique et au Comité des Alpes françaises, qui organiseront les Jeux olympiques d'hiver 2030, que le cyclocross puisse rejoindre le programme olympique. Ce serait finalement un beau symbole. Le cyclocross est né en France il y a un peu plus d'un siècle, même si c'est bien sûr aujourd'hui qu'une hypothèse. Nous pensons que ce serait un atout merveilleux pour les Jeux olympiques d'hiver. Le cyclisme ne cesse jamais d'évoluer, de se diversifier et de grandir, et les premiers championnats du monde UCI de snowbike, organisés en février 2024 à Châtel, en Haute-Savoie, l'ont illustré de manière spectaculaire. Cette première a été une réussite qui a posé des jalons pour la réussite future de cette toute jeune discipline qui combine finalement sur le modèle du ski et du snowboard, super G et du half slalom. Mais l'innovation ne s'arrête pas à l'intégration potentielle du cyclocross au programme des Jeux olympiques d'hiver, ni au snowbike. Autre exemple d'innovation, le développement du cyclisme e-sport, dont les championnats du monde UCI vivront leur 4e édition dans un mois, presque jour pour jour, le 26 octobre, à Abu Dhabi, aux Émirats arabes unis, sur la plateforme MyWhoosh pour la première fois. Avant d'aller plus loin, je vous propose de regarder une vidéo pour découvrir l'univers de MyWhoosh et le futur du cyclisme e-sport. Vous l'avez vu, MyWhoosh sera l'organisateur des championnats du monde cyclisme e-sport UCI 2024, 2025 et 2026, avec un format retenu qui promet des courses absolument passionnantes. Le cyclisme e-sport est en plein essor, et cet essor sera encore renforcé par le lancement en 2025 des Jeux olympiques de l'e-sport par le Comité international olympique. Cet événement se déroulera en Arabie saoudite, et comme président de la commission e-sport du CIO, je mets toute mon énergie pour que ce soit un succès. Et j'espère que le cyclisme sera l'un des sports au programme de ces Jeux finalement d'un nouveau type. Pour rester dans le domaine à la fois des compétitions sportives et des premières, j'aimerais maintenant passer un moment sur un autre sujet historique. Je veux parler des championnats du monde route UCI 2025 à Kigali au Rwanda, qui seront les premiers à se dérouler sur le continent africain. Nous avons eu hier soir l'occasion de vivre une magnifique présentation officielle de l'événement et ce que nous avons vu nous a renforcés dans notre conviction. Ces championnats du monde UCI constitueront un événement extraordinaire qui laissera un souvenir impérissable à tous ceux qui l'auront vécu ou suivi. On parle depuis de nombreuses années du développement du cyclisme africain, mais je tiens à le dire, aujourd'hui l'Afrique est là, elle est au rendez-vous et elle est au haut niveau. Avec le coureur érythréen Binyam Girmay, en fer de lance, lui qui devance les meilleurs coureurs de peloton aux arrivées des courses les plus prestigieuses, mais aussi avec une représentation africaine qui prend de l'importance dans nos mondiaux UCI. Le contre-la-montre par équipe, en relais mixte d'avant-hier, l'a démontré avec la participation de 2 équipes africaines en provenance d'Algérie et du Rwanda. Et quelques semaines auparavant, lors de la course en ligne masculine des Jeux Olympiques de Paris 2024, 4 coureurs africains étaient présents dans l'échappée au long cours de 5 coureurs qui animaient la course pendant près de 220 km. Si des efforts de développement restent nécessaires en Afrique, le temps où l'on parlait du cyclisme africain sous l'angle du développement est révolu. Les efforts de l'UCI, en collaboration avec la Confédération africaine de cyclisme et son président, le Dr Mohamed Ouagui Azam, avec les fédérations nationales du continent et avec le Centre mondial du cyclisme Afrique de Parle, en Afrique du Sud, portent leurs fruits. Et nous pouvons en être fiers. Les prochains championnats d'Afrique de cyclisme qui se dérouleront dans quelques jours, du 8 au 13 octobre, à Eldoret, dans la vallée du Rif, au Kenya, apporteront une nouvelle preuve du formidable développement du cyclisme africain. Les meilleurs cyclistes du continent y seront et l'événement sera diffusé en direct et pour la première fois dans toute l'Afrique. Je vous avais dit l'an passé qu'à la suite de l'attribution des championnats du monde UCI à Kigali, nous avions lancé, avec l'association des comités nationaux olympiques africains et son président, mon ami Moustapha Berraf, avec le soutien du Comité international olympique et du satellite du CMC UCI de Parle, un programme intitulé Afrique 2025. L'objectif de ce programme, je vous le rappelle, consiste à accompagner et soutenir le cyclisme africain pour l'aider à réaliser de bonnes performances lors des mondiaux UCI du Rwanda. La tenue d'un camp d'entraînement en Bretagne, en France, est l'un des éléments de ce programme. Et cette année, ce stage, en cours actuellement, a débuté au printemps et il a réuni 14 athlètes, hommes et femmes, de 9 pays d'Afrique. Chaque week-end, ils participent à des compétitions régionales et nationales en France et sont entraînés par 2 entraîneurs africains, dont l'ancien coureur professionnel éthiopien bien connu, Xabou Girmay. Et je vous propose maintenant de découvrir ce stage avec ses participants au travers de cette petite vidéo.
My name is Tsagabu Gabramaram Gurmai. I'm from Ethiopia. I had 12 years career as a pro. As soon as I just retired, the UCI gave me the opportunity to come back as a coach. It's amazing actually. So I would say kind of proud, but also lucky. And thanks to the UCI really giving this opportunity to me. Because there is so many nations that they don't have even race, but there's kids that they want to ride and they want to be a cyclist because they watch Tour de France, they watch a lot of races, but there is no local races in their country.
Mats Pedersen, Girmay, Binyam Girmay, Binyam Girmay wins his first ever stage of the Tour de France for Eritrea. You make history.
Binyam did it, and that tells me a lot and gives me a big belief, and also the riders on the ground, it will create so much belief on the ground. That is the biggest energy we will get in Africa, and also there is that's the biggest motivation and biggest idol that they could see. There's so many races here. You could choose criterium because they learn a lot of the technical stuff. The most important for this time racing is the positioning. If you don't be in the top 20, you will lose a lot of energy, and that will happen. Some of them, they lose energy because of the positioning and the skill. And very important point coming here actually to just get the racing and knowing and racing the criterium. The more you suffer in training, the less you suffer in the race.
Kevin, I think the high speeds, for them it will be a big learning curve, and
I think Kevin might surprise you. He's been racing a lot of criteriums in Rwanda, in his home country. Maybe the intensity of the race might be a little bit too high for him, but the technicality of the course, I think it will suit him.
We wait on the corners, we see how they're cornering. We saw a lot of things. We were standing there and see like the cornering and the other guys, and we had a video and explained to them about what to do and everything. So it's a process of like and timing, and those racing gives us that to teach them. And they most of them, they struggle. They really struggle with positioning, and they really struggle with the cornering and its speed, and also the timing and nutrition, because you need to handle all.
it was hard. Hard. It's okay. It's okay. We'll get better. We'll get better. Slowly but surely. Okay?
I still have big dream for myself, like with Giuliano in junior. I really want to see him up there and fighting, like for top 10, top 20. I don't know if we had it before from junior category, but it will be amazing to see that.
Huit de ces athlètes ont par ailleurs été mis à l'honneur dans le cadre des Journées africaines du Tour de France les 4 et 5 juillet. Ils ont notamment rencontré leur idole, Binyam Girmay, avec lequel ils ont monté sur le podium à Dijon après avoir parcouru les 30 derniers kilomètres de l'étape derrière la caravane. La solidarité avec les nations et les régions émergentes du cyclisme partout dans le monde est toujours une partie importante de l'action de l'UCI. Le directeur général du Centre mondial du cyclisme, Jacques Landry, reviendra de manière détaillée sur ce point plus tard dans la journée, alors je ne serai pas plus long sur ce sujet et qui me tient naturellement particulièrement à cœur. Je vais maintenant revenir à l'anglais. I will now continue in English. We will remember that last year I announced we had opened 3 new UCI World Cycling Center Continental Development Satellites in Trinidad and Tobago, in Cuba, in Canada, in Bromo, and in Argentina, in San Juan. We have continued the memorandum by opening 3 new satellites in New Zealand, in Cambridge, in China, in Shanghai, and in Peru, in Lima. For the first time, the network of the UCI Continental Development Satellites cover all 5 continents. We will continue to develop this network so that all the regions of the world have the facilities they need to reach the highest level. Even with all these successes, exciting projects, and everything we are putting in place, we will never slow down our efforts. We want cycling to become even more popular. To achieve this, we must face any threat to our ambitions. This year, some voices were raised in amazement at the performances and record speeds of riders on the roads. Some even raised the issue of doping or technological fraud. Performances, by their very nature, raise questions. On the first point, I can assure that cycling's anti-doping program is the best in the field. Later today, Benjamin Komen, the Director General of the International Testing Agency, which is in charge of our sports anti-doping operations, will give you a full report which will demonstrate this is clearly the case. The quality of this program is also regularly confirmed by the World Anti-Doping Agency. So, there is no widespread doping in international cycling. Next, technological fraud. We continue to take these threats very seriously. This is why we have hired Nick Rosensky to fight against this danger. Our UCI Director General, Amina Lanaya, will tell you more about him later today. You will see that Nick means business when it comes to exposing cheating. With the arsenal we have today, it would be madness to try to go faster by eating an engine in a bike. Safety, particularly in road races, is another critical issue. It's our duty to protect the physical integrity of riders. This is one of our major projects. In addition, it would be extremely damaging if the public associated cycling with danger. Even if safety at races is firstly the responsibility of the organizers, everyone in cycling has a role to play. Teams, riders, anyone else present at the race level, and of course, the UCI itself, as the cycling's governing body. To move in this direction, at the end of June 2023, the UCI, together with all the stakeholders of men's and women's professional road cycling, launched SAFER. The role of this body is to improve safety in competition. Since then, SAFER has made its first recommendation. These include the introduction of a yellow card system, a reflection on wearing and using earpieces during races, changes to the 3 kilometers rule, and simplification of the method of calculating gaps for stages with a bunch sprint finish. In line with our common goal to make cycling safer, all these measures have been tested at the UCI World Tour and UCI Women's World Tour races. The results of these tests are currently being analyzed so we can implement measures next season. Possible measures include changes to regulations, recommendations to stakeholders, and awareness campaigns. In addition, a Safer Case Management Committee made up of analysts and representatives of teams, riders, and organizers meets every week to examine race incidents from previous week. They propose disciplinary measures, investigate safety issues raised by riders and teams, and study any recommendations that might be made as a result. SAFER is also working on the second phase of a study of barriers used to protect the finish zones at races. The goal is to define new standards for safer barriers. As you can see, we are making progress towards safer cycling, something that will always be a priority for the UCI. I would like to finish with two more subjects: the promotion of women in cycling and sustainability. I won't take too long because these topics will be treated in detail later. The first by my Vice President, Katharina Nash, and the second by Tony Mitchell, member of the UCI Management Committee and President of the Cycling for and Sustainability Commission. The role of women in cycling has developed like never before. This can be seen in many areas. For example, the increased number of women in the UCI Management Committee, UCI Commissions, and the UCI and the management committees of the continental confederations. The creation of the mixed relay team time trial on the road. Gender parity for the first time at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. The creation of a real professional status for women in road cycling, who have now salaries equal to those of men in the same level of team. The creation of new top races, such as Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift and Paris-Roubaix Femmes avec Zwift, for example. More recently, representatives of women's cycling joined the Professional Cycling Council, a sign that there is truly a women's professional sector in road cycling. And as for sustainability, this topic is more important than ever as we face climate change. And we know that cycling as a means of transport has a key role to play in helping the planet. The UCI continues its work in this area. One of the main achievements was the publication of the first UCI sustainability report for the period 2021-2023. This is part of the UCI's commitment to reducing the impact of its operations on the planet. The report details the impact of our activities and our efforts to reduce them. Similar work was done by the organizers of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championship in Glasgow and across Scotland. They used the UCI Sustainability Tracker, a tool developed by the UCI to help cycling stakeholders track the impact of their operations. As you can see, our sport has never been in such a good position. It has never been more popular, more innovative, and more useful. Before I finish, I would like to come back on my candidacy for the presidency of the International Olympic Committee. I wrote to all of you to inform you of this on the 16th of September, because I felt it was important for you to be the first to know. I realize the importance of this decision and the consequences. We are fortunate to have an outstanding president of the IOC in Thomas Barr, and I salute his commitment, leadership, and vision. It's a pleasure to work alongside with him. The type and profile he established for the candidate to succeed him made me consider my own candidacy, and I decided to present myself as a candidate. Now, thank you. Thank you. I will therefore try to convince my colleagues that my energy, my leadership, my daily commitment, my work, and my passion that I have to bring people together can be useful to the IOC. I believe in the Olympic values, in the ideal of promoting peace through sport. And I will try to promote these, as I'm already doing here at the UCI and at the head of the French National Olympics and Sports Committee. In the meantime, I will continue to serve the UCI and all its members. Only the election at the head of the IOC could prevent me from continuing my work as president of the Union Cycliste Internationale. To conclude, I would like to thank you more sincerely for your contribution of the success of cycling. You carry the positive values of our sport all year round, in every corner of the world, thanks to your passion. I would like also to thank my colleagues on the UCI Management Committee for their support and their expertise, and especially my colleagues on the Executive Board, Dr. Mohamed Ouaguiazam, Katarina Nash, Osama Al-Shafar, and Enrico Della Casa. A big thank to our staff at the Union Cycliste Internationale, who are very professional and passionate in their work for cycling. And a special mention to our UCI Director General, Amina Lanaya, and the entire management team for their unfailing commitment. I have every confidence in them. Thank you for your support, and thank you for your dedication. Thank you for your attention, and I would say long life to cycling. Thank you very much. So now we will move to the next point on the agenda. Sorry that I was a little bit long, but we have so many activities in the UCI, so I have to report all these different activities and projects, because we have not only activities, but we have a lot of projects and a lot of goals to reach, and thank you for you. Now I will welcome on stage our UCI Director General, and she will make the report on the UCI activities in 2023. So I give the floor to Amina Lanaya, UCI Director General.
Welcome to Zurich. I'm so happy to be here to continue an amazing year for cycling and paracycling. We recently witnessed incredible editions of the Olympic and Paralympic Games. Paris provided a magic setting, and the world just seemed to stop, suspended, as sport took center stage. This incredible few weeks highlighted the power of sport, including cycling to unite, and it continues. Presidents and delegates, management committee members, ladies and gentlemen, this week we are witnessing a first. For the first time, we are combining our flagship UCI road event with our leading paracycling event. The 2024 UCI Road and Paracycling Road World Championships are breaking new ground. When I first joined the UCI in 2006, paracycling was not even part of our federation. And I must admit, I didn't know much about it. A year later, paracycling became part of the UCI, and we began organizing UCI World Championships, then UCI World Cups for riders with disabilities. And look where we are now. I'm so happy to be part of an international federation that governs the sport for able-bodied athletes and athletes with impairments. We have come such a long way. This is the first UCI World Championships of its kind, but one national federation is already setting an example. New Zealand is small in size, but strong in cycling. And its paracyclists and able-bodied cyclists have always been united. Remember the track competitions at last year's UCI Cycling World Championships, when cyclists and paracyclists shared the velodrome in Glasgow. New Zealand finished with 8 track medals and 10 in paracycling track. But for the Kiwis, it was the combined result that counted. They were in Glasgow as one united team and came away with 18 medals across track and paracycling track. The combined competition program in Glasgow was simply an extension of their day-to-day lives as high-performance athletes. Back home, they train together and they share equipment, the gym, and the workshop. Before last year's UCI Cycling World Championships, they went on a training camp as one united team, creating an even stronger bond before racing began. Integration is encouraged at a young age in New Zealand. The velodrome in Cambridge, now a UCI World Cycling Centre satellite, welcomes children with impairments at its weekly school program. Devon Briggs entered cycling in exactly this way, and is now UCI World Champion and world record holder in the C3 1-kilometer time trial. This January, paracycling will be officially integrated into Cycling New Zealand. The National Federation's High Performance Director, Ryan Hollows, says everyone is excited about it. But in reality, he doesn't see any big changes as the two sectors already function together. This is a great example of our UCI values: unity, passion, integrity, and excellence. New Zealand did not just tick a box. They saw unity as an opportunity to do more. We also feel these values in other areas of cycling. For example, real progress was made in sustainability at the UCI. Since the last Congress, the UCI, as number 1, published its first sustainability report. Number 2, launched the new Cycling for All and Sustainability Awards. And number 3, worked towards creating a professional cycling climate action working group. Tony Mitchell, the president of our dedicated UCI Commission, will talk more about this later. But I would like to share a few examples of how our stakeholders are finding opportunities to protect the environment. First of all, UCI teams. For example, Movistar team. They installed solar panels at their headquarters and in the team's kitchen truck. They use drink bottles that can be recycled. And they planted 1,000 trees at the team's home region in Navarra. Secondly, national federations. Swiss Cycling is a good example. They published its first sustainability report and appointed a head of sustainability. The federation donates used team equipment to African cycling clubs. And they have a partnership to transform used tires into fashionable belts. And finally, organizers. The Italian Hero Dolomites mountain bike race has different creative solutions. For example, they replace helicopters with drones for filming when possible, and they even serve drinks in plastic cups that self-destruct if not recycled in a certain time. Again, these stakeholders all looked beyond the requirements. They found opportunities to do more. And we are trying to do the same in the area of integrity. Integrity is essential for the credibility of our sport and its athletes. The president of our Integrity Commission, Anne Gripper, will share the progress we've made. But I would like to focus on a major step forward. Nick Wodensky, a former criminal investigator, became our head of the fight against technological fraud in May. He is a specialist in intelligence and investigations and has vast experience in sports integrity. Nick's role is to assess new technologies, help develop new detection methods, and investigate allegations of tech fraud. We have also launched a program rewarding people who come forward with information. Nick already worked at the Tour de France, and I can tell you, he lets nothing pass him by. So let's get to know Nick and his work.
My background has always been related to investigations, and I have several years working in federal law enforcement as a special agent. So we're at the finish line of a stage of the tour. The bikes will come through here through the finish. They'll get tagged by a chaperone, brought back through into the controlled area. The bikes will be diverted to our technological control, and there it'll walk through the process of the X-ray.
Right. Did you ever catch like mechanical doping in the recent history? Or?
Not recent history, 2016. The Belgian girl, cyclocross, but there's always a lot of people talking, right? So we have to make sure.
Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't want my opponents to ride with mechanical doping, so it's normal.
It's exactly where we're protecting the clean riders too, right? We've come across a lot of allegations, a lot of beliefs, a lot of suspicions, a lot of suspicious performances. It's okay. There have always been doubts. I think anytime a public that is certainly like the cycling world is always critical of what people see on TV or what people see at races. So after we've weighed the bike, the technician prepares the position for the X-ray control, starts in a direct method from the back to the front of the bike, scanning from top to bottom. So we try to take alternate angles, alternate images, looking for anything that shouldn't be there, from what's normal, from something that might stand out, something that might be modified, or something that might be different from a normal bike build.
Tous les contrôles qu'on fait avec les images sont stockés sur une plateforme, et comme ça on peut les garder en mémoire, ou si on a des doutes ou quelque chose, on peut tout vérifier.
I don't think anything's impossible. We have to stay in advance of how much is being developed. And so we have to make sure that we're keeping pace with that innovation. What we're trying to do is make sure that when we do detect, when we do control a bike, that we're as thorough as possible. I think we always have to be a bit awake to what potentially could happen.
Cheats have no place in our sport, and that's why we have a strong program to fight against tech fraud. In my mind, it's not just a requirement, it's an opportunity to take integrity to the next level. As Nick works behind the scenes, we also see changes for the athletes themselves, in particular, the women. Women's cycling continues to grow at an incredible rate, and for the first time this year, there were equal quotas for men and women at the Olympic Games, and representatives of women's cycling finally joined the Professional Cycling Council. And progress will continue in 2025. After women's races such as the Tour de France and Paris-Roubaix, next year we will see the first women's edition of Milan-San Remo. What's more, we are processing license applications for UCI women's pro teams. Women's cycling has developed so quickly that we are introducing this new level of team 1 year earlier than planned, and the number of candidates is above expectations. One of the teams applying to be UCI Women's Pro Team is EF Otley Cannondale. At the head of that team is an incredible woman and former pro rider, Ezra Trump. As a cyclist, Ezra experienced firsthand the opportunities and challenges of being a woman in the sport. There was little visibility and salaries were low, but her love for the sport kept her in the game. When she retired from competition 7 years ago, she grabbed the chance to help develop women's cycling. First, as general manager of Prague Hotel Valkenburg, which then became a UCI women's continental team. Second, by starting the women's team at Jumbo-Visma. And third, by setting up the EF team. She did a lot of this work while pregnant, but that never stopped her determination and commitment. According to Ezra, this new pro level will provide another boost to women's cycling. Importantly, it will provide a transition for riders between continental and world team level. Asked about the major developments in women's cycling since she stopped competing, she does not hesitate. It's more professional. It has increased visibility, especially with women's races now linked to men's events. Higher salaries mean 90% of UCI women's world team athletes can live from their sport. She also sees more riders and better organization in the teams. Ezra hopes this growth will inspire young girls to take up cycling. She has a young girl herself, a baby, who she sometimes has to leave behind to go to a race. She admits to mom guilt, but adds, "I love my job, and this is what I want to show my daughter. Do something that you love, work hard, and then everything is possible." Indeed, everything is possible when you take opportunities. Our efforts for gender equality are paying off. Our values of unity, passion, integrity, and excellence have taken us here, and we will continue to look for opportunities to keep advancing women's cycling. This approach gets results in all areas, and we are being recognized for our governance of cycling. This year, ASWAF ranked the UCI second in its review of international federation governance. In fact, in the last 5 reviews, the UCI has increased its score. We have always been in the top-tier federations, and in 2024, just 1 point separates us from first place. In each review, we are judged on transparency, integrity, democracy, and development. The latest review also placed special focus on sustainability, gender equality, and human rights. Again, We are one of the best international federations when it comes to governance. The recognition of our governing body by ASWAF would not have been possible without the incredible commitment of our UCI and UCI WCC staff. They are dynamic, motivated, and passionate. Many used to work in different national federations or other sports, and this range of nationalities, backgrounds, and experience adds to the richness of cycling. Every staff member has an important contribution to make. I invite you to meet some of them in this video.
Je suis de France, d'origine camerounaise.
Eu sou de Portugal.
New Zealand.
Lithuania.
Colombia.
Belgique.
Je suis suissesse.
The United Kingdom.
Français d'origine marocaine.
Équateur.
United States.
Je suis du Canada.
Yo hago bicicleta por placer.
I ride my bike to work.
Como una terapia de reconstrucción.
Comme une mère de famille avec un enfant devant, un enfant derrière et des courses sur le côté.
Je fais du vélo de façon récréative.
For fun.
For inspiration.
I ride my bike because I love it.
L'Union cycliste internationale, c'est une grande et belle famille composée de personnes d'origines multiples, de parcours professionnels très différents qui font la richesse de notre organisation.
My background has always been related to investigations and I always wanted to look behind things, find out how things worked, what was the reason that things happened. It became a real calling to be able to do what I love to do, which is investigations in my area of passion, which has always been sport.
J'ai fait des études d'ingénieur de gestion. Je suis venu à l'UCI pour travailler dans le vélo, travailler dans le sport et vraiment pour travailler dans une de mes passions.
I was competing in road and track disciplines for 8 years. It was a great opportunity to join the UCI family.
I worked for 7 years in various banks in Ukraine, and for the last 6 years I was working in a law firm. My dream was always to work in international community.
I had the opportunity to come to work with the Colombian Cycling Federation. Then during the pandemic, I quit the federation. I went to work with the Emirates team to build the female team. And I dreamed to come to work to the UCI, and after 6 years of a very hard work trying, I finally made it.
How can I inspire others?
¿Cómo puedo organizar el mejor evento posible?
La meilleure course possible.
Les meilleurs championnats du monde UCI. Avant de venir à l'UCI, j'étais l'assistante particulière de l'ancienne ministre des Sports. Pourquoi l'UCI? Parce que à un moment de ma vie, les valeurs de l'UCI répondaient à tout ce que j'attends d'une fédération internationale. Et l'idée de développer le cyclisme sur la table internationale et de faire du cyclisme un sport pratiqué partout dans le monde me plaît.
I think from journalism coming to the UCI, I was helped by the fact that I just like knowing things. I want to find out what's behind things, what's behind people, and that has really helped me.
In 2013, I became UCI BMX World Champion, and I just loved the idea of being able to continue to help the development of the sport and give athletes that don't necessarily have the support from their national federations an opportunity to compete against the best in the world.
Before the UCI, I worked for the International Olympic Committee for 10 years. Both the IOC and the UCI have very energetic, multicultural environments, very passionate people, and working in Cycling for All was a great opportunity to have that impact on society.
Je suis venue à l'UCI parce que c'était la chance en fait de passer de l'autre côté du cyclisme. Donc j'avais travaillé avec les équipes nationales, j'avais été organisatrice, notamment les Coupes du Monde UCI pour la piste, et maintenant j'avais envie de vivre l'expérience de l'autre côté, du côté de la fédération.
Nous sommes le cyclisme. On est tous différents, oui, de par nos origines, de par notre background. On partage les mêmes valeurs et envie de faire briller le vélo sur la scène mondiale.
Je travaille à l'UCI.
Unión Ciclista Internacional.
Going forward, we are faced with new challenges. Artificial intelligence and finance are too. AI has a growing place in society, and cycling won't miss the boat. The UCI has always embraced innovation that benefits our sport, and we will do so again. AI can increase productivity, save time, and help progress cycling. For example, with talent ID, training methods, event organization, and broadcasting. Of course, we must also consider the risks, especially to security of information. We are testing options in different areas. Any action we take will be in line with the IOC's Olympic AI agenda. Finance is another challenge. Last year's UCI Cycling World Championships represented an additional investment of more than 1 million Swiss francs. This was necessary to ensure the success of this new event, combining 13 UCI World Championships. And the investment paid off if we look at the incredible economic impact for Scotland and the exceptional TV audiences and visibility for the UCI and our sponsors. I'm very pleased to say the forecast for 2024 is much better than the budget approved last year. This is thanks to additional income from new sponsors and cautious management of expenses. So the results of the cycle from 2021 to 2024 will be in surplus, and we enter the new Olympic cycle in a very strong position. Of course, we must remain vigilant, especially as we work on the objectives of the Agenda 2030. The UCI has a very good visibility of its income over the next cycle, for example, with the extension of media rights and sponsorship agreements. But these incomes are limited. We must be able to adapt our financial situation to guarantee the strategic development of our sport. This will involve making adjustments, finding compromises, and setting priorities. But the UCI already showed it's capable of finding opportunities to rebuild reserves to an all-time high. Before closing, I would like to share an example of a young man who demonstrates our values of unity, passion, integrity, and excellence, and who looks for opportunities to do more. Binyam Girmay. Growing up in Eritrea, Binyam first saw the Tour de France on TV when he was 11. He was hooked. From then on, every July, he sat with his father at home in Asmara and watched the Tour, and he rode his bike. Sagan and Cavendish were his idols, so he trained to sprint, to go faster, to be like them. But the racing in Africa was limited. The pelotons were small, and the races were short. It was time to chase his dreams somewhere else. We detected his talent, invited him to the UCI World Cycling Center in Aigle 6 years ago. I would sometimes see him in the UCI restaurant at lunchtime. I remember him as a friendly young man and very modest. Today, Bini is a star. The first Black African to win a stage of the Tour de France and the first to win the Green Points jersey. I met him again in July, the day after his second stage win, and once again, I was struck by his kind personality. He took time to talk to the young African athletes who are currently training with us and who were visiting the Tour. He is eager to give back to the UCI after the 2 years in Aigle that launched his professional career. Last year, he accepted invitations to talk at different UCI seminars. He told an audience of pro riders that the UCI changed his life, that without us, he would not even be a professional cyclist. The UCI is proud. Africa is proud. I am proud. Indeed, I am inspired by him. He shows us how to be a great cyclist, but also how to be better people. Let's learn a bit more about him.
Then you will try your bike to see if you feel comfortable.
هو تزبرت أنا عاي أمسح الجيك زين كم يكوني بزي أوروبا على الخوج زي بتعمي كبيدي مثلا سلامتاي.
So Bingham, I received a phone call today from a team who want to meet you. They have different kind of race who suits you young riders. So for your progression, it can be a nice team.
Perfect.
We have a program to prepare tout l'avenir and World Championship. You have the potential for that. But your goal in all those races is to prepare your future.
En Girmay die zelf aangaat. Dan krijgen we de eerste Afrikaanse winnaar van Gent-Wevelgem.
Wielergeschiedenis. Binyam Girmay, Érythréen de 21 ans, inscrit son nom au palmarès de Gent-Wevelgem.
Girmay makes history, breaking down.
Van der Poel on the limit. Girmay pushing for the line. La favola è completa. Il primo africano della storia.
Girmay still has it for the moment. Has to keep it going. And Veni, Bini.
Bini is an exceptional athlete and an exceptional person. He embodies the values of the UCI: unity, passion, integrity, and excellence. He saw opportunities to do more, and he took them. And it is you, our national federations, who instill these values in your countries. Thanks to your unity, passion, integrity, and excellence, and your ability to seize the opportunity to do more, you are developing cycling and taking its athletes to new heights. I thank you for everything you do for our sport. My gratitude also goes to all members of the management committee, the UCI senior management team, and our UCI staff. Last but certainly not least, I want to thank our president, David Lapartien. It is hugely motivating to work alongside someone who is so optimistic and enthusiastic, who never doubts that cycling will continue to expand. Even during the COVID pandemic, even when preparations for our first UCI Cycling World Championships got complicated, our president was full of positive energy. And this energy is contagious. It helps us take those extra steps and find even more opportunities for our sport. As you know, David Lapartien is standing for election as president of the International Olympic Committee, and I wish him the best of luck. So, we've come a long way since I joined the UCI 19 years ago. Back then, I never thought our sport would be so strong at so many levels. I never dreamt of combined UCI Cycling World Championships or joint paracycling and cycling events. I never thought we would already have gender parity at the Olympic Games and many UCI events. I never thought we would have the Tour de France for women. And who would have believed an African will win stages at the Tour de France? Yet, here we are, because people, including people in this very room, saw opportunities. They took those opportunities to push cycling forward and make it the best it can be. Let's keep looking for those opportunities to grow our sport with unity, passion, integrity, and excellence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amina, and I want in front of everybody to say that you have my full support, my complete confidence, and I'm so happy to work with you on a daily basis. It's important for a president to have a strong staff, but of course, to have a strong director general. You are a very dedicated, strong director general, always taking care about our sport, and I can say it's not only my support and my confidence, it's the one from all my colleagues here, from the UCI Management Committee, and it's, I think, nothing that we've achieved together would have been possible without your strong support. So thank you very much, Amina, for all what you are doing on a daily basis at the UCI. And just something also, when I saw this video about the UCI staff, of course I was proud about our staff, and having so many people coming from so many countries, it's also great for the UCI because we are the Union Cycliste Internationale. So the goal for us is not only to have employees coming from Switzerland, from France, of course we have a lot, and they are more than welcome, but also to have these different cultures, different capacity. And you saw the video from our staff member from Colombia. And I remember her working at the National Federation of Colombia, always dedicated, always ready to support, and I see President Vargas here, always ready to support the UCI. And suddenly we hired her in the UCI, and one day I was with her in the lift, and she spoke with me in French. But I said, look, last time we met in Colombia, you only spoke Spanish and English. Now you are completely fluent in French. I'm really surprised. She said, you know, I wanted at all price to work for the UCI, and I knew it was important to speak French in the UCI. So I took the COVID period to learn French every day, because my goal, my dream was to work for the UCI. So it just shows the passion of our employees for the institution. So that's just an example, but I think we can multiply by the number of staff members we have in the UCI. So thank you to you, Amina, and thank you to the staff. And then I will move to the approval of this report, except if you have any questions regarding Amina's report, because formally we need to approve the report. So that the UCI Congress approved the report on the UCI activities in 2023 as presented in the UCI annual report. Anybody against? Any abstention? So thank you very much. The report is approved. So then we will move to point number 7, which is the proposal for modifications of the UCI Constitution. So it's my great privilege to address you today on behalf of my colleagues here around me of the UCI Management Committee to present a significant revision of the UCI Constitution aimed at reinforcing the governance of our organization. The proposed amendments have been debated in detail by the UCI Management Committee, and they are proposed, I would say, by unanimity of my colleagues in the UCI Management Committee. And they are carefully crafted with clear objectives. First, to reinforce the role of the UCI as the governing body of cycling in all forms, including on snow and ice. To clarify the obligations of our national federations, and to review the consequences and procedures when national federations do not comply with requirements for membership. These amendments cover several critical areas, each designed to enhance our governance framework, provide greater clarity in our statutes, and ensure that the UCI is well positioned to meet the challenges of the future. As part of the Congress file, all national federations have received the full text of the UCI Constitution, highlighting all the changes that are proposed. A memorandum with explanations, article by article, has also been provided. For the detail of the changes that are submitted for approval, please refer to the documents in the Congress file. Please also allow me to briefly highlight the most significant amendments that are being proposed. First, an important objective of the amendment is to clarify the requirements for membership with the UCI. The obligations of our national federations have been reviewed to strengthen their governance and protect their independence from national authorities. New requirements to ensure a fair representation of cycling stakeholders is also introduced. Second, a second important objective is to review the procedures and sanctions applicable to national federations. The amendments include a full revision of the procedures and sanctions in case of non-compliance with obligations of national federations. Both the circumstances that may put into question the membership of a national federation, and the applicable procedures are reviewed. The aim of these amendments is to provide the UCI with necessary tools to address the various situations of non-compliance that may arise. Third, as part of these changes, a specific provision relating to financial obligations of national federation is introduced. The new article aims to govern all situations related to national federations' financial obligations as member of the UCI, whereas the UCI Constitution currently only refers to the annual membership contribution. The new article governs all obligations based on the UCI regulations and UCI financial obligations, as well as based on contracts with the UCI and the UCI World Cycling Centre. In case of non-compliance with the financial obligations, clear consequences are established in the new article and apply to national federations. First, the nomination letters from the national federation presenting a candidate in UCI or Continental Confederations elections shall not be admissible. Second, the bids from that country to host UCI World Championship shall not be admissible. Third, the applications in the UCI Solidarity Programme for the National Federation shall not be admissible. Finally, another important objective is to confirm the UCI's authority over all forms of cycling, including on snow and ice. A dedicated point regarding the governance of cycling activities and competition on snow and ice is proposed to be added to the list of statutory objectives of the UCI. This not only affirms our position as the governing body for all forms of cycling, but also protects the UCI's exclusive rights to organize World Championship in any discipline that may take place on snow and ice, such as cyclocross or snowbike. By extending our authority to these new areas, we ensure that the UCI remains the central authority in all matters related to cycling, regardless of the surface on which it takes place. So I'm pleased to present this new constitution for the approval of the UCI Congress. As a reminder, the full text of the amendments, together with a detailed memorandum, was included in the Congress pack within the statutory deadline. And I want to thank also Patrick Wilson and the legal department in the UCI. They have been involved in this. We had many and several discussions within the UCI Management Committee and together with my colleagues present of the 5 confederations. And this is by unanimity that the UCI Management Committee can recommend the approval of this new constitution. But of course, we always try to prevent any situation difficult like this. This is why we are working very closely with our continental confederations, and we are always able to help a national federation in potential trouble. And we know that for some of you, when you are sometime elected, you can find a situation in your federation that is quite difficult. We are always helpful, and when you are not able to pay, for example, potential debts, we can have a payment plan over different years, and this is compliant with the new rules. So always available, and feel free also to ask the International Relations Department with Rose, our financial director, with Luc Bordel, and we will be always helpful. But we also believe, in link with what I said before, that there are also new opportunities for cycling, and snowbike and discipline on snow and ice are potentially great for cycling, and it was necessary to introduce this also in our UCI constitution. So do you have any questions regarding the UCI constitution? Yes, we have a question, I think, from Bob Oden from British Cycling, if I'm correct. Do you have a microphone somewhere to... He has a strong voice, but however, it would be better, Bob, with the microphone. Bob is here. Raise your hand, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity. We have a point for clarification, please, which relates to section E0924, page 5, and item 7 in respect of elections. A number of federations, including Great Britain, have a board that comprises a combination of people elected by the membership and people appointed by the board itself. Is the intention of this wording that such a structure is still permitted, or are they now to be disapproved? The actual wording and intention is unclear, so could we please seek further clarification? Thank you.
Yes, of course, and maybe Patrick, you can come on stage also to answer the questions we may have. But the goal, of course, is to prevent any kind of interference from public authorities, which is not the case from in your side. So this is not clearly this is not what we have in mind with this modification. It's more to have in some federations, some members are appointed by public authorities as a voting delegate, sometimes directly in the board, and it can conflict with the Olympic Charter, with the principles to keep the autonomy of the Olympic movement. But I don't know if Patrick, you want to add something on this to enter into more detail, because we know that for British cycling, the governance is a little bit specific, I would say. So Patrick, I propose you can answer into detail. So Patrick, if you don't know Patrick Wilson, better not to know him, because he's a legal advisor from he's the legal director from the UCI, Patrick. And he was the one drafting, I would say, this. But I don't think he has in mind to create any problem to British cycling, Patrick, because he has a British passport.
Thank you, President. Okay, the microphone's working. Maybe a response to the request for clarification. One important aspect is that what would be non-compliant is a direct appointment, but something that is not considered non-compliant is a situation where directors are elected by the constituents and then they co-opt further members, whether they are independent or not. That has already been confirmed in the past as not being an issue with regard to Article 7. I see you're discussing at the same time, but that's the clarification we can make today, which is quite clear. It's only the direct appointment by a public authority that would be considered not compliant with the terms, but a situation where directors are first elected by the constituents and then appoint a further set number of independent directors would not be an issue.
Thank you. And we have a question from Frank Slevin, the chairman of British Cycling.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Just again, a further clarification. So under the notes to that particular section, it refers to voting and non-voting. Obviously, under the Companies Act, which is a piece of legislation in the UK, there cannot be a distinction. So all directors appointed to a board have joint and several liability for the decisions of that board. So you cannot have voting and non-voting members of the board. So again, I think we need a little bit more clarification on this point. Thank you.
So I didn't touch upon the concept of voting or non-voting. The only concept I touched upon was direct and indirect. So the situation, again, I mentioned as would not be an issue. It was a situation where it's a two-phase process where the constituents, let's say regional associations that form the General Assembly, elect a list of directors, and then those directors appoint a further set number of independent directors, for example.
Mr. President, may I also make a comment?
Just maybe we have another question from Frank, and then I will pass you the floor, Tony.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I think, Patrick, what we may need to do is just to exchange letters on this point, because I think we obviously don't want to take up more time of Congress. So if we can take it that way. Thank you.
This would have been my proposition, just to confirm by letter the way we see what is the interpretation of this article regarding also the specificities of British cycling. I think it will help to cover this topic and to confirm that, in fact, it's compliant with the UCI Constitution. Tony.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did speak with Bob and Frank before the Congress, and I just wanted to, because Cycling New Zealand has a similar situation with 4 elected and 4 appointed members. Firstly, I'll just note that the related question to it being independent elected, having a third party make sure that they are independent, that is not a change to the Constitution as I've read it, that is existing. Secondly, the way that Cycling New Zealand works with that is whilst the members elect 4 members, there is an independent appointments panel that works through those 4 people that will be put forward for election first to be approved. It does include someone from the existing board, but it also includes 2 external parties. So there is a way that Cycling New Zealand puts that in place to satisfy, I believe, the current constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. And it's clear we have some federations a little bit in the same case as British Cycling. So happy to have an exchange of letters to cover this point. What we wanted to prevent it, without giving names, we had a case coming in front of the UCI. It was during the General Assembly of the Federation. The minister had the opportunity to appoint voting delegate, and these voting delegates will have to choose the president. So in fact, it was clearly interference from the public authorities. So all these cases, we wanted to prevent any kind of situation like this. So do you have any other questions? No? So we can formally, so I will ask question to the 45 voting delegates, 43. Does the UCI Congress approve the modifications of the UCI Constitution as presented and with the remarks we just mentioned? Anybody against? One against? No? No. Anybody against? Any abstention? Okay, by unanimity, thank you very much. We will move now to the next point, and after we'll have a coffee break. The next point will be the Ethics Commission report, and I will be more than happy to welcome on stage the new president of the UCI Ethics Commission, Marc Cavaliero, and he will present his report. Welcome, Mr. President.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames, Messieurs les membres du comité directeur, président des fédérations continentales, président des fédérations nationales, Madame la directrice générale, chers tous, il me revient pour la première fois de faire ce rapport au nom de la commission éthique après le dernier congrès qui a vu son mandat être renouvelé pour 4 ans. Et en effet, la composition de la commission éthique a été renouvelée lors du dernier congrès. Il y a des membres que vous connaissez déjà, Madame Verrette Déchet, Monsieur Richard Ligat, qui étaient déjà membres lors du précédent mandat. Il y a eu 2 nouveaux membres, Madame Laurine Paget et Monsieur Jean-Christophe Breillat. Et moi-même, j'étais membre et je suis passé président. Et nous vous remercions, bien entendu, tous pour votre confiance. Ce n'est pas facile de marcher sur les traces de notre précédent président, Monsieur Bernard Fouché, mais il nous a aussi rendu la tâche extrêmement facile grâce à tout le travail qu'il a fait pendant ses mandats de présidence. Nous le remercions très sincèrement, car grâce à lui, la commission éthique fonctionne très bien. Elle est pragmatique, elle est, je pense et je l'espère, utile. Cela étant dit, le nombre de cas d'année en année, finalement, n'augmente pas devant la commission éthique, ce qui est plutôt une bonne nouvelle, car nous voyons dans d'autres fédérations internationales, le nombre de cas éthiques augmente, voire explose. Ici, ce n'est pas le cas. Nous traitons plus ou moins une dizaine de cas par année, de cas substantiels. Aujourd'hui, je vais vous proposer un aperçu, un résumé des dossiers qui ont été traités, d'une part, et ceux qui sont en cours d'instruction, et avant de toucher ceux qui n'ont pas abouti à l'ouverture d'une instruction pour que vous ayez cet aperçu global. Alors tout d'abord, les affaires qui ont abouti à une décision. Une décision ne veut pas dire forcément sanction, mais ces deux cas-là, oui, ont abouti à une sanction. Ce sont des cas de discrimination de comportement contraire à l'éthique. C'est le cas tout d'abord d'un ancien président d'une fédération nationale de cyclisme qui s'est pourvu en commentaires disgracieux, désobligeants, insultants, offensants à l'égard d'officiels du cyclisme au niveau national, au niveau international et à l'égard des femmes. Donc nous avons dû ouvrir une procédure formelle. Nous avons également imposé une suspension provisoire, car c'est un nouvel outil qui a été ajouté dans le code. Nous pouvons, dans le cours de procédure, suspendre provisoirement un membre, ce que nous avons fait. Et nous l'avons ensuite, la commission, la formation en charge, a décidé de suspendre cet officiel pour une durée d'1 an et a imposé une amende de 5 000 francs suisses. La sanction en tant que telle n'est pas ce qui est important. Ce qui est important dans ce cas, c'est de montrer que la commission peut intervenir et est intervenue et intervient pour sanctionner des propos qui sont échangés. Ici, c'était sur les réseaux sociaux, Facebook Messenger, Viper, à travers un nombre important de personnes, mais c'était des propos échangés qui n'étaient pas échangés dans le cadre du cyclisme, dans le monde restreint du cyclisme, mais qui étaient échangés, comme j'ai dit, sur les réseaux sociaux. Et dans ce cadre-là, la commission éthique est intervenue et intervient pour sanctionner ce type de propos donc qui ne sont pas échangés, par exemple, dans le cadre d'une compétition cycliste. Le deuxième cas concerne le manager général d'une équipe majeure du Tour. Et cette personne avait fait des commentaires discriminatoires, désobligeants également à l'égard des femmes, à la télévision et dans les journaux. La personne en question a été sanctionnée d'une amende qui était assortie d'un sursis. Pourquoi? Je vais le dire déjà, c'est que la personne avait accepté de s'excuser, avait reconnu ses torts et avait finalement accepté de publier une lettre d'excuse qui a été publiée sur le site de l'UCI, ainsi que sur le site de son équipe. Là, pourquoi ce cas est important? Une nouvelle fois, c'est pour démontrer que, d'une part, les déclarations publiques à la télévision, dans les journaux, qui pourraient porter atteinte à la dignité des personnes, d'autres personnes, hommes ou femmes, officiels ou non officiels, peuvent faire l'objet d'une procédure éthique et peuvent faire l'objet d'une sanction. Donc c'est très important de garder cela à l'esprit et c'était important pour la commission éthique de vous le dire encore une fois aujourd'hui parce que la commission éthique, comme vous tous, attendait de tout le monde dans le cyclisme un comportement digne et en ligne avec les principes éthiques. Ce qui est important pour une deuxième chose est l'assortiment d'un sursis. L'assortiment d'un sursis était ici approprié, comme je l'ai dit, car la personne en question avait présenté une déclaration d'excuse publique et le sursis d'une durée de 3 ans sert également à prévenir la récidive dans le futur. Donc cela est très important. Nous passons maintenant à un autre type de cas. Comme vous le voyez, la commission éthique traite de nombreux cas différents. Et ici, c'est un cas d'un manquement à la protection de l'intégrité physique et mentale d'une personne. L'entité qui était l'objet de la procédure éthique était une fédération nationale de cyclisme qui avait pris, dans le cadre d'un tour national, une décision d'exclusion d'une personne, d'un chauffeur freelancer d'une équipe. Et là, une amende avait également été imposée. Une amende qui avait été imposée était assortie d'un sursis, à condition qu'aucune infraction similaire ne se reproduise dans le futur. Le point ici n'est pas non plus la sanction, n'est pas non plus l'amende ou forcément le sursis, mais nous souhaitions vous présenter ce cas pour 2 raisons. D'une part, les fédérations nationales qui agissent en tant qu'organisateurs d'un tour national sont liées, sont soumises au code éthique et en tant que telles peuvent être soumises à des procédures et peuvent être soumises à sanctions. Ça, c'est un premier point qui est important. Et le deuxième point qui est important ici, c'est que les fédérations nationales, quand elles prennent une décision, surtout une sanction, elle doit, vous tous, nous tous, respecter des principes de procédure, à savoir le droit d'être entendu, le droit de pas de crime sans loi, le principe pas de crime sans loi, et l'interdiction de l'arbitraire. Donc si une décision, une sanction doit être prise, elle doit respecter les codes nationaux, les règles nationales, bien entendu, qui ont été dictées au niveau national, mais également les principes de droit généraux, comme je l'ai dit, à savoir le droit d'être entendu, l'interdiction de l'arbitraire, afin de garantir, afin que les fédérations nationales garantissent et respectent les procédures pour toutes les décisions prises à l'égard des licenciés. Donc voilà un autre cas que nous souhaitions présenter, car il apporte des assurances pour tout le monde dans le monde du cyclisme. Troisième cas, comme vous voyez, de nouveau différent, c'est un cas qui vous avait été présenté à plusieurs congrès, qui était en cours pendant de nombreuses années. C'était le cas du président de la Fédération afghane de cyclisme. Il a été présenté pendant plusieurs années car l'enquête était ici extrêmement complexe. La collecte de preuves était extrêmement ardue, notamment compte tenu du contexte qui est bien connu et qui est très malheureux et tragique en Afghanistan. Nous avons entendu de nombreux témoins, anonymes et non anonymes. Nous avons entendu la personne concernée par cette procédure. Nous avons demandé des preuves et autres. Cette affaire était finalement divisée en deux volets. Il y avait un volet, nous avons reçu une plainte, et le premier volet concernait un possible acte de discrimination dans le cadre de l'évacuation des cyclistes afghans et afghanes après la prise du pays par les talibans. C'était un premier volet. Il y avait des allégations de possible discrimination à l'égard de cyclistes qui étaient d'origine azérie. Comme j'ai dit, nous avons mené enquête, nous avons entendu de nombreuses personnes, et la commission, la formation en charge de ce dossier, c'était la commission avec tous les membres, la commission plénière, a considéré, après avoir entendu tous les témoins concernés, qu'il n'y avait pas eu d'acte de discrimination dans le cadre de l'évacuation des cyclistes afghans et afghanes. Il y avait un deuxième volet, c'est que nous avions reçu une plainte selon laquelle des pressions, voire des atteintes à l'honneur, voire des menaces avaient été proférées par le président de la Fédération afghane de cyclisme à l'égard d'autres cyclistes. Nous avons récolté des preuves, nous avons entendu toutes les parties, et dans ce volet-là, la formation, la commission plénière a considéré qu'effectivement, il y avait violation du code éthique et a imposé une sanction, une suspension d'une durée de 15 mois à compter de la notification du dispositif de cette décision. Cette décision peut encore faire l'objet d'un appel au TAS. Donc, vous voyez des cas très différents. Nous arrivons maintenant au cas de harcèlement et d'abus, notamment d'ordre sexuel. Ce sont des cas extrêmement délicats, extrêmement importants pour la commission éthique, pour, je le sais, l'UCI, le comité directeur. Ce sont des cas, effectivement, qui doivent être traités avec doigté, avec délicatesse, avec sérieux, et qui nécessitent des enquêtes approfondies. Et ils doivent être traités avec une grande sévérité quand il y a lieu. Mais la commission éthique agit de manière indépendante, elle agit de manière impartiale, elle évalue, elle collecte les preuves, elle les évalue afin de décider de prendre une décision. Dans deux cas, elle a considéré qu'il n'y avait pas matière à sanctionner, qu'il n'y avait pas eu harcèlement, d'abus ou de pression d'ordre physique. C'est important de le souligner pour montrer que la commission est impartiale et évalue toutes les preuves qui lui sont soumises. Mais ces deux cas ne veulent pas dire que la commission éthique n'impose pas de sanctions dans ces cas-là. Bien entendu que non. Et pour souligner l'importance de ces cas pour la commission, je vais faire maintenant référence aux procédures en cours. Et la première affaire en cours a trait effectivement à une procédure liée à des cas de harcèlement, d'abus d'ordre sexuel et concerne le directeur sportif d'une équipe continentale féminine. L'affaire est en cours, je peux en faire part aujourd'hui car il y a eu un communiqué de presse parce que cette personne a été suspendue provisoirement par la formation en charge de cette enquête car elle a considéré qu'il y avait effectivement matière à suspendre de manière provisoire pour que cette personne ne soit plus en contact avec les cyclistes, avec l'équipe pendant la durée de l'enquête. Donc cette enquête est encore en cours, je ne peux pas en dire plus, mais cela démontre qu'il y a quelques cas effectivement qui ont trait à ces situations d'abus ou de harcèlement qui sont extrêmement, je l'ai dit, délicats. Il y a un deuxième cas qui est totalement différent, qui concerne possiblement des questions liées à la bonne gouvernance dans le cadre d'élections au niveau d'une fédération nationale. Nous sommes en train de contacter les personnes concernées, de collecter les preuves et de les évaluer. S'il y a matière à ouvrir une procédure sera ouverte et sera donnée à une commission, à une formation. Et s'il s'agit plutôt d'un cas de gouvernance, nous pourrions référer ce dossier aux instances de l'UCI, au département juridique de l'UCI, qui pourra ensuite apprécier ces questions et prendre les mesures d'éducation, d'aide pour la modification des statuts nationaux, ou s'il y a matière à suspendre ou à imposer une exclusion de la fédération concernée. Voilà pour les cas en cours. Il y a maintenant les cas qui n'ont pas donné lieu à l'ouverture d'une procédure. Il y a trois types. Nous recevons des plaintes qui sont déposées à l'encontre de personnes qui ne sont pas soumises au code, donc nous ne pouvons rien faire. Il y a en fait des personnes qui déposent des plaintes devant la commission éthique alors que le litige est plutôt de nature contractuelle, donc il n'y a pas de violation du code, donc ce n'est pas pour nous et nous référons ces cas acquis de droit. Et il y a des cas où nous recevons des plaintes où il y a possiblement une infraction qui a été commise, mais nous n'avons pas assez de preuves, assez d'éléments pour ouvrir la procédure, et dès lors, après avoir demandé peut-être des éléments supplémentaires, nous ne pouvons pas procéder. Cette longue mais nécessaire présentation arrive gentiment à sa fin, et il me reste à dire quelques mots, notamment sur la question des médias, de la transparence. Comme l'UCI, la commission éthique agit et travaille de manière totalement transparente, ce qui signifie quand il y a des suspensions provisoires, elles sont publiées sur le site de l'UCI. Les décisions sont publiées dans leur intégralité sur le site de l'UCI, mis à part des cas de protection des données, si le nom de victimes, de témoins doivent être effacés des décisions, mais la règle est la publication, la transparence. Et maintenant, quelques remerciements. Tout d'abord au président de l'UCI, au comité directeur, à Madame la directrice générale, au département juridique de l'UCI, avec qui nous travaillons, qui nous accordent toute leur confiance, qui nous laissent travailler en toute indépendance. Mais nous pouvons discuter, nous ne sommes pas hermétiques, nous échangeons et nous les remercions, nous vous remercions tous pour votre confiance et que vous nous accordez chaque jour. Je souhaite également remercier les membres de la commission qui font un travail, je pense, excellent, qui sont dévoués, qui sont réactifs et avec qui les échanges sont toujours extrêmement positifs. Merci à notre secrétaire Pierre Turrettini qui nous quitte après de nombreuses années. Nous souhaitons la bienvenue à Francis Bernet, le nouveau secrétaire qui va assister la commission, et merci à vous tous pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Do you have any questions for the President of the UCI Ethics Commission? No, and it will give me the opportunity to thank, of course, the President, but also all the members. I know some of them are today with us at the Congress. I know you had also a meeting of your commission yesterday. You had also the opportunity to have your reports also in front of the UCI Management Committee, and you can be sure that the recommendations will be taken into account from the UCI. So thank you very much. We have a solid, strong, and independent ethics commission, and it's key for the credibility of the UCI. Thank you very much. Now I will propose a coffee break. I would say a small coffee break. No, a coffee break. And we will be back at 11:35, I mean 25 minutes, but we'll start precisely at 11:35, so please be in the room at 11:35. So let's go for the coffee break, which is just outside. Yes.
It's difficult to move a full group. Huh?
If you want to take a seat, we are about to start. Please take a seat. So we are back in the room for other points. We'll now move to point number 9, which is the 2023 financial report and accounts. And I will give the floor to Luc Bordel, Head of Finances, who will present the finances of the UCI.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les vice-présidents, membres du comité directeur, présidents et délégations des fédérations nationales, Mesdames et Messieurs. J'ai le plaisir, cette année encore, de vous présenter le rapport financier 2023 de l'UCI. Celui-ci a été approuvé par le comité directeur le 10 juin dernier et a été publié sur le site internet de l'UCI le 4 juillet. Vous pourrez trouver aux pages 166 à 169 du rapport annuel un commentaire complet sur les finances 2023. Les prochains slides vont vous présenter un aperçu des principaux éléments de ce rapport financier. Pour commencer, quelques chiffres significatifs caractérisant l'année 2023. Donc, comme nous l'avions budgété pour une année non olympique et en conformité avec le modèle de financement de l'UCI, le résultat d'exploitation de l'UCI présente une perte de 5 millions de francs suisses. Une perte finalement inférieure de 1,9 million de francs suisses par rapport à la perte budgétée. Les réserves consolidées à fin 2023 s'établissent à 50,2 millions de francs suisses, dont plus de 27,8 millions de liquidités. Les contributions dans les activités de développement, que ce soit à travers le programme de la solidarité UCI ou les activités de formation et de développement du Centre mondial du cyclisme UCI, ont augmenté de près de 4,5% par rapport à 2022. Les dépenses nettes étaient ainsi supérieures de 6,9 millions de francs suisses. Celle-ci représente environ 19% du budget total de l'UCI. Finalement, le résultat net de l'UCI présente une perte de 3,4 millions de francs suisses, ceci principalement dû par l'impact du portefeuille d'investissement sur le résultat financier qui a été très favorable. Je reviendrai sur ce point dans quelques instants. Concernant le résultat d'exploitation, comme je vous l'ai présenté, il s'établit à 5,0 millions de francs suisses pour l'année 2023. Ce résultat est bien meilleur de 1,9 million de francs suisses par rapport au budget approuvé lors du congrès 2022 et de 2,7 millions par rapport aux dernières prévisions présentées lors du congrès 2023 à Glasgow. L'année 2023, bien évidemment, d'un côté financier, a aussi été marquée par les championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI à Glasgow. Pour cette première édition, l'UCI avait tout mis en œuvre pour assurer le succès de ce nouveau format. Ainsi, d'un point de vue financier, un investissement supplémentaire de 1 million de francs suisses avait été réalisé par rapport à une année dans laquelle les championnats sont organisés de manière individuelle. Lors du congrès de Glasgow, je vous avais également expliqué que l'UCI avait débloqué un soutien exceptionnel à destination des fédérations 3 et 4 dans le but de les soutenir pour participer au championnat du monde de Glasgow. Finalement, cette enveloppe n'a pas été entièrement dépensée puisque toutes les fédérations des groupes 3 et 4 n'étaient pas présentes. Dans le même temps, l'UCI a continué d'avoir une gestion très prudente de ses dépenses et a mis en place de nombreuses mesures d'économie pour contenir au maximum ses charges. Également, certains budgets qui avaient été établis pour l'année n'ont finalement pas été utilisés. Ces éléments expliquent les résultats bien meilleurs que les prévisions et le budget, et nous pouvons nous en réjouir. Je reviens maintenant sur les résultats financiers et principalement le portefeuille d'investissement de l'UCI qui a été nettement amélioré, qui a permis d'améliorer nettement les résultats de l'UCI de près de 2 millions de francs suisses. Ce résultat finalement fait écho à mes paroles lors du congrès de Glasgow l'année passée. Je vous avais présenté un portefeuille en fort recul qui était lié au contexte géopolitique de l'époque. Finalement, ce n'est pas une surprise que l'année 2023 termine avec des résultats bien meilleurs et permette aux fonds sous gestion de progresser. Comme je vous l'avais également expliqué, la stratégie des fonds sous gestion suit une logique à long terme. L'objectif des portefeuilles d'investissement de l'UCI est la protection des ressources de l'UCI tout en cherchant un léger retour sur investissement. Naturellement, les fonds investis vont suivre des fluctuations sur les marchés financiers qui, pour certaines années, afficheront des profits et certaines années afficheront des pertes. Il est donc important d'apprécier la performance des portefeuilles sur plusieurs années. Vous pouvez constater que sur ce graphique, l'évolution des fonds sous gestion depuis 2016 jusqu'à fin 2024 est en progression. Ainsi, les fonds investis depuis 2016 affichent une croissance de 9% à la fin de l'année 2023. On peut donc conclure que la stratégie mise en place remplit l'objectif fixé, donc protéger les réserves de l'UCI tout en recherchant du rendement. Depuis le début de l'année, le portefeuille a encore progressé et les pertes 2022 sont proches d'être effacées. Finalement, le résultat financier devrait impacter de manière positive l'année 2023. Nous mentionnons régulièrement que l'UCI équilibre ses budgets sur des cycles olympiques. Ainsi, dans le modèle de financement de l'UCI, les années olympiques affichent des excédents et les années non olympiques affichent des pertes. L'objectif étant de maintenir un équilibre financier ou un excédent sur un cumul de 4 années. Les évolutions des réserves de l'UCI mettent en évidence ce modèle de financement. Les Jeux de Tokyo avaient permis de reconstituer les réserves de l'UCI pour financer les activités jusqu'à la fin de 2024. Les réserves ont ainsi logiquement été consommées lors des années 2022 et 2023. À la fin de l'année 2023, les réserves de l'UCI s'élèvent donc à 50 millions de francs suisses, dont des réserves liquides de plus de 28 millions de francs suisses. Si nous comparons ce niveau de réserve par rapport à la dernière année pré-olympique, soit 2019, avant que les Jeux de Tokyo soient reportés en 2021, vous pouvez constater que les réserves liquides ont augmenté de près de 14 millions de francs suisses. Finalement, et malgré la pandémie de Covid-19, l'UCI a reconstitué des réserves à un niveau historique pour une année pré-olympique. Cela traduit la gestion prudente des ressources de l'UCI et son excellente solidité financière. L'UCI est donc dans les meilleures dispositions financières avant l'apport des revenus olympiques des Jeux de Paris. Ceci termine ce résumé des états financiers 2023. Des informations peuvent bien entendu être trouvées dans les états financiers. Je rends maintenant la parole au Président pour l'approbation des comptes.
Thank you very much, Luc, for this presentation about the 2023 UCI accounts. As you saw on screen, the situation is a little bit specific because, in fact, what was possible in the past was to divide the Olympic revenues by 4 and to put them 25% each year. And finally, the visibility of the budget was probably better for all of you. But now with the new audit rules, it's impossible. We have to put the revenue of the year of the revenue. That's why every 4 years we have a jump in the revenues. And normally, the other 3 years, we have a loss. The goal is that on a 4 years period, we can have a positive impact, which is the case. So we are not worried about the situation, and more specifically because we have the 2024 year to come, and that's an Olympic year. So we've been notified the first part of the Olympic revenues. We still don't know exactly at which level will be the Olympic revenues, but we expect them to be at least at the same level as last time, which is great for us. And you also may know that the UCI now use close to 100% of the Olympic revenues, even more, only for the development and the World Cycling Center. So at the contrary of some international federations that have to use the Olympic revenues for the day-to-day business, the UCI is able to balance the accounts without the Olympic revenues. And we use only the Olympic revenues for solidarity and development. We even have a little bit more coming from the UCI because we have also some profit on the normal activities of the UCI, which is great. That was the goal, and we've reached this goal. So now we will have the the approval of the accounts. So that the Congress approved the 2023 financial report and accounts as presented in the financial report of the 2023 UCI annual report. Anybody against? The abstention? Thank you. Now we'll move now to point number 10, which is the Audit and Finance Committee report and audits report. And it's now my pleasure to give the floor to Rocco Cataneo, President of the Finance and Audit Committee, for his report. And he will, of course, himself welcome Mr. Ackerman, who will present the official report from the auditors. Rocco, je te laisse la parole.
Oui, merci. Merci, Président, chers Mesdames et Messieurs les vice-présidents, les membres du comité directeur, président délégué des fédérations nationales, Mesdames et Messieurs, le rapport du comité au Congrès concernant les comptes consolidés 2023 de l'UCI et du Centre mondial du cyclisme UCI a été signé le 23 mai 2024 et se trouve à la page 170 du rapport annuel de l'UCI. Conformément à son cahier des charges, le comité d'audit et des finances s'est réuni régulièrement tout au long de l'année pour discuter des budgets, du contrôle interne et des finances de l'Union cycliste internationale. Le comité s'est concentré sur plusieurs domaines spécifiques. Une attention particulière a été portée au budget de l'année 2025, qui sera la première année du prochain cycle olympique. Le comité a pu réviser les détails de ce budget et de faire part de ses commentaires. Concernant la gestion du portefeuille d'investissement, le comité a supervisé la mise en place de règlements de gestion des fonds de l'UCI afin de renforcer la gouvernance de ces investissements. Le comité ensuite est resté attentif à l'implémentation de la stratégie de couverture des revenus en dollars des Jeux olympiques de Paris 2024, qui ont un rôle clé dans l'équilibre financier de l'UCI dans les cycles olympiques. Le comité a eu l'opportunité d'échanger et discuter des processus de contrôle interne avec les auditeurs. Nous avons pu constater que la pratique de l'UCI était conforme aux attentes et l'UCI suivait les recommandations formulées par les auditeurs. Finalement, le comité continue à superviser le registre des risques de l'UCI, leur potentiel impact financier ainsi que les mesures mises en place pour les atténuer. Ceci termine le rapport de ce comité d'audit et des finances de l'UCI. Je vais maintenant passer la parole à l'auditeur externe de l'UCI pour le rapport d'audit à Michael Ackerman, qui est avec nous. Merci beaucoup pour l'attention.
Merci Rocco. Monsieur le Président, chers membres du comité directeur et chers représentants des associations nationales, en tant qu'organe de révision de l'UCI, nous avons effectué l'audit des comptes annuels 2023. Nous avons effectué nos travaux en conformité avec les normes d'audit suisses. Nos rapports ont été émis le 10 juin 2024. Selon notre appréciation, les comptes annuels de l'UCI sont conformes à la loi suisse et au Swiss GAAP RPC. Dans notre rapport, nous confirmons également l'existence d'un système de contrôle interne. En conséquence, nous vous recommandons d'approuver les comptes annuels qui vous sont soumis. Merci.
Thank you. So, do you have any questions regarding the 2023 accounts? No. So, there the Congress approved the Audit and Finance Committee report and the auditor's report as presented in the financial report of the 2023 UCI annual report. Anybody against? Any abstention? No. Thank you very much. So the accounts are approved and the reports too. So now let's move to point number 11, which is the appointment of the auditor, and let's welcome back on stage Luc Bordel.
Merci, Président. Un point statutaire maintenant, conformément à l'article 70 des statuts de l'UCI, un commissaire aux comptes doit être nommé pour une durée de 4 ans, soit pour l'audit des comptes de l'année 2024 à l'année 2027. Forvis Mazar avait été nommé commissaire aux comptes de l'UCI au Congrès 2019 pour les années 2020 à 2023. La collaboration avec Mazars au cours des 4 dernières années a été excellente et a pleinement répondu à nos attentes. Il est donc pertinent de renouveler leur mandat. Le comité directeur a approuvé le renouvellement du mandat de Forvis Mazars en tant que commissaire aux comptes de l'UCI pour un second mandat et recommande maintenant au Congrès d'approuver cette nomination. Président, je vous rends maintenant la parole pour cette votation.
Thank you, Luc. So I'll ask formally the question to the UCI Congress. Does the Congress approve Forvis Mazars as auditor for the period 2024-2027? Anybody against? Any abstention? So by unanimity, thank you very much. So let's move to the point number 12, which is the 2025 budget. And please, Luc, continue with the point number 12 of the agenda.
Merci. Je vais donc maintenant vous présenter une mise à jour des prévisions 2024, les attentes pour la fin du cycle budgétaire en cours et le budget 2025. Vous avez reçu une version détaillée du budget 2025 et des prévisions 2024 dans le dossier du Congrès. Je vous présente donc ici une version synthétisée. Les dernières prévisions 2024 présentent un résultat opérationnel de 18,1 millions de francs suisses qui est nettement meilleur de 4,1 millions de francs suisses par rapport au budget qui était de 14 millions de francs suisses. Cette nette amélioration s'explique d'une part par des revenus plus importants et d'autre part par une réduction des dépenses. Concernant les revenus supplémentaires, nous pouvons nous réjouir que les objectifs commerciaux ont été atteints sur l'année 2024 et même dépassés avec la signature de nouveaux contrats de sponsoring. Aussi, le nouveau partenariat pour les championnats du monde de e-cycling réalisé par MyWush a permis de générer des revenus supplémentaires qui n'étaient pas attendus. Du côté des dépenses de l'UCI, nous avons été en capacité de réduire les dépenses en maîtrisant au maximum les coûts fixes et notamment en contenant autant que possible les frais de personnel. Je peux également mentionner que certaines enveloppes qui avaient été budgétisées ne seront pas utilisées, soit pour des projets qui ne seront finalement pas mis en œuvre, soit pour des dépenses qui ne se sont pas avérées nécessaires. Concernant le budget 2025, celui-ci présente logiquement une perte et conformément au modèle de financement. Comme vous le savez, l'UCI équipe ses budgets sur des cycles de 4 ans. Les années non olympiques présentent donc habituellement une perte et sont financées par les revenus de la dernière Olympiade. L'année 2025 est la première année de ce cycle 2025 à 2028 qui seront financés par les revenus des Jeux de Paris. Le budget 2025 affiche une perte nette de 9,1 millions de francs suisses. Comme vous avez pu le lire dans le dossier du Congrès, l'année 2025 présente une particularité du fait que lors de l'attribution des championnats du monde route UCI à Kigali, au Rwanda, le comité directeur avait exceptionnellement approuvé un droit d'organisation réduit. Le comité directeur, conformément à l'agenda 2022, avait la volonté d'attribuer pour la première fois de l'histoire l'événement phare de l'UCI en Afrique. Et le comité directeur a donc considéré que cette initiative s'inscrivait dans la mission de développement et de solidarité de l'UCI. En dehors de cette particularité, le budget prend en compte le renouvellement des contrats relatifs aux droits médias et aux droits de sponsoring pour le nouveau cycle. Ces renouvellements permettent de sécuriser les revenus de l'UCI sur les 4 voire les 7 prochaines années. Le budget, sinon, intègre les activités habituelles de l'UCI et celles-ci sont établies dans la continuité des prévisions 2024. Pour mettre en perspective cette perte plus importante qu'habituellement pour le budget 2025, il est intéressant de revenir sur les résultats du dernier cycle olympique. L'équilibre budgétaire pour le cycle en cours, donc de 2021 à 2024, se compare en utilisant les revenus reçus de Tokyo 2021 avec les pertes annuelles des années 2021 à 2024 sans prendre en compte les revenus de Paris 2024 qui, elles, financeront les années du prochain cycle olympique. Vous pouvez observer sur ce graphique que les résultats du cycle olympique de 2021 à 2024, nous attendons un excédent de près de 6 millions de francs suisses. L'excédent des activités de ces 4 années démontre une gestion financière prudente et saine des finances de l'UCI. Cela permet aussi de mieux mettre en perspective la perte du budget 2025. Finalement, le cycle aura permis d'accroître les réserves de l'UCI et permettre d'aborder l'année 2025 avec une excellente assise financière. À la fin de l'année 2025, les réserves attendues de l'UCI devraient s'élever à 60 millions de francs suisses, dont des réserves liquides de 37 millions de francs suisses. Malgré une perte exceptionnellement plus importante qu'habituellement, le niveau de réserve reste très proche des réserves à fin 2021, qui comparativement correspond à l'année post-olympique, et ceci s'explique notamment par les excédents générés que je viens de vous présenter précédemment. Toutefois, l'objectif pour ce nouveau cycle olympique, qui commence avec l'année 2025, sera au minimum de maintenir un équilibre financier sur les 4 prochaines années et nécessitera des arbitrages et des priorisations. Le niveau de réserve à fin 2025 est donc toujours satisfaisant et largement supérieur à l'objectif fixé par le comité directeur, à savoir un minimum de 20 millions de francs suisses. Ce niveau de réserve permet d'avoir des ressources disponibles en cas d'imprévu majeur et apporte de la sérénité dans nos opérations. Finalement, l'UCI reste dans d'excellentes dispositions financières pour la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2023. Merci pour votre attention. Maintenant, je rends la parole au Président pour l'approbation du budget 2025.
Merci, merci beaucoup, Luc. So you had the presentation of the 2025 budget. What is clear is a little bit a specific budget, as you mentioned, because we collectively decided by unanimity in the UCI Management Committee to do some efforts, also to have the first ever UCI World Championship in Africa. That was our dream. That was the goal for us to have these championships. But we know the economy is not exactly the same, so we made also some efforts. It will have some consequences on the accounts. But as you also just saw on screen, we over the period of 4 years in the Olympic cycle, we have a profit of 5.8 million Swiss francs. So we'll use, of course, this money for investment, and what part will be used also for the 2025 UCI Road World Championships. But the goal is still for us for the next 4-year cycle to be able to balance the accounts. At the date of today, we are probably around minus 1.8 million, but we think we can reach some balance account for the next 4 years, including the 2025 year situation. So don't look at only the 2025 alone and to be afraid about the minus 9.4 million. It has to be seen in a more global vision. And for this, clearly, we are in a stable situation and we have some reserves able to face any problem we may have. Do you have any questions regarding the accounts? No, so I will propose that formally we can approve the accounts. So there's a Congress approved the 2025 budget as provided to members in advance to the UCI of the UCI Congress. Anybody against? Any abstention? Much. So, the budget 2025 is approved, and thank you very much, Luc, for this. Now we will move to point number 13, and it will be an easy one. Which is the National Federation's affiliation fees and classification. So classification is not for this year because it's every 3 years. So that will not be this year that we will review the classification. But what we will propose here is that the affiliation fees of the national federations remain the same. It has always been the case over the last years. There is no reason to increase the affiliation fees. So for Group 1 and Group 2, it's invoiced by the UCI to the national federations. And for Group 3 and Group 4, it's collected by the continental confederations and deducted by the UCI from the continental confederations contribution. So as with this new way to proceed, we don't have any questions back on the Congress to suspend national federations for non-payment. That was a big part on the agenda on the past, so it's great now that we can proceed like this. So no modification. We propose that the national federations' affiliation fees remain the same. Any questions regarding the affiliation fees? No. So there's a Congress approve that there will be no changes to national federations' affiliation fees as presented on screen. Anybody against? Any abstention? Thank you very much. So now let's move to point number 14, which is the UCI World Cycling Center report. And I will now give the floor to Jacques Landry, Director of the World Cycling Center, who will present the report of the UCI World Cycling Center. Jacques, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, members of the UCI Management Committee, Madam Director General, voting delegates, and National Federation representatives. Thank you. Sorry. I would like over the next 30 minutes, I will cover these 6 key points. At the UCI World Cycling Center, our mission is to foster the global expansion of cycling by providing predominantly emerging nations with 5 essential tools. When utilized effectively, these tools not only fortify the federations, but also promote the sport's growth in their regions. Our efforts encompass athlete development and education of coaches, mechanics, and commissaires. Similar to the IOC's National Development Sports System program, UCI WCC experts actively support federations committed to advancing the sport of cycling. And although a national federation's success is often gauged by the number of medals won at major competitions, we take pride in focusing on different growth metrics. The rate of progression compared to previous benchmark is our growth metric. This is where we truly measure and celebrate our contributions. And speaking of contributions, please turn your attention to the screen.
We've got a really diverse group of athletes qualified for Paris that ultimately are benefiting massively from the infrastructure that we have at the World Cycling Centre.
It's like amazing environment for training, yeah. And I like all the mountains, you can see everywhere.
It's almost like I'm at home now. I've been here for so long, but you know, you can't contain the excitement. You're just super excited to go to it's my first games.
So the past 2 years, the primary focus has been qualifying for the Olympic Games, which in itself is a hard process. We have to go to many races and the athletes have to achieve certain results to then qualify. So to have so many athletes who finally qualified for the Olympic Games this year, it's a great achievement for them.
It's always good to be here preparing for the Olympics. I was here preparing for Tokyo, and I'm back here again preparing for Paris.
I have here apartments, food, trainings, staffs for helping me, and mechanics for fixing my bike. I prepare here for Olympic Games.
Speriamo avere una bella risultato per Olimpiadi per Afghanistan. Sono molto contento che posso presentare il mio paese tipo in Olimpiadi.
One of the biggest benefits of the athletes training here at the World Cycling Centre is the fact that everything is in one centralised location. So the athletes use the gym, which is on site, they use the track or the BMX track, which is on site, of course. The roads are fantastic. Their accommodation is just a 5-minute ride away. Restaurant, everything is on site, and I think one of the unique aspects of the World Cycling Centre is the fact that we have athletes, obviously, that make up a team, but are from various different countries and cultures. And I think that is probably the most unique aspect of what we do.
Avant d'arriver au centre mondial du cyclisme, j'étais pas très professionnelle, je m'entraînais dans mon club. Et quand je suis arrivée au CMC, j'ai eu un super bon encadrement, j'étais avec d'autres athlètes professionnels et j'avais un super coach, donc c'est là que j'ai vraiment augmenté mon niveau jusqu'à présent.
The main help, I would say, is the infrastructure we have. And the other thing is, I would say, the athletes themselves. They make it work, they make it possible. Without them and accepting different cultures together, being in a team, living together, staying in one séjour, and traveling 24/7 basically, all those things together, and with the right mindset, you can make it work. And that's, I would say, the most important of what we do here.
It's really about the people you have around you, the support, and how bad you want it.
In Trinidad and Tobago, we have a world-class track as well, but we don't have a program in place. Whereas I would have a coach here that is with me full time. I would have teammates on the same level to push me to a higher level, and also the mechanics here to be able to service my equipment.
For me, it's just been able to pass on the knowledge that I've gained from the victories and the mistakes and defeats that I've had, and then see them flourish, and hopefully, as I said before, just to guide them through without making too many mistakes, and yeah, not get in their way, basically.
Per me significa tanto cosa andare in Olimpiadi di Parigi, perché da parte del ciclismo io vado per rappresentare tutte le donne afghane in Olimpico.
The most important thing is to work and build a really good relationship with your national federation, and then in turn, the World Cycling Centre is here to help those federations, certainly from emerging nations, to help develop their athletes in a multitude of different sport or different disciplines.
Everybody worked really, really well together to make it happen. And yeah, if you look at the result, so we got home with a bronze medal for Switzerland, and we helped her out achieving her goal.
So, as previously stated by both our President and Director General, these past games were truly a great spectacle. With the Paris 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games now behind us, and the Los Angeles 2028 Games up ahead on the horizon, it's a great moment to reflect on the athletes who have represented their countries, partly thanks to the efforts of the UCI World Cycling Centre. Indeed, during this Paris quadrennial, we played a direct role in qualifying around a dozen athletes across 3 different disciplines coming from 9 different countries. The standout performances among WCC athletes was, of course, Zoe Claessens, who secured a bronze medal in the women's BMX racing competition. Reflecting on the athletes who have trained at the UCI WCC over the years and representing their countries in Paris, the total number is around 23. As mentioned by our Director General, Binyam Guillemé, Bini, who raced both the time trial and the road race in Paris, is a clear standout. Adding to Bini, the total includes 6 athletes from Africa, 4 from the Americas, 7 from Asia, 4 from Europe, and 2 riders who competed as refugees in the road race and time trial events at the Olympics. Our primary objective with athletes, particularly those from emerging cycling nations, is to support their development and ensure they make consistent progress. Each athlete's rate of progression and goals may vary, but our commitment is to guide them from their starting point to their desired destination. For some, this might mean achieving an Olympic medal, while for others, it could be qualifying for the Olympics or winning medals at regional competitions. Regardless of their individual goals, we strive to understand and help them achieve these aspirations. In 2024, we have collaborated with over 30 athletes from 23 different countries, focusing mainly on road, BMX racing, and track sprinting disciplines. Among these athletes, 19 are women. Our diverse group includes 5 athletes from Africa, 7 from the Americas, 11 from Europe, and 7 from Asia. At the UCI World Cycling Centre, our aim is to not only develop them as athletes, but also to nurture them as well-rounded individuals. We are dedicated to creating an optimized daily training environment that promotes a healthy work ethic and extends to education in various cycling trades, such as coaching and bike mechanics. In 2024, the WCC hosted 5 mechanic courses, covering levels 1 to 3. Over 40 mechanics from 22 different countries completed various certification levels. Thanks to the UCI Solidarity Program, 21 countries also benefited from online level 1 mechanic courses. Looking ahead at 2025, we are developing additional modules focused on mechanic servicing during races. These are based on assessed present needs. In 2024, the WCC organized 5 coaching courses spanning levels 1 to 3, with 34 coaches from 34 different countries, achieving various levels of certification. Globally, 27 national federations hosted online level 1 and in-person level 2 coaching courses. Approximately 75% of participants received support from either UCI or Olympic Solidarity to complete their courses. We also observed a slight increase in women's participation in our coaching courses, with a percentage nearing around 50. Looking ahead to 2025, we plan to rely more on our satellites to deliver coach education content where possible. From early November 2023 to the end of March 2024, in partnership with the Université de Lausanne, we conducted our second certification of applied studies in cycling coaching course. We delivered 17 modules to 18 participants, covering topics from nutrition to aerodynamics to women's cycling, either online or in person at the UCI World Cycling Center or at the UNIL. Half of the participants received Olympic Solidarity funding to support their coach education studies. For our third edition, starting this November, having set a cap of 20 participants per edition, we have already received 19 requests, with 8 of these coming from women. Of those 19 requests, half are set to receive Olympic Solidarity funding assistance. Moving now to our satellite activities. The development satellites aim to foster the growth of cycling in various regions around the world. Essentially, these satellites replicate the development activities of the World Cycling Center in Switzerland, acting in effect as an extension. Similar to the UCI World Cycling Center in Aigle, their primary objective is to support the education of coaches, mechanics, commissaires, and the development of athletes, particularly from emerging nations. While many satellites boast facilities such as velodromes, BMX tracks, mountain bike trails, the driving force behind these satellites is the dedicated individuals who, in coordination with the WCC, create and implement programs to promote cycling growth in the different regions. These satellites operate with support from the UCI Solidarity Program, the IOC Solidarity Program, local governments, and private investments. As stated previously by our president, in 2024, the satellite network grew from 8 to 10 development satellites, now covering all 5 continents. In March, a new continental development satellite became operational in Cambridge, New Zealand. Here now to discuss the launch of the 10th satellite, I would like to invite UCI Management Committee member Ren Yuan to join me at the lectern. Note that she will be speaking in French. While she makes her way down to join me here, let's introduce this new satellite to everyone. Please roll the film.
Merci, Jacques. Monsieur le Président, chers membres du comité directeur de l'UCI, présidents et représentants des fédérations nationales, chers invités distingués, le satellite continental du développement de Shanghai, inauguré en mai, a attiré de nombreux dirigeants qui ont célébré les installations de pointe, conçues pour le développement des athlètes et la formation des entraîneurs et des mécaniciens de Chine, mais aussi des pays voisins d'Asie de l'Est. Plus précisément, le satellite de Shanghai offre une gamme d'installations de premier ordre cycliste, notamment un vélodrome très moderne, une piste de BMX, un parc de BMX freestyle, une salle de musculation et de conditionnement, une clinique de rééducation et puis des services complets d'hébergement et de restauration. Toutes ces caractéristiques font de ce satellite et de ses opérations un terrain propice à l'excellence dans le domaine du cyclisme. Et plus largement, l'île de Chongming Island, où se trouve ce satellite de Shanghai, jouit d'une réputation croissante en tant que pôle d'excellence cycliste. Elle a déjà accueilli depuis beaucoup d'années des courses UCI sur route féminine du plus haut niveau et elle devra accueillir les championnats du monde de piste en 2026. Comme nous l'avons mentionné, l'UCI et l'Association du cyclisme de Chine et le Centre mondial du cyclisme, l'UCI, ont l'intention d'utiliser ce satellite pour promouvoir les activités cyclistes qui profitent aux fédérations voisines. Cela inclut la formation des athlètes, des entraîneurs, des mécaniciens, élaboration du calendrier des compétitions, et cela contribuant à la mondialisation de notre sport. Faire partie du réseau satellite de développement CMC-UCI est un véritable honneur. Merci.
Merci, Iran. I'll now continue in English. On Wednesday, the UCI Management Committee approved the naming of the 11th development satellite, this time in Rwanda. Although the satellite has been granted regional status with a primary focus on road cycling, there's a significant potential to grow the discipline both in Rwanda and neighboring countries, tapping into tremendous potential. Driven by the growing popularity of cycling, partially due to the Tour de Rwanda and definitely with the UCI Road World Championships coming to Kigali in 2025, several cities and towns have shown great interest in contributing to the sport's growth. Consequently, the decision was made to not only focus on one location, but to establish 3 separate locations in the country, each offering unique advantages depending on the set goals. To the west, the well-known city of Musanze will attract coaching and mechanic courses, as well as camps for altitude acclimatization. Bugesera, closer to Kigali, will have a more developmental role with its pump track, close 2-kilometer road circuit, and quiet and flat roads heading down towards Nemba, close to the Burundi border. And finally, to the east, near Tanzania, the town of Wamagana will host elite and grassroots camps with a focus on women's cycling development. With the first ever UCI Road World Championships on the African continent taking place in Kigali in 2025, it makes perfect sense to ensure a lasting legacy in the form of this satellite. Since the end of 2022 and continuing through to the end of 2025, we've been leveraging the 2025 UCI Road World Championships in Kigali, Rwanda as a catalyst for the development of cycling in Africa. In short, though, our efforts have been focused on two fronts. At the micro level, with the help of the UCI WCC consultant, we have supported the Rwandan Cycling Federation, FEDERWASI, in building capacity in athlete development, coach mechanic, and commissaire education, as well as strengthening and establishing a national racing calendar. A robust competition calendar is crucial for strengthening a national cycling federation. It not only provides the riders with opportunities to learn through races, but also significantly enhances knowledge acquisition for coaches, mechanics, and commissaires. To this end, in 2024, the Rwandan Youth Racing Cup expanded to 8 races across the country, and the men's and women's junior Tour de Rwanda was introduced. On a broader scale, the Africa 2025 project continues to develop both male and female riders from multiple African countries. These athletes are growing through African and European training camps and races, with the goal of being competitive in the junior and U23 races at the upcoming 2025 UCI Road World Championships in Kigali, Rwanda. As mentioned earlier on by our president, on a broader scale, the Africa 2025 project, in partnership with ANOCA, CAC, and the IOC, continues to develop both male and female riders from multiple African countries. These athletes are growing through African and European training and camps and races, with the goal of being competitive in the junior and U23 races, the upcoming World Championships. On top of developing athletes, the knock-on effect of this project is the first-hand development of African coaches like Clint Hendricks from South Africa, Skabu Girmay from Ethiopia. While in Europe for months on end, these two coaches support the 14 odd athletes in providing individualized training programs, support and guidance in races, all the while getting acquainted themselves with international style of racing from a coaching perspective. Using this project as a backdrop, led by our education manager, in close collaboration with the IOC Solidarity Department, 12 coaches coming from countries like Eritrea, Algeria, Lesotho, Ethiopia, Namibia, Mali, Rwanda, Mauritius, and Egypt have spent time in Brittany, France to increase their coaching knowledge through hands-on, real-time interventions. At the December 13th Global Refugee Forum in 2023, the UCI and the WCC, in collaboration with the UNHCR, SCORT Foundation, and the Olympic Refugee Foundation, committed to supporting refugees living in camps through cycling activities that promote health and well-being. To kickstart this initiative, we have partnered with organizations like Peace and Sport, UNHCR, to develop cycling-focused educational programs. In 2025, we will launch this program in the Nyamata camp, enabling refugees to participate in activities at the Bugesera Regional Satellite in Rwanda. We aim to expand this experience to benefit other camps in the future. Furthermore, as demonstrated in Glasgow, and in Paris for the Olympics, we will continue to support refugee athletes in various world championships, particularly in road events. This past Sunday, you would have seen Yeru Gebru compete in the women's individual time trial, and both Amir Ansari and Badreddin Weiss in the men's time trial wearing the refugee colors. Both Yeru and Amir competed in the mixed team relay on Wednesday for the WCC, and we will see these 3 riders compete in both the women and men's races on the weekend. To conclude, closer to home at the World Cycling Center in Aigle, in 2024, we've started seeing significant benefits from installing solar panels to supplement our energy sources. Given that the building is over 20 years old, we've initiated renovation work in many areas and are planning to update the outdoor surfaces of the BMX Freestyle Park and the ramp leading into the UCI WCC building. In terms of activities, we've increased track cycling initiatives, expanded the rental of our spaces for seminars and shows, and boosted patronage at our restaurant, Le Vélodrome. We've also created excellent offerings for national teams and cycling groups to utilize all our cycling-specific facilities and dedicated accommodation in the heart of Aigle. These efforts to upgrade our facilities and enhance our offerings to the general public and sports enthusiasts have earned us the prestigious 2024 Swiss Location Award. And on that note, it has been a real pleasure being part of your cycling activities in 2024. Everyone at the WCC look forward to increasing our support to you all in 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacques. Thank you, Yuan. Great to see that 22 years after, the World Cycling Center continued to enlarge its mission. It's also the opportunity for me to thank Jean-Pierre Schrebel here with us today. He was a key stakeholder, I would say, at the beginning, together with Arne Verbruggen. It was their vision to ensure universality of our sport. And it's great that initially it started only with track cycling and road cycling. Now we have the 5 disciplines. We have many satellites. We are also taking care about the refugees. We had at the last Olympic Games more than 10 athletes from the World Cycling Center taking part in the Olympic Games. So it's clearly our mission, and we are probably one of the only, if not the only, international federation with a World Sports Center, a World Cycling Center for us, with clearly this mission to give the same opportunities to all the athletes in the world, and for them to reach their goal, to reach the highest level, and to be world champion, to be Olympic champion, or to take part in the top competitions. So now we have some solid satellites. It's working well at the World Cycling Center, and with a solid financial strategy that we have, we are able to support the activities from the World Cycling Center with some new satellites, as you saw. And thank you also, Ron, for your presentation. You are able to speak in English, in French, in many languages. So congratulations also to China. So thank you, Ron, and thank you, Jacques, for this clear and comprehensive report. Thank you very much. So now we will move to the next point on the agenda, which is Solidarity and Emerging Cycling Countries Commission and the report. So I will give the floor to Dr. Mohamed Ouagui Azam, President of the UCI Solidarity and Emerging Cycling Countries Commission, also UCI Vice President, and he will present the Solidarity Commission report, together also with Rose Etundi, UCI International Relations Director, and she will provide some figures about the UCI Solidarity Program. So, Doctor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. My colleagues, the members of UCI, and my colleagues, the Congress members. First of all, I would like to confirm and to support your candidature to the International Olympic Committee. And I ask myself and my colleagues, all my colleagues, with our powerful relations with our Olympic national committees, to work with you. All of us, we are behind you. And I confirm here now, you remember that, inshallah, you will succeed. I appreciate the opportunity to address the Congress on behalf of the Solidarity Commission. As we look to the future of cycling, solidarity stands as a key pillar of UCI's Agenda 2030. It is not just a value, but guiding principle that shapes how we support the global cycling community. Solidarity is more than just providing assistance. It embodies our mission to ensure that every national federation, regardless of size or resources, has the opportunity to thrive and grow. The UCI Solidarity Program, established in 2018, is central to this mission. It was specifically designed to support emerging and developing cycling nations, helping them to unlock their full potential. Through this program, we provide targeted support that empowers federations to take charge of their own development. The program operates through 4 key pathways: education, equipment, funding for special projects, and athlete development. In the next few slides, you will see pictures sent to us by national federations showcasing completed projects that have benefited from support across these pathways. These examples highlight the tangible impact of solidarity in fostering the growth of cycling worldwide. The first pathway of UCI Solidarity Program is education. Education is fundamental to building the autonomy of our national federations, a key focus in UCI's Agenda 2030. By investing in the development of coaches, mechanics, and commissaires, we empower federations to grow from within, equipping them with the knowledge and skills needed to succeed. Thanks to the cooperation with UCI World Cycling Center, we provide specialized courses and training programs tailored to the needs of each federation, ensuring long-term sustainability and success. The second pathway of UCI Solidarity Program is equipment. Providing the right equipment is essential for the development of cycling in emerging nations. This pathway supports national federations by ensuring they have the tools needed to grow their programs and develop athletes at all levels. By supplying bicycles, repair kits, and other necessary equipment, we empower federations to enhance grassroots development as well as their training competition capabilities. The third pathway of the UCI Solidarity Program is funding for special projects. This pathway supports national federations in developing specific initiatives that align with their development strategy. These projects can fall into 4 categories: women's cycling, cycling for all, sustainability, and paracycling. These initiatives are supported not only by UCI Solidarity, but also by various partnerships that federations establish locally and internationally. In this slide, you see the picture of cycling for all projects from Paraguay and Mauritius. These projects highlight how our solidarity support is making a tangible impact, especially in enhancing the cycling community in Mauritius and to promoting cycling among youth in Paraguay. The fourth pathway of the UCI Solidarity Program focuses on athlete development. This pathway is designed to support national federations in nurturing their athletes' potential and providing them with opportunities to compete and excel. Through various initiatives, we aim to create a robust environment that fosters growth and development for athletes at all levels. In this slide, you see pictures from training camp held at the UCI World Cycling Center satellites in Prompent, Canada, and Anadia, Portugal. These camps serve as crucial platforms for athletes to enhance their skills and gain valuable experience, further contributing to their journey in the sport. In 2024, we are proud to announce that 75 national federations have benefited from the UCI Solidarity Program. This achievement shows our commitment to fostering the growth of cycling globally and ensuring that support reaches those who need it most. Additionally, we are pleased to report that 1.56 million Swiss francs have been allocated for UCI Solidarity Program projects this year, reflecting our dedication to investing in the future of cycling. Thank you very much, Mr. President, about this. Your support is very strong. In just a moment, I will hand over the floor to Rose, Mrs. Rose, the UCI International Relations Director, who will provide further details about the projects and share some key figures related to our solidarity efforts. Please, Rose, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président de la Commission de solidarité de l'UCI. Cher Monsieur le Président de l'UCI, chers membres du comité directeur, chère Madame la Directrice générale, chères toutes et tous, je suis ravie de vous présenter les chiffres concrets du programme de solidarité de l'UCI. En 2024, nous avons approuvé et soutenu un total de 257 projets de solidarité, dont 213 proviennent des fédérations nationales et 44 des confédérations continentales. Les chiffres que vous voyez à l'écran témoignent de notre engagement envers le développement du cyclisme à l'échelle mondiale. Monsieur le Président de la Commission de solidarité nous a parlé des 4 piliers du programme de solidarité de l'UCI. Ces piliers peuvent également être traduits en chiffres. En 2024, 153 projets d'éducation ont été soutenus. Parmi ceux-ci, 64 étaient des cours pour entraîneurs, 43 pour mécaniciens et 46 pour commissaires. De plus, 231 vélos ont été envoyés à 36 fédérations nationales différentes. Le type de vélo expédié dépend bien sûr de la stratégie de développement de la fédération nationale et du projet associé à chaque demande de vélo. 54 projets spéciaux ont été soutenus dans les 4 catégories de projets spéciaux. Enfin, 3 camps d'entraînement ont été organisés dans différents satellites du Centre mondial du cyclisme de l'UCI pour 19 athlètes venus du monde entier. Pour le programme de solidarité de l'UCI 2025, nous introduisons plusieurs nouveautés. La création d'un catalogue de solidarité qui viendra compléter les lignes directrices du programme de solidarité, permettant ainsi aux fédérations nationales et aux confédérations continentales d'avoir une vue d'ensemble plus claire des services offerts par le programme de solidarité. Un nouveau formulaire de candidature sera mis en place, facilitant un processus plus simple et plus digeste. Cela permettra aux candidats d'exprimer clairement tous leurs besoins et à l'UCI de collecter des informations plus pertinentes, accélérant ainsi le traitement des demandes. La période de candidature pour les fédérations nationales commencera le 7 octobre et se terminera le 8 novembre. Il est très important de respecter ces délais et de présenter des projets qui s'alignent sur les lignes directrices du programme de solidarité de l'UCI. De plus, le département des relations internationales sera bien entendu disponible pour soutenir tous les candidats pendant la période de candidature avec des ateliers dédiés et en répondant aux questions des fédérations nationales. Comme vous pouvez le constater à l'écran, depuis 2018, l'UCI a engagé des efforts financiers significatifs pour soutenir les projets de solidarité. Ce budget stable au fil des ans démontre notre engagement continu à garantir un soutien durable aux fédérations nationales. Nous souhaitons ainsi accompagner le développement du cyclisme dans chaque pays, permettre à nos athlètes de s'épanouir sur la scène internationale et offrir des opportunités de formation pour le personnel du cyclisme. Ce soutien financier est essentiel pour construire un avenir solide et durable pour le cyclisme à travers le monde. Cet engagement se manifeste clairement à travers les chiffres présentés à l'écran. Vous pouvez constater que le nombre de projets soutenus par le programme de solidarité de l'UCI a considérablement augmenté au fil des années, passant de 39 projets lors de la première année, en 2018, à 257 en 2024. Je vous remercie pour votre attention et je redonne maintenant la parole à Monsieur le Président de la Commission de solidarité pour conclure ce rapport.
Thank you, Rose. As we conclude this presentation, it's clear that UCI Solidarity Program is making a significant impact on cycling development worldwide through our 4 pathways: education, equipment, special projects, and athlete development. We are not only supporting the national federations and the continental confederations, but also contributing to the broader goals of UCI Agenda 2030. The figures we have discussed today illustrate the growth of effectiveness of our initiatives, from the number of projects supported to the tangible benefits for our cycling community. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to all national federations and continental confederations for their incredible commitment and engagement. Your efforts are instrumental in making the UCI Solidarity Program a true game changer for the development of cycling across the globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Azam. Thank you, Rose, for this very clear and comprehensive report. You know, solidarity is key for us, and we'll continue to increase the funds allocated to solidarity. We have 2 ways, I would say. The first one is, of course, all what we are doing through the World Cycling Center, and you had the report from Jacques Landry just before. And the second part is the funds allocated directly to the confederations or to the national federations. And in this second category, we have three different types of funds. The first one is the funds allocated to the continental confederations for their normal activities, day-to-day business, and it's key also for them to have these activities. Second part is the solidarity funds for projects that are under the umbrella of the continental confederations. That means not only specifically for one country, but for the whole continent. And the third category are the funds that are directly allocated to national federations. And for this one, Rose gave you, I would say, all the details, and you have, I think, on Sunday morning or tomorrow morning, a meeting with Rose on this. But please respect the deadlines. So the application will open on the 7th of October until the 8th of November. So please apply in due times, because then we will have to approve these projects at the UCI Management Committee in January. And of course, if you are not able to apply on due time, it will not be possible for you to receive some funds, equipments, training session, and so on. And it's key for us to develop the cycling worldwide. And so we need you to respect all the specifications. So now let's move to, and you will of course have the opportunity to ask some questions at the end of the Congress for any questions you may have. We will now move to the last point of this agenda for this morning, at least before lunchtime, and we'll welcome on stage the UCI Sports Director, also an important report. And I will now give the floor to Peter van den Ebel, UCI Sports Director, to present his report to the UCI Congress.
National Federation presidents and delegates, UCI Management Committee members, UCI President, UCI Director General, ladies and gentlemen. We are making history in Zurich this week. The UCI Roadball Championships and the UCI Paracycling Roadball Championships joined together for the very first time in one single event. And for the occasion, we have a record number of participating nations for both road and paracycling road competitions. The elite individual time trial events were both won by the Paris 24 Olympic champions, Grace Brown and Remco Evenepoel. The time trial mixed team relay had a thriller finish, with Australia being just a fraction faster than Germany. The double of Kat Ferguson from Great Britain, another young cycling talent, which is combining multiple disciplines. And before I go any further, I would like to thank Swiss Cycling, the local organizing committee and its partners, the canton and the city of Zurich, and also the UCI partners for making this event possible. This is the second consecutive year that we organize an unprecedented event. I am, of course, referring to last year's UCI Cycling World Championships that saw 13 UCI World Championships taking place over 11 days in Glasgow and across Scotland. Our president, David Lapartien, had the ambitious vision to create this event, and all together, we delivered something incredible. Not only was it a huge sporting event, it was also an enormous and lasting impact worldwide. As the chair of the 23 UCI Cycling World Championships, Paul Booth, said, events of this scale not only provide the opportunity to create memorable experiences, but they have the power to connect, inspire, and transcend boundaries. We have started something big, and watch out. The second edition in Haute-Savoie, France in 2027 will even be bigger. Cycling continues to innovate. For example, with the first UCI Snowbike World Championships, we have shown the world once more that cycling can also be a winter sport. The venue for their first edition of the UCI Snowbike World Championships was Châtel in Haute-Savoie, France. It's a very popular winter resort for skiing, snowboarding, luge, ice skating, and now snowbike. But let's first take a look at a video from this year, and let's hear from the 24 UCI World Champions.
Super excited to be here. It's one of my first races on snow.
Yeah, it's definitely fun. I've never put my wheels in snow like this before, so it's a new experience for me and I'm really enjoying it. It's nice to be here in the mountains at a different time of year when they're covered in snow.
I'm so happy, and I just do the big run, yeah, so fast, and it's crazy. Yeah.
I'm feeling good now. I'm realizing I'm quite happy. I will definitely do it again.
Let me turn to another cycling discipline that traditionally takes place in winter, cyclocross. 1 week before the Snowbike World Championships, the UCI Cyclocross World Championship took place in Tabor, Czechia, where Dutchman Mathieu van der Poel gave another masterclass to win his 6th elite UCI world title in the discipline. Mathieu is at ease in several disciplines, and he will defend his rainbow stripes on the roads here in Zurich on Sunday. He's not the only multidiscipline athlete to emerge from cyclocross, which is a spectacular discipline in itself, but it's also one of the best cycling schools for agility, force, and bike skills. Puck Pieterse, Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, Thomas Pidcock are amongst the many riders who choose cyclocross skills or proving their worth in other disciplines. The 24 Cyclocross World Championships were also the last for Czechia's Zdeněk Štýbar, who was a UCI World Champion in the discipline in 2010, 2011, and 2014. The discipline farewells a great athlete. Thank you, Stevie. The event in Tabor once again confirmed his popularity of the discipline, and as the president said earlier on, let's see what the future holds for cyclocross. So that's our 2 winter disciplines, but we have staged other UCI World Championships since last Congress. Amongst them, 2 editions of the UCI Junior Track World Championships, one in Cali, Colombia in August 23, and last month, we took this junior track event for the very first time to China, Luoyang. This was the 4th time already the UCI Junior Track World Championships have been held in Asia, and the participation was excellent. 247 riders coming from 47 nations were present. That is 2 more nations than in Cali the year before. In October, the 2nd edition of the UCI Gravel World Championships took place in Treviso in the beautiful Veneto region of Italy. The format of elite riders and amateurs competing together is a huge success, with 1,265 riders from 45 nations at the start. Road specialist Kasia Niewiadoma and Matej Muric took the elite titles, but they needed plenty of skills to stay ahead on the technical gravel sections. The event was a true celebration of the popular gravel discipline and crowned 19 amateur UCI World Champions in the different age categories. All of them had qualified through events from the UCI World Gravel Series, which we do in collaboration with Golazzo. Moving to this year, we already hosted the UCI World Championships for two of our Olympic disciplines, namely BMX racing and mountain bike. In May, Rock Hill, South Carolina in the US hosted the UCI World Championships for BMX racing for the second time after 2017. American Elise Willoughby and Frenchman Yuri Daudet both won their third rainbow jerseys already. We have confirmation of just how popular this discipline is. I can announce that a record number of youngsters participated in the challenge classes in Rock Hill, namely 3,014. The UCI Mountain Bike World Championships are always a highlight, and this year they came just weeks after the Olympic Games in Paris. We came away from Andorra with so many memories. The one that sticks out is the Man Elite Olympic format victory for South African Alan Hatherley, who claimed his first ever UCI rainbow jersey just weeks after winning bronze in Paris, where he became the first African to win an Olympic mountain bike medal. As we celebrated one South African, we farewelled another one. Greg Minnaar chose Andorra to race his final UCI Mountain Bike World Championships. Greg was crowned downhill UCI World Champion for 4 times in between 2023 and 2021. What a career! The ovation he received in Andorra was testimony to his popularity. Thank you, Greg. Still on the topic of mountain bike, I must mention the first ever UCI Enduro and e-Enduro World Championships that were held in Val di Fassa, Trentino, Italy, just 2 weeks ago. This new event crowned four new UCI World Champions, all coming from France, as you can see on the picture. The UCI World Championships already held this year include paracycling track, a magnificent event in Brazil at the velodrome used for the Rio 2016 Olympic and Paralympic Games, and our UCI Cycling Track World Championships in 2028. Gran Fondo in Aalborg, Denmark, which attracted more than 3,270 riders from 74 countries. There is no doubt about the global popularity of our sport, and especially mass events. Talking about the global popularity of our sport, I will now turn to Paris 24 Olympic Games. Our president, David Lapartien, already talked you through it, but I would like to add a few details from my perspective. What an event! Our 5 Olympic disciplines were brilliantly showcased across the French capital, with cycling taking place on every day of the Games, and full gender parity for the first time ever. 514 athletes from 78 nations participated across the 5 disciplines, and 13 athletes participated in 2 disciplines, where mainly we had a crossover for mountain bike, but also, of course, on track. Countries from all 5 continents won at least 1 cycling medal, which is a clear proof of the universality of our sport. Portugal won their first Olympic gold, with victory in the men's Madison on track. We will remember the Portuguese celebrations in the Velodrome at Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines for a while. Other highlights on the track included 3 gold medals for the Flying Dutchman, Harry Lavreysen, and an impressive 5 medals for New Zealand, including 2 golds for their brilliant young sprinter, LSE Andrews. In BMX racing, France took control of the man elite with a clean sweep of the entire podium, while BMX freestyle crowned China's Yang Wendeng and Argentinian José Torres Gil. Elancourt was the stage of a remarkable mountain bike racing, a thrilling race by Tom Pidcock and the domination of Pauline Ferrand-Prévot. And let's not forget about Grace Brown, Olympic champion in the time trial less than 2 months after announcing her retirement at the end of the season. Will she still retire? We don't know. And the women's road race won by American Kristen Faulkner, plus the first ever cycling double at the Olympics, with Remco Evenepoel winning both the individual time trial and the road race. As said, all 5 confederations brought cycling medals home from the Paris 24 Olympic Games. Host France led the overall cycling medals table, followed by the Netherlands and Australia. But watch out for the US. They finished the Games in a close 4th place, but we expect them to try to move up in view of LA 28. 2.5 weeks after the Olympic closing ceremony, we were back in Paris for the Paralympic Games, another undisputed success for our sport. The 4 days of paracycling were sold out, with the 4,200 spectators packed velodrome into 4,200 spectators packed into the National Velodrome in Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines each day. The road competitions in Clichy-sous-Bois saw around 3,000 spectators per day line up in the streets on every day of the event. The highlights were so many, it is impossible just to pick one, but it's worth noting that, like for the Olympic Games, athletes from all continents claimed medals. Once more, France topped the medals table with 10 gold medals, 12 silver, and 6 bronze. Great Britain's Sarah Storey won 2 gold medals and has now 19 Paralympic titles across para-swimming and para-cycling. Chinese rider Zhang Yu Li took 2 wins on the track, broke a world record, and now has paracycling titles from every Paralympic Games since London 2012. So many stories emerged from the Paris 24 Olympic and Paralympic Games, which were a major goal of the year for many cyclists and paracyclists. But it's not over yet. There are still 7 UCI World Championships taking place over a year, including Gravel World Championships, Indoor Cycling World Championships, Cycling Esports as indicated by the President, Pump Track, Urban Cycling, and Track Cycling. We will hear more about the track discipline a little later from our UCI Vice President and President of the UCI Track Commission, Enrico de la Casa. So far, I have talked about the UCI World Championships, but we also have our UCI World Cups and other series that last all season and reward the most consistent athletes throughout the year. Some of these UCI World Cups are organized by the UCI, such as the UCI BMX Racing World Cup and the UCI Track Nations Cup. For others, we have sold the rights to external parties who have the resources to expand the series and make them to a new level. This is the case, for example, with Hurricane for the UCI BMX Freestyle World Cup, with City Mountain Bike for the UCI Mountain Bike Eliminator World Cup, Flanders Classics for the UCI Cyclocross World Cup, and last but not least, Warner Brothers Discovery for both the WHOOP UCI Mountain Bike World Cup and the UCI Track Champions League. These series have reached new heights in the last few years. Their popularity among fans and athletes has grown, and their visibility has massively increased. Meanwhile, professional road cycling continues to keep fans all over the world on the edge of their seats. So far, the UCI World Tour saw Mathieu van der Poel taking charge of the one-day classics, while the Grand Tour's Primož Roglič claimed his fourth victory in the Vuelta. Tadej won the Giro d'Italia and already for the third time the Tour de France. The UCI Women's World Tour is equally exciting. Demi Vollering leads the rankings, but she has not had it all her way. After winning the Vuelta a España Femenina, the Dutch rider lost out to Kasia Niewiadoma in the Tour de France Femme by Zwift by just 4 seconds after a nail-biting ascension on the Alpe d'Huez on the final day. The other Grand Tour, the Giro d'Italia, went to Italian Elisa Longoborghini. This means that the 3 Grand Tours, the winners from 3 different countries and also 3 different teams. Women's cycling is in a good health. Our UCI Vice President and President of the UCI Athletes Commission, Katharina Nash, will give you more details related to women's cycling and gender equity a bit later. As the racing becomes more tense, the need to tighten up safety becomes more urgent. We have taken big strides this year to improve the security of riders and all people at professional road cycling events. We have a new structure called SAFER, which is dedicated to safety. Before going further, I would like to refer to the speech given by our Director General this morning when she talked about New Zealand cycling and Paralympics new cycling working together and seeing unity as an opportunity to do more. That is exactly what we are doing when it comes to safety, working together in unity. SAFER includes representatives of all cycling stakeholders, the riders, the teams, and the organizers. We all work together with the common goal to improve safety. SAFER drew up recommendations for measures that are undergoing test phases at selected UCI World Tour and UCI Women's Tour World Tour races in 2024. This test phase started on the 1st of August and will finish at the end of August before undergoing a full analysis. Our president mentioned that the tests include a restriction on the use of earpieces, extending the sprint zone rule from 3 to 5 kilometers, simplifying the method for calculating time gaps at stages with a bunch finish, and also a yellow card system, which aims to prevent anyone at a race, not just the riders to precise, from behavior that could jeopardize the safety of an event. No sanctions are imposed during this test phase, but from January 1st next year, riders, sport directors, and anyone else in the race convoy could also be subject to suspension due to an accumulation of yellow cards. Let's see how this will work through this video.
SAFAR is an independent body that unites riders, teams, event organizers, and the UCI with the aim of improving safety in professional road cycling. SAFAR recommended the introduction of a new system to further reinforce safety during professional road races: yellow cards. Let's take a quick look at it. At races, any person in the race convoy rider, sport director, other drivers and motorbike riders who commit offenses likely to pose a risk to the safety of the competition could receive a yellow card. The 21 race incidents concerned are listed in the table of the UCI regulations. According to the number of yellow cards received in a given time, the person concerned can be disqualified or even suspended from races. Anyone who receives 2 yellow cards will be disqualified and suspended for 7 days, starting on the day following receipt of the second yellow card. Anyone who receives 3 yellow cards within a 30-day period will be suspended for 14 days, starting on the day following receipt of the third yellow card. Anyone who receives 6 yellow cards within a 1-year period will be suspended for 30 days, starting on the day following receipt of the 6th yellow card. The system aims to make all people in the race convoy more responsible by introducing the monitoring of bad conduct over time and consequently encouraging respectful behavior. Together, we will contribute to improving safety at road races.
All organizers of events on the UCI international calendar are required to appoint a safety manager, who must complete the UCI Safety Manager course, introduced last year for events on the UCI World Tour, UCI Women's World Tour, and UCI Pro Seas calendar. This course now applies to safety managers of Class 1 and Class 2 events. This year, 157 safety managers completed the course. Safety is also a key element in our training of the UCI commissaires, and we have already begun online training for the introduction of the yellow cards. Commissaires have a massive task. In 24, there are 411 race days across the UCI World Tour, UCI Women's World Tour, and UCI Pro Series. Of the 388 race days in Europe, 240 are covered by a video assistance referee. The UCI also continues to develop a commissaire's 360 degrees evaluation, combining an online evaluation, an in-competition evaluation, an evaluation by the organizers, but also an auto-evaluation. Looking to the future, there's a great deal to look forward to in cycling, not least the 24 UCI Cycling Esports World Championships, powered by MyWhoosh in Abu Dhabi, of which you saw a clip during the President's speech. Also, the IOC launching the 25 Olympic Esports Game in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The 25 UCI Mountain Bike World Championships in Valais, Switzerland, that will bring together all the major mountain bike formats in one single event. So here also, we'll speak about grouped mountain bike World Championships. Of course, the 25 UCI Road World Championships in Kigali, Rwanda, which will be the first ever Road World Championships in Africa, and also the first time that we will have a separate under-23 category for the women. Of course, we're looking forward to 2016 Road World Championships in Montreal, Canada, where their World Tour events always have the best international participation. Other upcoming major events will be the 26 Youth Olympic Games in Dakar, of course, our second edition of the Group World Championships in Haute-Savoie, and of course, LA 28 and the Paralympic Games in Los Angeles, where the President announced with pleasure that our 5 Olympic disciplines, which had their competitions in Paris, will still remain on the program in LA 28. Yes, the next Olympic and Paralympic Games are 4 years away, but time goes very quick. Our UCI president had a vision to award all the UCI World Championships for the next Olympic cyclists. So from Paris 24 to LA 28. I am pleased to say that, apart from track, this is the case. Later in this Congress, you will have the missing pieces of the puzzle. We will award the last vacant UCI World Championships for the next 4 years, so everyone has a clear vision until 28 and even beyond. UCI President, Director General, UCI Management Committee members, thank you for your support, dedication, and positive spirit. Your implication and commitment are a driving force and a source of motivation for me, my entire sports team, and the entire UCI staff. Thank you. Vive le vélo.
Thank you, Peter, for this the full report about the sports activities. And of course, your department remains at the heart of the UCI as we speak about sport. And no need to say that Peter is an expert. He was Olympian in mountain bike. He was professional cycling on the road. He was world champion on BMX. BMX freestyle was not available at the time, otherwise he would have tried BMX freestyle. And of course, he was national champion on cyclocross too. So Peter is an expert. And when it comes to cycling, we have sometimes some very technical discussions together, because I think it's also key to be connected with the sport, of course, in the UCI. So thank you, Peter. Thank you to your team. And as you mentioned, the goal was really to award the next edition, at least for the next Olympic cycle. But you will see even later today that we'll go further than this, probably until 2030. So it's good to have at least 6 years in advance for all our events. So thank you, Peter. And now it's time for the break. So I will propose that we will be back here. We are running a little bit late, but it's not a drama. So we will be back here at 2:45 precisely, so 2:40 in the room in order to be at 2:45. So the lunch, if I'm correct, is downstairs, at this level and downstairs. So let's be back at 2:45. Please take your seat. It's with great sadness that the UCI, Swiss Cycling, whose co-president Patrick Unger is next to me here, and the organizing committee of the 2024 UCI Road and Para Road World Championship in Zurich have learned the sad news of the passing of young cyclist Muriel Führer. The international cycling community has lost a rider who had a bright future ahead of her. Muriel fell heavily yesterday during the women's junior road race. She suffered a serious head injury before being flown to hospital by helicopter in a very critical condition. Sadly, Muriel Führer died today at the Zurich University Hospital. The UCI and the organizing committee of the 2024 UCI Road and Para Road World Championships offer their sincere condolences to Muriel Führer's family, friends, and a national federation, Swiss Cycling. In consultation with the city and the canton of Zurich, and as a sign of mourning, the UCI and the local organizing committee of the 2024 UCI Road and Paracycling Road World Championship have decided to cancel the UCI Gala dinner scheduled on Saturday evening. I would like you to observe 1 minute of silence in memory of Muriel Führer. Thank you. So we still have a busy program ahead of us, and our thoughts are with, of course, Muriel's family, Swiss Cycling, and all the cycling friends here. And before we begin the first point in this Congress agenda for this afternoon, I would like to welcome on stage the Honorable Lionel Ngimea, founding member of the Nauru Cycling Federation, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and former President of the Republic of Nauru, to receive the certificate of affiliation for the Nauru Cycling Federation. As you know, that we approved this morning the affiliation of the Nauru Cycling Federation. And I will ask Tony to come with me. And thank you very much for your trip, because you arrived 2 hours ago directly from Nauru. You can have a look on the map. It's a long trip to come here, so thank you very much, Your Excellency, to be with us and to receive, in the name of the Nauru Cycling Federation, this certificate of affiliation. And as I told you this morning, we have now 205 members in the UCI. So welcome to Nauru. It's probably one of the smallest federation by the size of the country. We have even our friends from the Vatican behind, but I think there is around 10,000 inhabitants in the country of Nauru. Thank you very much, and welcome also to Palau. Then we will move to the next point on the agenda, which is the track report, and I will welcome Enrico Della Casa, UCI Vice President and President of the Track Commission, to step up to the lectern to present an overview of the activities related to track cycling.
Thank you, President. Mr. President of the Union Cycliste Internationale, members of the UCI Management Committee, President of National Federations, dear friends. It's my honor and privilege to present to you the reform of track discipline, which will come into force on the 1st of January 2025. But before I give you my presentation, I have the pleasure to share with you a video of the 2023 UCI Track Champions League.
Time for the third edition of the UCI Track Champions League. Palma Arena is ready. The question is, are you?
4 leagues, 4 prizes to be won. The Champions League winners tonight will be crowned. Maximum heart rate there, as you said, the max power as well. C'est allé très très vite dans cette finale.
The Champions League starting to be becoming a big thing in track cycling.
This rivalry is a very special one in track cycling at the moment.
Delight for the British crowd.
Huge celebrations here, and rightly so.
First, allow me to briefly review the history of this fascinating discipline. The history of cycling essentially began on the track, with the first World Championships reserved for amateur in 1893. 2 years later, in 1895, the Cologne track brought together the best professionals in sport. Until 1914 and the First World War, the aristocrats of the track, as the sprinter in the silk jerseys were they known, competed in matches watched by thousands of spectators. The velodrome were filled of spectators, and at the Track World Championships, the winner took home far more prize money than the winner of the Tour de France. To this category of fast rider, we added the stayer. These intrepid riders rode behind the big motorbikes, and the first World Championships also date back to 1893. In 1896, the track cycling made its appearance at the first modern Olympic Games. In Athens, 5 events were on the program: the lap time trial, 333 meters, the 2,000 meters, the 10 kilometers, and 2 long distances, the 100 kilometers and the 12 hours. Since then, track events have invariably featured on the program of the Olympic Games. Between the wars, sprinting and middle distance were still very much in vogue. In 1946, the sprinters were still filling the velodrome, and the matches were often sold out. From 1993, the events became open, bringing together professionals and amateurs. Several new disciplines were successively added to the World Championships program, including the pursuit since 1946, the kilometer since 1966, the points race and carrying since 1980, the scratch race since 2002, the Omnium since 2007, the Elimination Race in 2021, and team events with the Pursuit 1962 and Madison 1995. And let's not forget the women, who also had their own track world championships since 1958. The track discipline is one of the UCI's important and historic pillars. Since the Sydney Olympic Games in 2000, the UCI has worked hard to reform and modernize track events, so that at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games, there was a total parity between men and women in the 6 Olympic disciplines. As I remember, we are talking about sprint carrying, team sprint, that's for the sprint event, and Omnium and Madison for the endurance event. But the UCI has not waited for Paris 2024 Olympic Games to work on the future of this discipline. And as early as November 2023, we put in place a reform for the next Olympic period, 2024-2028. The reform is based on 4 main areas: the revision of the sport disciplines, the revision of the regulations, the revision of various rankings, and the revision of the velodrome homologation criteria. Concerning the sporting specialties, well, first, a brief reminder that the track specialties currently contested, including Olympic Games disciplines, would represent 12 medals. And you have on the screen the Olympic Games discipline, sprint carrying and team sprint, team pursuit, Omnium, and Madison. We have worked on the distances of the events to make them more attractive and understandable for spectators and the media, without forgetting the aspect of equality between men and women. And again, on the screen, you will see that individual pursuit would be 4 kilometers for the elite categories, men and women, the junior 3 kilometers, men and women, and we'll remove the 500 meters, and from the 1st of January 2025, that will be the kilometer time trial for all disciplines. Concerning scratch race, the same distances for men and women elite and junior, and tempo race, also the same distances, men and women in the junior and the elite categories. A new coordination of the events on the UCI calendar to announce by the end of the year the calendar of the Track Nations Cup events for the next Olympic period, 2025-2028. This will provide a clear vision and enable the National Federation to plan ideally for their participation in the next Olympic Games in Los Angeles 2028. About the rankings, we currently have 68 different rankings. With the reform that has been put in place, we will have just 30 rankings, which will make them easier to understand. So we created an endurance ranking, including Omnium, scratch race, points race, and elimination race events, and the sprint ranking, includes sprint and carrying. Then team events, so Madison ranking, team pursuit ranking, and team sprint ranking. There will be no ranking for the kilometer TT and the individual pursuit, and you will see after why the reason of that. Concerning the rules, one of our main objectives was to revise completely the UCI rules to make them more understandable and open up the participation to more national federations to our events. First, the new eligibility criteria for the World Championships. Remove the condition of participation to the UCI Junior Track World Championships in order to take part to the Elite World Championships. And also, we remove the condition of minimum UCI points. This is to enlarge the possibility of the National Federation to take part to our Elite World Championships. An adjustment of the quota for the World Championships. As you can see, we adapt the quota for the sprint and carrying. No more quota for kilometer and individual pursuit. These 2 events will be totally open to the National Federation. They will be able to register a rider even without points. And then, as I said, and then the new UCI ranking structure adapted to the new quota for the World Championships. And about the homologation of the velodrome, well, this is a very complex structure. Over the last few years, we have noticed that many velodromes have been built without prior monitoring by the UCI. Unfortunately, this has forced many builders to make post-construction modifications, which, as you can imagine, generates additional costs. We have set up a pre-approval procedure to monitor the construction of the velodrome step by step. And you have on the slide all the steps. So, dear delegates, this is a summary, very quick summary of the track reform shown in these few slides, but which, as you can imagine, is naturally much more complex. I would like to thank the UCI Sport Department and its director, Peter Modena-Bele, as well as the track department and its coordinator, Jessica Grandbois, for having drawn up and implemented the reform requested by the UCI Track Commission, which I share. We will, of course, continue to work and remain at your disposal for any suggestion you may have. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Enrico. Thank you also for the leadership you have in this commission. You were also previously a track rider in Switzerland at the time, in Lausanne. You are leading this commission. You have been working at the time 20 years ago, even more, as a track coordinator in the UCI. So you know this discipline by heart, and it's nice to have you leading this important discipline for the UCI with more than half of the medals in the Olympic program. So thank you for all the modifications. I think it will help to simplify track cycling and to look at the future. And thank you also to Jessica, with you and your commission and all the members. So thank you very much. And if you have some questions at the end of the Congress, we have the open questions. And for sure, Enrico will be more than happy to answer the questions you may have. So now we'll move to the point number 18, which is the report on women's cycling. And let's now welcome Mrs. Katharina Nash, UCI Vice President and President of the Athletes Commission. And she will present the activities of women's cycling and the strengthening of gender parity for our sport. The floor is yours, Katharina.
Hi, everyone attending the Congress. My name is Katharina Nash, and today I will give you an update on women's cycling and the UCI efforts to strengthen gender parity. In my presentation, I will focus on women's cycling while covering a couple different disciplines, governance, and our solidarity program. As mentioned earlier, Paris 2024 was the first ever Olympics where gender balance was reached for all our cycling disciplines. In addition to the quotas for the time trial, we also had the same course for men and the same distance for men and for the women. Here in Zurich and across all the other World Championship, UCI awards equal prize money for both men and women. Now let's take a look at the decision-making bodies of the UCI. So according to our constitution, there has to be at least one UCI vice president must be a woman. And we, compared to the last mandate of the Management Commission, we now have 6 women present here today. And let me tell you, in the last term, I was the only woman in the room, and our current group certainly reflects more balance, and it shows in our decision-making. On top of that, 42% of the UCI staff are now women. UCI continues to invest in training and development program for women. This slide shows a couple examples of that. UCI does offer training opportunities for sport directors as well as mechanics, which program hosted by IOC this year helped female coaches to prepare for the Olympic Games in Paris. And 4-week online training program called Women Lead Sport. I graduated from this program, and it helped me to be more effective negotiator between the executive board and the athletes. Our very own UCI Women's Continental Team is designed to help young women from regions of the world where there's very little cycling development or none at all. Let me mention a couple of the biggest highlights of this year. I know some of these have been mentioned before, but I want you to understand how important and big these are. Some of the athletes get to represent their countries at the Paris Olympics this summer. And on September 8, our Afghan rider Fariba Hashima won a C1 category race. Now let's take a second and pause on talking about cycling and take a look at women's cycling.
You know, women's cycling is so great to watch and so exciting. And you can even ask a pro like Mike Cavendish, who wrote on Twitter that in Bergen, the women's race was definitely the most exciting of the whole week.
Cycling has changed a lot. We have fans now, that we have people that would like to watch a women's race. And I think that's where it starts.
I'm super lucky to have my career right now in this revolution moment that everything is happening.
The top level of women's cycling is getting bigger and bigger. I mean, we have more and more riders who arrive in the late final, and also teams, they just get like bigger as a team. So yes, I think this year maybe it's going to be more difficult.
And the winner of the gold medal.
When I started riding, I was the only girl in my club team. Women's cycling didn't really exist in Poland.
Quando ho cominciato a fare ciclismo rispetto a come è il ciclismo ai giorni d'oggi del femminile è veramente diverso e credo che le donne abbiano fatto passi da gigante.
We always knew it was different than men's cycling, and it still is, and it needs to be.
Women's cycling is almost unrecognizable since when I first started. Obviously the competition stays the same. It's always been hard, but the professionalism has increased. The opportunities for women are way more than they used to be, and I'm proud and grateful to everyone that's been a part of that growth.
I want to be able to live of cycling, even though a lot of people told me, as a woman, like, you're not going to be able to live of cycling.
Notamment avec la création du World Tour féminin en 2016 et puis l'alignement des minimums de salaire en 2023. Enfin, tout ce qu'on a fait sur le cyclisme féminin fait qu'aujourd'hui, on a une véritable explosion du cyclisme féminin.
Marianne Vos, Nederland.
It means a lot for race organizers that they can have sponsors which pay money for races. So it all starts with having fans.
I don't think we need to make huge leaps too quickly. I think it's really important that every step we take is sustainable, and I think we're on the right direction.
It's nice to see that women's cycling is progressing right now. And just like being the part of it is very rewarding.
On this slide, you can see the timeline of some of the major events that have been added to the women's calendar last few years, and also what is coming for 2025. Please take a moment and check out these slides with the first Paris-Roubaix in 2021, and it's hard to believe that we're only 3 years into the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift. We've had 3 different winners and the smallest margin ever for this year's edition, which was very exciting. In 2025, we will see implementation of UCI Women's Pro Tour. We will have separate U23 category at the upcoming Road World Championship Kigali, Rwanda, and we'll also see the first edition of Milano Sanremo Dome. So following the success of women's cycling in the last few years, UCI decided to introduce UCI Women's Pro Team 1 year earlier than originally scheduled. This will ultimately lead to more development with more riders benefiting from the structure of second division team. This also means the structure of team is now the same for men and for the women. Following on that slide, you can see the requirement for UCI Women's Pro Team, where riders have to have full-time contract with the minimum salary, at least 10 riders per team, as well as 4-person staff with full-time contract. And another important part, two best UCI Pro teams from the previous season will also receive mandatory invitation to all UCI World Tour events. Here we can see some key figures of our UCI Women's World Tour team. We have a little bit more data to give you here because these teams have been around for a little bit longer, for a few more years. And as you can see, the trend is very positive, and we have seen a huge increase in average annual salaries. For example, from 8,000 euros in 2018 to 85,000 in 2024. The average budget of the UCI Women's World Tour team has gone from 1.2 million in 2020 to 3.8 million in 2024. We continue to see growing number of multidiscipline athletes. So let's take a look at some of the other disciplines to give us a full idea of what has been implemented over the years. I will talk about cyclocross on this slide, and it's always a good reminder to know that in order to appreciate where we are, we have to remember where we came from. And this slide really showcased a steady, good progression in cyclocross, where women's category was added in 99-2000 season. Women's category was added then to the World Cup in 2002-2003 season. In 2015-16, U23 category has been added. From 2018-2019 season, we've had equal prize money for overall World Cup standing, and then followed by equal prize money for all the World Cup rounds. We also, as female athletes, fought hard for increase in time of the actual race, and we accomplished that around the same time. And in the season 22-23, we have seen team relay with mandatory mixed roster representing all 6 different categories. So on the last slide, you could see the steady progress. It was a strategy that was designed to be sustainable, to take a few years. Decided not to implement that overnight approach and change everything from day 1 to 2, because we really wanted to find a good balance for the athletes, for the race organizers, and for the national team. As you can see, there's always more work to do, and we'll definitely do that work. I got my cycling start in mountain biking. I didn't even know about inequality in cycling until I entered cyclocross about 10 years later. Mountain biking has had gender equity since its first joined UCI racing. It had same courses and same prize money from day 1. So the differences between the two disciplines were eye-opening for me. I could have joined the group of complainers, or I could get involved and help to build a better future for the next generation. I have been part of women's cycling for the last 20 years, and I absolutely love the work we have done. Both for me personally as an athlete and as an executive. It's been a pleasure to present on women's cycling, the progress we have made, and I want to say a big thank you to everyone involved in women's cycling. It means a lot, all your efforts, and we've appreciated. And of course, the final thank you goes to our female athletes for rewarding us with another year of incredible racing, and more to come this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katarina, for your involvement in this very clear and comprehensive report. Nice to see all the efforts that we've done. It was and it's still a long journey, but a lot have been done. I want to thank also my two predecessors here, Pat and Brian, because I know they've done also a lot to enlarge women's cycling. That was our common goal at the time also with the Women's World Tour. And now it's great. For the first time, we have the same minimum salaries at the World Tour level. And we can see that now they can earn their life with cycling, which was clearly not the case before. And you mentioned some key figures. At the Olympic Games, it was the same. So it's clear that there is also a bright future, a lot of opportunities. There is still more to do, and we'll, as you mentioned in your report, and you will continue to push hard for this. But thank you, Katarina, for all your efforts, and also to you, but also to your colleagues, and more specifically the women in the UCI Management Committee, but in the name of course, of all the athletes, also for you, in the name of all the members here. And every year we can see also in this Congress more and more women. And that's great. It's also great to see that all the efforts that we are doing are not only at the highest level, but also in the national federations, in the continental confederations, in the teams, everywhere. And we believe there are a lot of opportunities, and we must continue to push for this long journey. So thank you very much, Katarina. And now we will move to the next point of the agenda, which is the point 19, report on the UCI's sustainability policy. And I will welcome on stage Mr. Tony Mitchell, President of the Cycling for All and Sustainable Cycling Commission, also President of the Oceanian Cycling Confederation. He will come to the lectern to present the activities relating to the UCI sustainability policy. So the floor is yours, Tony.
Dear President, Management Committee members and national federations, on behalf of the UCI, I am pleased to share an update on the most recent progress made within the area of cycling for all and sustainability. While the year of 2023 was very fruitful in terms of new sustainability deliverables and initiatives, the area of cycling for all was our key focus, with several new tools and initiatives launched, which I am delighted to share with you today. But before I begin, let me remind everyone of the main objectives and actions guiding the Cycling for All and Sustainability Unit within the UCI. Advocating through political lobbying and active mobility promotion. Examples include collective action on World Bicycle Day and engaging with policymakers around the world to adopt bike-friendly policies. Inspiring through impactful campaigns, programs and events that mobilise the cycling family, such as the UCI Bike City label and the UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum. Educating via practical tools, guidelines and best practice examples. This is evident from the UCI Sustainability Guidelines and a brand new guide that I will present to you today. collaborating with organisations around the world to strengthen collective impact and reach. And these include the Partnership for Active Travel and Health, ITDP Cycling Cities, the United Nations Sport for Climate Action Framework, and the United Nations Sport for Nature Framework. The UCI has a unique role to play in transforming cities, given our global presence and our passion for the bicycle. And now that we have 28 bike cities and regions around the world that have the Bike City label, we have overwhelming evidence of the benefits and also success stories to share. And it gives me great pleasure to announce to you today the official launch of the UCI Bike City Pathway. The pathway provides a guidance for cities and regions seeking to obtain the UCI Bike City label in the future. But more than that, it provides the opportunity for any city on any continent to benefit from the guidance on cycling for all in order to create healthier, safer, and more resilient communities. It contains best practice references and case studies from our UCI bike cities, which can be replicated by cities and regions around the world. The pathway will grow and strengthen the narrative within the sports community regarding the promotion of cycling for all and active mobility. So when national federations, bike groups, and city transport departments are seeking money to invest in cycling promotion, they will be able to draw on the UCI Bike City Pathway as a credible international resource. The pathway is based on the 10 UCI Bike City label criteria. It equips cities with the necessary tools, case studies, and expert resources to transform into thriving, bike-friendly communities, fostering a safer, healthier, and sustainable future for all. Let's watch a short video on the new guide.
The mission of the Union Cycliste Internationale is to develop cycling at all levels, from elite competitions through to riding for leisure and transport. The UCI's Agenda 2030 sets clear goals to make cycling the sport of the 21st century, to develop a way of life around the bike, and to create safer, healthier, and more resilient communities. So far, 28 cities and regions from 16 countries and 4 continents have received the UCI Bike City or Region label. All have outstanding strategies to combine hosting UCI events with the promotion of cycling for all. But we want more cities and regions to reap the long-term benefits of making cycling a way of life. For this, we have developed the UCI Bike City Pathway. This new guide is a blueprint to help cities and regions get more people on bikes. The pathway focuses on the following 10 steps: ensuring cycling events leave a lasting legacy, establishing a clear, long-term cycling strategy, dedicating funds for the promotion of cycling, creating better infrastructure for bikes, increasing cycle usage, promoting road safety, organising mass participation in closed road events, providing children's cycling education, implementing measures to promote sustainability, measuring and monitoring progress. The UCI Bike City Network, and the cycling family are delighted to share a common vision, testimonials, expertise, and recommendations when it comes to organising impactful events and competitions, becoming a reputed cycling destination, and improving the mobility landscape. Using the UCI Bike City Pathway, you can act today to transform the world of tomorrow.
As you have just seen in the video, the pathway guides cities and regions to a bike-friendly future. Based on the 10 steps featured on screen, these 10 steps are: ensuring cycling events leave a lasting legacy, establishing a clear long-term cycling strategy, dedicating funding for the promotion of cycling, creating dedicated and safe cycling infrastructure, increasing cycling modal share, promotion and promoting road cycling and road cycling safety, organising mass participation and closed road events, providing children's cycling education, implementing measures to promote sustainability, and of course, we must measure and monitor the progress. The guide in particular helps through its case studies that it has from cities and regions that have successfully obtained the Bike City label or the region label, providing practical insights and examples of effective strategies and initiatives. Again, the UCI has an important role to play in transforming cities, given our global presence and also the 28 Bike City labels that we now have. We encourage all national federations to download the document, which is now available on the UCI website. And I'd also just like to mention Brian Cookson as well, who I know, Brian, in your time as president, you initiated the Bike City label as well. So thank you for the vision that you had. I hope we are living up to that with what we have done now, and that we have 28 Bike Cities. The UCI Bike City label also allows us to recognise cities and regions which invest in both elite level competitions and events, as well as everyday cycling initiatives, infrastructure, and the promotion in the wider community. And we are proud to share with you today 2 new label recipients, which were confirmed by the Management Committee this week: the province of Treviso, Italy, and the city of Tokyo in Japan. Congratulations to Treviso and Tokyo. I'm also pleased to say that Treviso and Tokyo will receive their awards during the UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum later this year in December in Abu Dhabi. Now, with these new labels, the network that the UCI Bike City and regions now has is not just 28 cities and regions, but we are in 15 countries and we are in 4 continents across the world. On the 23rd of July, the UCI launched a call for applications for the first ever UCI Cycling for All and Sustainability Awards. The awards will recognise outstanding initiatives implemented by members of the cycling family that have positive social and environmental impact, promote active mobility, and encourage everyday cycling. These cycling family members include professional riders, teams, national federations, event organisers, and UCI Bike Cities and Regions. Submitted applications will also be used to promote, via the UCI communications channels, actions taken within the sport to create positive and social environmental impact. This will lead to the establishment of a worldwide database of best practices led by cycling stakeholders. The UCI will announce the award winners during the 2024 UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum, taking place on the 18th and 19th of December in Abu Dhabi. Awards will be presented in the 4 following categories: UCI Cycling for All Award, recognising a cycling initiative with significant social impact; UCI Climate Action Award, recognising a cycling initiative with positive environmental impact; the UCI Bike City Award, recognising the most innovative projects submitted by UCI Bike Cities and Regions; and the UCI Rainbow Award, a special discretionary award selected by the jury out of all submissions. We have extended the deadline for applications to Monday, the 14th of October 2024, so we highly encourage all national federations to apply. This is your opportunity to share your projects with the world and to be recognised for your actions to promote cycling for all in all its forms. The 2024 UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum will take place on the 18th and 19th of December in Abu Dhabi, in collaboration with the Abu Dhabi Sports Council. The conference day will focus on the following 4 themes: riders as champions for change, cycling cities around the world, cycling towards a sustainable future, and cycling strategies to grow cycling tourism. The forum will also allow delegates to learn from experts during workshop sessions and to discover Abu Dhabi's cycling infrastructure via bike tours on the second day. And again, we encourage all national federations to attend this event, as it will be a key opportunity to learn from experts, network with a diverse and highly skilled set of professionals working in cycling promotion. You'll also be able to understand how you can create a cycling-friendly environment in your own country. In July, the UCI launched a call for bids to host the 25, 26, 27 and 28 UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum. Today, we are also delighted to share with you the names of the cities which have been confirmed by the UCI Management Committee to host the next two editions of the forum. First, and looking towards next year, congratulations to the city of Copenhagen in Denmark, who will host the 2025 Mobility and Bike City Forum as part of the Copenhagen Sprint UCI World Tour event in June. As the first city to receive the UCI Bike City label, it will provide an in-depth look at the synergy between professional cycling events and everyday cycling initiatives, offering behind-the-scenes experiences and highlighting the potential of legacy sporting events. Secondly, as we move towards 2026, I would like to congratulate the City of Quebec in Canada, who will host the 26th Mobility and Bike City Forum in October, alongside the Mont Stian UCI Mountain Bike World Cup. The event will be organised in collaboration with Velo Quebec, along with various partners who are deeply interested in engaging mobility and the promotion of active lifestyle cycling among the population. Finally, let me end my presentation with a look back at the Sustainability Report, which was launched last October during the Mobility and Bike City Forum in Bruges. As the first ever sustainability report published by the UCI, it provides an overview of the comprehensive work undertaken by the UCI since 2021, undertaken to make cycling one of the world's most sustainable sports and promote the bicycle as a key transport mode in combating climate change, improving population health, and building a more sustainable future for all. It also outlines the UCI Climate Transition Plan and a detailed roadmap for how the UCI will meet its objectives to reduce emissions by 50% by 2030. Finally, and most importantly, it also provides a complete overview of the UCI's objectives and actions to embed sustainability across the different pillars of the organisation until and beyond 2030, with a revised and strengthened sustainability strategy aligned with the UCI Agenda 2030. I must also recognise the team at the UCI that is behind all this hard work as well on sustainability and cycling for all. I offer a massive thank you and appreciation to Christophe, Isabella, Valentine, and Sandrine. You can all be very proud of the legacy that you are creating for the UCI in the area of cycling for all and sustainability. All the resources that I've shared with you today are available again on the UCI website, and I encourage all national federations to work hand in hand with the UCI to get more people on bikes, whether it be for sport, leisure, transport, or for just simply having fun. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Tony. You have the passion for this topic. It's not only your mission in the UCI, but also your job in Auckland, New Zealand. That's great. And you know you have the passion also for cycling. And you know, Tony, I received this morning some socks from Cycling for Climate, and it's starting from dark blue to red because it's becoming hot and hot. So Tony, I have maybe a pair of socks for you. So thank you very much, because that's really a key topic. Thank you also to Isabella and all the team behind you. So thank you, Tony. Let's move to the next point, which is the point number 20, reports on the UCI's medical activities. And I will switch to French. Je vais maintenant accueillir le professeur Bigard, le directeur médical de l'UCI, qui va nous présenter son rapport des activités médicales.
Monsieur le Président de l'UCI, Mesdames, Messieurs les membres du comité directeur, Mesdames, Messieurs les présidents et membres des fédérations continentales, Mesdames, Messieurs les membres et présidents des fédérations nationales, Mesdames, Messieurs. Je vous remercie tout d'abord de m'accorder un temps de parole afin de vous présenter quelques activités récentes au sein du service médical. Vous le savez très probablement, mais je me permets de vous le rappeler, nous attachons depuis quelques années une attention toute particulière au diagnostic précoce, rapide, à la surveillance médicale et au suivi des commotions cérébrales. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous avons publié un certain nombre de cartes de poche sur lesquelles sont reportés les principaux signes et symptômes représentatifs de commotion cérébrale, utilisables par tous, y compris et surtout par des non-professionnels de santé. Ces cartes existent pour les 4 principales disciplines du cyclisme. Elles sont traduites en anglais, en français et en espagnol, et elles seront très prochainement disponibles en hollandais, en allemand et en italien. La nouveauté, c'est que ces cartes sont maintenant directement disponibles sur votre smartphone après avoir scanné ce QR code. Vous avez la possibilité de télécharger ces cartes de manière à avoir à votre disposition et de manière rapide les principaux symptômes qui vous permettront de reconnaître et de prendre en charge des commotions cérébrales. Sur cette page affichée sur votre smartphone, après avoir scanné ce QR code, vous pourrez aussi trouver une vidéo de formation et d'éducation sur la conduite à tenir en cas de chute et de suspicion de commotion cérébrale.
If you see that a rider has crashed, you need to follow a number of steps to establish whether a concussion has occurred. Most often, it's a staff member who is the first on the scene of a race incident, like a mechanic. Once the staff member arrives at the scene, the first step is to check for any observable signs. If the rider is not moving or having involuntary contractions, then the staff member calls the race doctor. The rider must be withdrawn from the race. If the rider is conscious and gets up, then the staff member can begin the next check. However, if he looks very sick and is vomiting, then the race doctor must be called, and the rider should be withdrawn from the race. Make sure to look for signs of nausea, weakness of arms or legs, and conduct a balance assessment. If the staff member finds at least 2 concussion symptoms, then the race doctor must be called, and the rider should be withdrawn from the race. Even if the staff member finds no concussion symptoms, but notices a broken or cracked helmet, the rider should undergo a medical assessment consistent with the SCAP-5 procedure after the race. If the staff member detects no concussion symptoms during this first line of questions and the motor assessment, then the rider may rejoin the peloton. The staff member can then commence the on-road assessment. If the staff member notices that the rider is struggling to balance or isn't cycling in a straight line, then the race doctor must be called. The race doctor will then decide if the riders should be withdrawn from the race. If the rider doesn't have any problems with their balance, then the staff member can move on to the 4th check. The 4th check consists of asking adapted Maddox questions. In the event that the rider responds correctly to the questions, they may proceed to continue the race. If the rider doesn't know which race he is in, or answers at least 3 other questions incorrectly, they must be withdrawn from the race. Immediately after the rider crosses the finish line, a staff member must take them to the race medical office or the team doctor for further assessment in a calm environment without noise. The SCAT-5 medical examination must be repeated the following morning, and ideally for the next 2 days after the incident. If the diagnosis is confirmed, the rider will be banned from competition for at least 8 days to allow the brain to recover. Any case of concussion must be officially declared to the UCI Medical Service.
De plus, sur la page de votre smartphone que vous aurez pu télécharger avec le QR code, vous aurez disponible un certain nombre d'autres documents importants, réglementaires, dont le document qui permet de demander l'autorisation d'usage d'un capteur métabolique, d'un capteur de glucose automatisé, et le formulaire de déclaration obligatoire d'injection. Tous ces documents sont donc disponibles directement sur votre smartphone et je vous remercie par avance d'en informer les cadres de vos équipes et de vos médecins. Je vous rappelle aussi quelques objectifs, et non des moindres, qui permettent de soutenir l'existence de programmes de surveillance médicale de vos athlètes. Les objectifs sont de régulièrement vérifier l'absence d'anomalies cardiovasculaires qui les rendraient inaptes à la compétition et, je ne vais pas vous convaincre, vous l'êtes, toute l'importance de la prévention des accidents cardiovasculaires sur le terrain, aussi bien à l'entraînement qu'en compétition. Ce suivi médical a aussi pour objectif de vérifier, de contrôler des variables métaboliques, le statut vitaminique, le statut en fer de vos athlètes. Enfin, ce bilan médical permet de vérifier, de suivre l'évolution de pathologies musculaires, tendineuses, articulaires dont les athlètes pourraient souffrir. C'est donc une excellente opportunité de réaliser annuellement un bilan médical de vos athlètes. Apparaît sur cette diapositive le tableau réglementaire de réalisation de ces examens qui sont semestriels. Ce tableau est disponible sur la partie médicale du site de l'UCI. Enfin, j'insiste sur toute l'importance qu'il y a à mettre en œuvre une politique de surveillance de la santé mentale de vos athlètes. C'est la raison pour laquelle, dans les suites de la publication de cette conférence de consensus par la commission médicale du CIO, nous mettons à disposition 2 outils particuliers, spécifiques, qui permettent, l'un pour les médecins, d'assurer le diagnostic d'altération de la santé mentale et de prendre les mesures médicales adaptées, et le second document, important, est un outil d'auto-évaluation de la santé mentale qui est lui aussi disponible sur votre smartphone avec le QR code présenté précédemment et qui est utilisable par les coureurs eux-mêmes, par leurs familles, par tous les personnels non médecins des équipes. Je me permets aussi de vous rappeler que les fédérations nationales sont directement responsables de la réalisation des bilans médicaux obligatoires des coureurs de BMX, de vélo de montagne et de piste, conformément à la liste qui est publiée tous les ans en décembre de l'année N-1. Enfin, je voudrais évoquer un protocole que nous avons publié cette année et qui permet de proposer un certain nombre de mesures à prendre lors de l'organisation, au cours de l'organisation de compétitions en climat chaud. Ce document est intégré dans la partie 2 du règlement de l'UCI, dans la partie règlement des courses sur route, et donc directement disponible par tous pour être consulté. Le premier objectif de ce protocole est de donner une estimation précise des contraintes liées à l'environnement chaleur. Pour ce faire, on propose d'estimer un index représentatif de ces contraintes qui s'appelle l'index WBGT sur la base de données qui sont disponibles directement sur des sites Internet, régulièrement actualisées approximativement toutes les 3 heures. Ces données sont disponibles pour tout un chacun de manière tout à fait libre. Le deuxième objectif est de proposer une analyse de risque et de définir, d'évaluer les contraintes liées à la chaleur selon une échelle de couleurs allant de la couleur blanche, sans qu'aucune mesure ne soit nécessaire à prendre, jusqu'à une zone rouge à risque important de survenue d'accidents à la chaleur. Enfin, le troisième objectif de ce protocole est de suggérer des contre-mesures afin de limiter le risque d'accident à la chaleur, contre-mesures qui doivent être discutées au sein d'un groupe de travail réuni à l'occasion. Enfin, je terminerai mon propos en vous proposant une courte vidéo d'information et de sensibilisation à la pratique du vélo pour la santé. Il s'agit, là aussi, d'un champ d'activité important pour le service médical de l'UCI, tout à fait fondamental pour nous, de manière à promouvoir de manière très large l'utilisation du vélo à tout âge, des enfants aux personnes avançant en âge, afin de maintenir l'état de santé et de prévenir la survenue de maladies chroniques. Je vous propose donc de regarder cette vidéo.
According to the WHO, physical inactivity is responsible for over 1.5 million deaths a year in Europe. And worldwide, chronic diseases such as type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, and mental disorders are responsible for 75% of deaths from illness. So what can we do? Cycling can help you live longer by reducing mortality linked to these illnesses. The WHO recommends 150 minutes per week of moderate to high-intensity exercise. It's easily achieved by cycling for transport or just for pleasure. This reduces the risk of death by 17%. And if you cycle 300 minutes a week, you reach the maximum reduction of risk, which is 21%. The first benefits appear from the very first minutes. Regular cycling increases both life expectancy and quality of life. Daily bike riding benefits your physical and mental health.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames, Messieurs, je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, professeur Bigard, et merci beaucoup pour la qualité de votre travail, apprécié, je crois pouvoir le dire, en interne, par nos fédérations nationales, par les parties prenantes du cyclisme, mais je crois aussi pouvoir le dire par les autres fédérations internationales, par le Comité international olympique, et votre expertise est, en tout cas pour nous, une source de qualité des travaux médicaux qui sont menés. Donc merci à vous, professeur Bigard. So now we will move to the next point, point number 21, which is the report on the UCI's integrity program. And I will invite Mrs. Anne Gripper, President of the Integrity Commission, member of the UCI Management Committee, to come to the lectern to present the activities relating to the UCI's integrity program. So Anne, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President, and good afternoon to everyone who is here with us today. I'll start this afternoon's presentation with just a quick overview of the principles of the UCI Integrity Program. Our first principle is about clean sport, and we progress this principle through our anti-doping policy and our anti-doping activities. The second principle is about safe sport, keeping cycling safe, and we progress this principle through our safeguarding policy and our safeguarding toolkit. And our third principle is keeping our sport fair, and we address this principle through our efforts in preventing competition manipulation. The report of the Integrity Commission is actually over two presentations, so I'll cover the safe and fair aspects of our program, and my colleague Benjamin Cohen, the Executive Director of the International Testing Agency, will provide an update on our anti-doping activities. So let's move to the first of these important topics. It's about safeguarding. On the screen, you'll see the covers of two documents. First is our UCI safeguarding policy, And the second is our safeguarding toolkit and resources. We're actually celebrating the first anniversary of these two documents. They were launched in Glasgow last year. And I feel very proud that we've made such a big step in really ensuring that the sport of cycling can be as free from abuse, harassment and discrimination as possible. I'll also take this moment to acknowledge my fellow members on the Integrity Commission who are here with us today prior to our meeting of the Integrity Commission tomorrow. They put so much effort into making these documents such great quality. These documents are examples of a project that started in one way and ended up in quite a different way to what we were expecting. And I want to acknowledge the work of Chris, Maria, Regine and Marjolaine in really working hard on these documents to make them as practical and useful as we can. Of course, it's okay to have documents, but the most important thing is that we use them. And given that most of you in this room today are from national federations, it's a call to action. You are the people that can help create the safe and comfortable environment in cycling in your countries. And we're absolutely sure that using these documents will help you to do that. So I really implore you to be aware of the documents, to take the time to understand them, to adapt them to your particular country's environment, and then to use them. That's something that we can all do to help keep our sport as safe as possible. Of course, education is also really key, and I'll take this moment to acknowledge our UCI Integrity Manager, Ms. Fanny Bellier. Fanny is a tireless worker in ensuring that messages of integrity are spread as far and wide as we can. Since these documents were launched, Fanny has spoken to 1,200 of our stakeholders in person about what they can do to keep our sport safe and fair, as well as being available to chime into webinars and conferences organised by confederations. So Fanny, just our thanks to you for all the work that you do in spreading the word about how important this is. But as we know, safeguarding is not just about education and prevention. It is also about action. And you can see now on the screen something that the UCI started in 2022. We launched a platform called Speak Up, and it's a confidential service to ensure that anyone that sees any form of wrongdoing can report it in a way that's as confidential and as private as they wish it to be. We then went a little bit further in action and put a campaign around our Speak Up platform. So you'll see there the posters that comprise that campaign. It's about not turning a blind eye. So look out for things that you may think are not quite right. Don't turn a deaf ear. Listen and look out for things that you think are not right. And don't stay silent. If you see something that doesn't feel or look right, then use the Speak Up platform to report it. It will be managed carefully and sensitively. You'll see there a graph too, which is just some statistics since we launched the Speak Up platform. In the first year, we had 22 reports through the platform. The next year, we had 230. And already at this year, we've got 183, which is double the amount we had last year. So we're looking at probably about 300 reports this year. And you may think, well, that indicates something's terribly wrong in the sport. But for us, it's an indication that we've now built the trust in that platform. So people are feeling much more confident in their ability to use the platform to report issues that they think are not quite right in the sport. And again, we need you as agents of change. We need you to promote the platform and to encourage your stakeholders to use it to report anything that they see that's not quite right. Now let us turn to another key pillar of the UCI anti-doping integrity program, It's about competition manipulation. Excuse me. So unpredictability in sport outcomes is essential. It's a fundamental element of sport. We shouldn't know the outcome of a race or a competition until the riders have crossed the line and until the event is finished. And what happens when we start manipulating competitions is we lose that uncertainty of result. And it can be through riders collaborating with each other, it can be through the influence of third parties, through illegal betting, or putting pressure on riders not to do their best. So we would hope in cycling that when anyone starts a race, they bring forward all their training, their preparation, their skills, their endurance, their strength, to do their absolute, to do as best as they can in the race. If you listen carefully, you would have heard our Director General, Amina, talk about 4 words that appear on nearly all the slides up there. They're our 4 UCI values of unity, passion, integrity, and excellence. And once we start getting involved in competition manipulation, we lose that sense of excellence. We may not be celebrating the best rider and the most excellent performance. So it is a very corrosive risk to our sport. People are cheating to lose rather than cheating to win. And that is contrary to the whole fundamental element of wanting to win. This is not an issue that's just relevant to cycling. There are a lot of sports that are having to come to terms with this particular issue. So the IOC realised that it was something that they needed to provide leadership on. And they've created a video for sports to use within their own environments, which explain a little bit about what competition manipulation is. Let's just take a moment to look at this video, to watch this video from the IOC.
Cheating in sport. Doping. Violent conduct. But what about losing on purpose to win money on a bet? Or to face an easier opponent in the next round? This is called competition manipulation, or match fixing. It kills the competition, the excitement, the drama. It kills the motivation for clean athletes and fans. It kills the spirit of sport. Disrespecting your team. Disrespecting your opponents. Disrespecting your fans. You can make a difference. Don't bet on your sport. Don't fix, always do your best. Don't share inside information and always report.
So the UCI has taken on board the messages in that video, and we've created our own campaign. It's the 3rd campaign of our integrity program, and it really is to encourage athletes to understand the threats that competition manipulation provides, and for them to take action and for them to take a stand. So you can see there the 3 posters of this campaign. I'm a rider, I'm not a gambler. I don't bet on my sport. I fix my bike, not my race. Don't fix races, always do your best. And sport tactics are our business, not yours. So not to provide inside information which may affect the integrity of the sporting competition. There's also a 4th principle which underlies all these, which again is the same as for safeguarding. It's speaking up. And it's, again, if you see something that doesn't look right in a competition or in preparation, then it is really important to speak up about that, and you can use the UCI platform to do that as well. So I've highlighted 2 areas of our integrity program, and Benjamin will talk about a 3rd. But much more importantly is integrity goes through everything we do. Everything we do as an international federation, everything you do as national federations. Again, I come back to our values, which Amina talked about: unity, passion, integrity, and excellence. Integrity is there as one of our values, but it actually underlines all the others as well. And the other thing I pointed out last year, we've got our Agenda 2030. Integrity is one of the 5 chapters of that roadmap for the future. Integrity needs leadership though, and I acknowledge the leadership, David, that you provide as our President, and Amina, that you provide as our Director General. Culture and values come from the top, and I absolutely acknowledge your commitment and your passion for ensuring that integrity is embedded throughout all the aspects of cycling. And again, just call on everyone in this room to also take that passion and that commitment to ensuring integrity in your country and cycling in your sport. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne, and I think you are the right person at the right place leading this commission. It's a new commission that we launched at the beginning of this mandate, the Integrity Commission. But it's key. You have strong members in your commission, and that's a key topic for us and for all of us, because what can affect one of us will affect all of us. So integrity is really key, and I want to thank also with you, Fanny Bellier, and the staff of the UCI completely involved in this Integrity Commission. So thank you very much, Anne. Let's move to the next point of the agenda, point number 22, which is the report of the International Testing Agency. And I'm pleased to welcome Benjamin Cohen, with the Director General of the International Testing Agency. So welcome, Ben, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everybody. Congratulations to you, Anne, and the Integrity Commission for the hard work. We work on 3 pillars, so this is the last pillar of this integrity strategy that the UCI and its president have put in place. Happy to present the hard work that we do on your behalf to protect cycling and its athletes. I'm the Director General of the ITA. I speak under the supervision of the chair of a foundation board who wanted to be with us today but could not, so she kindly recorded a video message for you, and I'm pleased to hear it.
Cher président de l'Union cycliste internationale, chers représentants des fédérations nationales, chers membres, bien que je ne puisse pas être présente au congrès de l'UCI cette année, je tiens à vous adresser quelques mots depuis ma ville natale de Rouen, la capitale de la Normandie. Une ville qui respire l'histoire du cyclisme, à travers le Normand Jacques Anquetil, quintuple vainqueur du Tour de France. Tout d'abord, je voudrais féliciter le président, les équipes de l'UCI pour les magnifiques épreuves cyclistes des Jeux olympiques et paralympiques de Paris 2024. Ces Jeux ont été pour nous tous d'une importance majeure. Et je suis fier de voir comment notre pays a su organiser cet événement historique dont la réussite a été reconnue de toutes et de tous. Je souhaite également saluer votre engagement ainsi que celui de toutes les parties prenantes, la grande famille du vélo en faveur d'un sport propre. Votre décision d'augmenter les fonds alloués à l'ITA pour renforcer le programme antidopage de l'UCI témoigne de votre détermination. Ce programme est en pleine évolution. Mon équipe le construit avec une approche nouvelle, toujours plus qualitative. Et je crois pouvoir affirmer que la lutte pour un cyclisme propre ne fait que réduire l'écart avec les tricheurs. L'ITA est une organisation internationale qui collabore avec les plus grands événements internationaux et plus de 70 sports. Mais le cyclisme est l'une de nos priorités. Les fonds du cyclisme sont entièrement dédiés à la propreté de votre sport, tout en bénéficiant de l'expertise mondiale de l'ITA et des synergies qu'elle développe, que notre directeur général, Benjamin Cohen, pourra vous préciser. En plus de notre engagement à améliorer le programme antidopage et à garantir ainsi l'équité, nous restons conscients des défis liés à la stigmatisation et aux soupçons qui entourent encore le cyclisme. Nous savons combien, malgré tous nos efforts partagés, la lutte antidopage nécessite de l'humilité et s'opère dans un cadre strictement fixé par un code mondial, une liste de substances et de méthodes interdites et des techniques de laboratoire. En partenariat avec l'UCI et vous tous, nous devons constamment rester vigilants et ne pas hésiter au besoin, à suggérer des changements et des avancées pour la protection du cyclisme. Soyez certains que nous continuerons à travailler sans relâche pour renforcer la confiance du public, des médias, des athlètes et de toutes les parties prenantes, afin que les grandes performances soient reconnues pour leur honnêteté. Je vous souhaite un congrès réussi et des discussions productives pour l'avenir du cyclisme.
So, 2023, because this is the first... Oh. Thank you. Thank you for her. So 2023, it's the first time since we meet, since we finalized and closed 2023 and the year. So you see on your slide an infographic, which is public on UCI's website and ITA's website, which summarizes the anti-doping program of cycling with the number of tests. We will move to the overview. It's important. 2023 was important because it was the first year of this incremental increase of the cycling family's financial contribution to the program. So the program had two steps of increase, one last year and one this year. And so basically with the budget increase that we had last year, the focus was placed on the intelligence and investigation department with the recruitment of new functions that you see on your screen, as well as in the science and medical department, specifically on data analysis, but also athlete biological passports and other scientific matters. I'm pleased to report that the commitment that the ITA had made initially and before the passage of the CADF to the ITA was that through the synergies of the ITA, we would offer UCI more resources than what they had in the past. And so today there are more than 50 people at the ITA working on the cycling anti-doping program. The ITA counts approximately 120 staff, 140 with consultants, and 53 of us are working on the cycling program. 20 of us are full-time dedicated on cycling and forming the cycling unit that you see here on the organigram. The gold numbers indicate where the ITA cycling unit is in the structure with, of course, testing, science and medical, intelligence and investigation, but also some legal, regulatory compliance and other functions. So it's a lot of people working day in, day out, and pleased to move to the first step of our program for cycling, which is education. As Anne Gripper said, all start with education. A lot of resources and efforts were spent by our team to pursue the one-to-one discussions and presentation to the pro cycling teams to address some of the concerns that they may have, but also to educate and continuously raise awareness of the fight against doping. The ITA delivers monthly webinars, which are free of charge for all the Olympic movement, sports movement, and so we continuously invite the cycling families to join those monthly webinars. They're available in 5-6 languages. And what we see is a very low participation of the cycling family compared to other sports. And so we decided, along with the UCI and the funding stakeholders of cycling, to create a working group and to look at how we could better associate you, your athletes, your communities to these free education programs. Moving on to testing, thanks to the contribution, there was a very significant increase of testing last year with approximately 10% increase of samples collected around the globe. Of course, a huge focus was placed on the professional men road riders with 25% increase, but also on the Women's World Tour team with a 7% increase. Overall, I'm pleased to remind you that with 1,200 RTP athletes included in the registered testing pool, cycling continues to be at the forefront with the largest testing pool in the world and a very low ratio of unsuccessful testing attempts, which means that the athletes around the world continue to be very well aware of their whereabouts and testing obligations. Now, moving on to this year and 2024, the second financial increase came into force. We also should underline a special fund by the UCI to focus on off-road disciplines, mountain bike, BMX, track, ahead of the Paris Olympics to ensure that athletes going to the Paris Olympics would be properly monitored and tested. So with this additional round of financial increase, we've upscaled our I&I department as well, and this time focused on data analytics and the long-term storage and reanalysis of samples. So this year only, we will store more than 1,500 samples for their future reanalysis in the future. President Lapartien, but also our chair, Valérie Fournéron, continued to underline and note the limits under which we evolve as an anti-doping community. That means that we can only analyze and catch what the laboratories are able to detect. And so we need to store samples and make sure we can reanalyze them in the future if a need arises. So we continued our round of recruitment for 2024, but also, as the next slide will show, we decided to put a lot of focus on the promotion and the communication around the anti-doping program for the UCI and the cycling family, with a lot more interviews and articles in the press to really underline the credibility and the efforts deployed by the cycling family to fight doping in cycling. What was very interesting is that we conducted an independent studies with a Newhouse School of Public Communication in the US that analyzed all the reports about cycling and the fight against doping, and they have seen a 23% increase of positive sentiment around UCIs and the fight against doping in cycling since the delegation of UCI's anti-doping program to the ITA, which means that the efforts are paying off, that in the press, the sentiment about cycling and doping is much more positive than it was a few years ago, and that's very encouraging. Now, moving on to intelligence and investigation, as we said, testing has its limit, and we need to find who to test and when to test and for which substance to test. And so that can only be achieved through a very strong intelligence and investigation team. And so we've almost doubled our expertise and technological and operational capabilities in the field of I&I, with a lot more diversification and presence on the ground, with mission at the Grand Tour and other competitions, with a team of investigators on site to talk to the stakeholders and try and collect information. So there are a number of investigations that are currently ongoing, but I can mention two of them which bore fruit, with the police of Spain and the police of Italy, where we were able, with a cooperation between IT and the police and UCI, to impose some sanctions, and that is in itself very positive. So we will continue to enhance our investigative powers in the future, and we discussed that as well with the UCI in the future. Now, three projects that I will finish to present very shortly, because I mentioned very often that we invest a lot in data analytics. We feel that this is the future. Artificial intelligence is the future. And so we need to put everything and all the data we have at our disposal to understand where doping is and where doping can be in the future. So in the area of the athlete biological passports, we have developed a new tool that we've implemented for the first time at the Grand Tour, actually at the Vuelta last year, but at the Grand Tour this year, which allows us to predict some hematological patterns. And so we see that each athlete would have a production of hemoglobins during a Grand Tour, and that we can expect now what would be that production. And so you see on your slide, it may be small, but on the bottom right, you see a dark stain, which are all the athletes' profile, but you see dots that are outliers, and that may raise suspicions, and that this technique and this tool will allow us to be a lot more sensitive in the detection of doping through the athlete biological passports. Another very interesting project is performance profiling. We discussed, if you may switch the slide, please, the performance profiling is also very interesting. It's a tool that allows to compute career competition results and compare them with age-matched counterparts. So we can predict what would be, and this is in an individual time trial, we can predict what would be the time of an athlete versus his or her age, and we start mapping those competition results over time through age counterpart, but also the individual athlete's age and results. And you see that the red dots would be below what would be expected from this athlete's result, which may also indicate that the athlete has been exceptionally good, but may also indicate doping, and that allows us to target tests as the case may be. And the third project that we've started discussing with the funding family and with the UCI, if you may switch the style, is the power data. There's a lot of discussion in cycling about power data and how to use this set of data and see if there are suspicious performances. So we've decided with the cycling funding stakeholders and the UCI to launch a pilot study and to actually launch a feasibility study to see if we could, through power data that we have within the team, use this to see if there is an excess performance from some team and to predict this type of suspicious performance. So these are projects that we deliver in cooperation with universities, University of Kent, University College in London, and this is also very encouraging for the future. So this is just a few examples of what we have done over the past years with the increased contribution, of course, in addition to our education efforts, testing efforts, investigative efforts, and we will continue the hard work for you, Mr. President, for you all, and I look forward to any questions that you may have in our future cooperation. I thank you very much and wish you good World Championships.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. It's clear that credibility is key for our sport. You know, we have been suffering for years, and it's long to regain credibility. But I think we are clearly the sport of anti-doping. And Brian, I want to thank you also for all the efforts you've done also around this topic. You saw the figures, 9.3 million. This is a contribution from the different cycling stakeholders, so not only the UCI, but the teams. And I want to thank the teams, thank the riders, thank the organizers, and the UCI. Altogether, it's 9.3 million. If you had also our indirect cost or direct cost like the LADS or the lawyers and so on, it's around 10 million. So credibility has no price, but it has a cost. And it's clear that for us, that's key. And now we have a very solid partner with the ITA. ITA, as it has been mentioned, it has been co-funded by the World Anti-Doping Agency and the IOC. And it's, we are the most important, I would say, not customer, but the international federation, specific dedicated cycling unit, which is not the case for other sports, because cycling is really special and because we know where we are coming from, and we know that we must continue our efforts to ensure the credibility. And finally, this is what the fans are waiting from the UCI, just to ensure that we can guarantee the credibility. And we have a solid partner with the ITA. They are also the one to deliver the anti-doping program during the Olympic Games. So well done also, and happy to have you here. So do you have any questions for the ITA before we move to the next point on the agenda? No? So thank you very much, Benjamin, and thank you very much to the chair, Valérie Fourneron. So I will now move to the next point on the agenda, which is the UCI Merit Awards and Distinctions, and then I will move to the lecture. As UCI president, a very rewarding aspect of my role is recognizing the extraordinary individuals who contribute to the growth and success of cycling across the globe. People from different backgrounds dedicate their energy and expertise to advancing our sport. This year, I'm delighted to acknowledge 5 individuals who have made a significant impact on the world of cycling. The UCI Merit is a high level of distinction that we award only at the UCI Congress with a maximum of 5 per year. Today, it's my privilege to celebrate the achievements of these 5 people with the prestigious UCI Merit. The first UCI merit goes to a person who has played a key role in advancing cycling in the Middle East and across Asia. Let's have a look.
From elite competition to everyday cycling, UCI Vice President Osama Ahmed Abdullah Al-Shafar works tirelessly to promote our sport both in the United Arab Emirates and across the continent. President of the Asian Cycling Confederation, he is also former president of the UAE Cycling Federation and former board member of the Dubai Sports Council. During that time, he helped bring professional cycling to the UAE with the launch of the Dubai Tour, which merged with the Abu Dhabi Tour to form the UAE Tour in 2019. Under his presidency, the first ever Emirati cyclist, Yusuf Mirza, took part in the men's road race at the Olympics at Rio 2016. A humanitarian, Osama Ahmed Abdullah Al-Shafar's precious contribution to the evacuation of Afghan cyclists from their country in 2021 and their transit through the UAE was key to getting them to safety in Europe. The UAE welcomes the international cycling family, and in the coming years will host UCI World Championships for urban cycling, road, Gran Fondo, track, and cycling esports. All these events will take place in UCI Bike City Abu Dhabi, which also hosts our UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum this year. A keen cyclist, Osama Ahmed Abdullah Al-Shafar, has put his country on the cycling map while also developing our sport across Asia and the world. We sincerely thank him for his dedication.
I will ask you to join me, Osama.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, my colleagues at the Management Committee, Vice President and Management Committee, dear National Federation. First of all, I got shocked actually when David presented me today. So, I'm doing this with his instruction, and I'm following always Mr. President's way. So thank you, Mr. President, for all the support that you've been giving Asia. And we're so happy, and we are going to continue our work and develop cycling in Asia. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Osama. Thank you. And I have to say that for all of them, it's a surprise, that they were not informed before. So, thank you very much, Osama. And you have also a lot of passion for cycling. You are riding a bike in UAE, and we had the opportunity to ride together. You have a strong passion for our sport, and thank you for all what you have been doing for our sport. So, the second UCI merit goes to someone who has been a key figure of safeguarding the integrity of sport, both within cycling and beyond.
The integrity of cycling is vital for the success of our sport, and for this, we have a fantastic protagonist in Anne Gripper. Anne Gripper joined the UCI in 2006 as director of its former Cycling Anti-Doping Foundation. It was the start of a watershed period for the federation, which had made a public commitment to rid cycling of doping. In the next 3.5 years, she was at the head of anti-doping efforts that established the UCI as a pioneer when it comes to the fight for clean sport. She led the implementation of the program 100% Against Doping and contributed to a series of education modules entitled True, Champion, or Cheat. She was also one of the key figures behind the establishment of the groundbreaking Athlete's Biological Passport. Since leaving the UCI in 2010 to return to her native Australia, Anne Gripper has continued to strive for the integrity of sport, be it in triathlon, cycling, or elsewhere. She is still passionate about cycling and is a valued member of the UCI Management Committee and president of the UCI's Integrity Commission. She is also non-executive director of AUS Cycling and a member of the executive board of the Oceania Cycling Confederation. Our sincere thanks go to Anne Gripper for her dedication to cycling and its integrity.
As usual for everyone, this is very, very unexpected for me, particularly this early in my time on the UCI Management Committee. But again, I just thank all the people that were with me in this journey when we started in really what now are the dark old days. We've moved on from them, and there's so many people in this room that were part of that journey, and I just thank you for all the support that I got through all those days and right up to now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne. And I have to say that the first time we met, it was some years ago. I will not say when, but you were working at the UCI at the head of the anti-doping unit, and I was the president of the French Cycling Federation at the time. So we had to discuss about sometimes issues about anti-doping in France and so on. You were really strong in the fight against doping, and this is where we started to work together. After you've had some other missions, and you came back in cycling and in UCI, so that's great to have you with us. So thank you, Anne. The next one, I will not speak in Spanish because my Spanish is not yet at the level, but the third UCI merit goes to someone who has helped grow cycling in South America by supporting talent and organizing world-class events. Let's have a look.
Colombia is a force to be reckoned with in the world of cycling, and one of the key people behind that success is Jorge Mauricio Vargas Carreño. In nearly 45 years of service to cycling, this lawyer by profession has helped place his country firmly on the international stage, both as a producer of great talent and as a host of high-level competitions. President of the Colombian Cycling Federation since 2019, Mauricio Vargas Carreño has been active within the National Federation in different roles since the mid-1980s as its manager, advisor, consultant, executive committee member, and member of different commissions. As well as developing Colombia's athletes, Mauricio Vargas Carreño has been director of numerous national and international competitions, not least the prestigious Vuelta a Colombia Femenina and Vuelta a Colombia. Under his presidency, his federation has also organized UCI events such as rounds of the UCI BMX Racing World Cup, UCI Track Nations Cup, and, as recently as last year, the UCI Junior Track World Championships. To further promote our sport, the country's most important events benefit from open television broadcasting so fans can tune in to witness the action. Member of the Colombian Olympic Committee since 2021 and president of the Copassi Road Commission, Mauricio Vargas Carreño is a fervent promoter of our sport and all its disciplines. Thank you for your dedication.
Bueno, un agradecimiento muy sincero, señor presidente, al comité ejecutivo, a toda esta gran familia del ciclismo mundial, porque verdaderamente todos ustedes merecen el reconocimiento porque el ciclismo crece gracias al trabajo, a la dedicación y al esfuerzo que cada uno de ustedes hacen por lograr cosas mejores. Yo comparto esto con mi Colombia, con el ciclismo colombiano y con la gente de la COPASI, que ha sido fundamental para que se desarrolle el ciclismo en nuestra región. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, President Vargas, and I know you will stop your mission as the President of the Federation, and it was nice to pay tribute to all what you has done, and I thank Pepe Peláez for his proposition. For the fourth merit, I will now continue in French for the next two UCI Merit Awards. Le quatrième mérite UCI revient à quelqu'un qui a su transformer sa passion pour le cyclisme en un véritable mouvement dans son pays et je crois même plus largement à travers l'Afrique.
Romuald Azoumé incarne à merveille ce qu'est un authentique passionné de cyclisme. Président de la Fédération béninoise de cyclisme depuis 2017, il souhaite faire partager sa passion au plus grand nombre, une passion qu'il a découverte par hasard alors qu'il était un jeune adulte. En effet, alors champion national de judo, il s'est mis au vélo en raison d'une blessure au genou et a été rapidement conquis. Il ne tarde pas à créer le Zoom Zoom Vélo Club de Lomé, qu'il continue de diriger 35 ans plus tard. Le club ne représente que le début de l'engagement de Romuald Azoumé pour notre sport. Aujourd'hui, à la tête de sa fédération nationale, il a donné une nouvelle dimension au cyclisme au Bénin. Acquisition et distribution de matériel, stages dans les différents métiers du cyclisme menés par des experts, détection de talents. Romuald Azoumé travaille sans relâche pour offrir aux athlètes de son pays le meilleur soutien possible. Son tour national, le Tour du Bénin, est entré dans une nouvelle ère sous sa direction, en rejoignant le calendrier international UCI et en attirant des coureurs des nations les plus performantes d'Afrique. Romuald Azoumé est également connu pour être un artiste accompli et engagé, et il concilie avec succès ses passions pour le cyclisme et pour l'art. Comme l'a dit le philosophe allemand Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel il y a 2 siècles, rien de grand ne s'est accompli dans le monde sans passion. Merci pour votre passion, Romuald Azoumé.
No. Thank you.
Merci Romuald, parce que je sais la passion que tu as pour le vélo. Tu as commencé, on l'a vu, comme judoka, mais tu es rapidement venu au vélo. Ce qu'on a oublié aussi de dire, c'est un artiste très reconnu, non seulement dans son pays, mais internationalement. C'est un grand artiste qui expose dans les plus grandes villes du monde, dans les plus grandes expositions du monde, et il n'hésite pas, y compris sur ses propres deniers, de soutenir le cyclisme dans son pays. Donc bravo en tout cas, Romuald, pour tout ce que tu fais pour le cyclisme. Bravo encore. Le 5e mérite revient à une personne qui a consacré plus de 35 ans à développer le vélo tout-terrain ou le mountain bike, comme on dit, ou alors, comme on dit aussi au Canada, le vélo de montagne, tant au niveau national qu'international. Et donc, je vous propose de voir de qui il s'agit.
Thierry Maréchal est une personnalité extrêmement dynamique, pleine d'énergie et bien connue sur la scène du mountain bike en Belgique et au-delà. C'est lors de vacances à l'Alpe d'Huez, en France, en 1985, que le Belge découvre le plaisir de rouler sur les sentiers à mountain bike. Pris de passion, il se lance dans la compétition et obtient de bons résultats au niveau national. Désireux de partager son enthousiasme, il cofonde le club Ardennes Mountain Bike en 1989. Nommé secrétaire, puis président de la Fédération nationale belge de mountain bike, il conserve cette dernière fonction lorsqu'en 1991, la fédération fusionne avec la Fédération nationale de cyclisme de son pays, la RLVB. Plus de 10 ans plus tard, il devient président de la branche francophone de cette dernière, la Fédération cycliste Wallonie-Bruxelles, qu'il préside encore aujourd'hui. Il a contribué à placer la Belgique sur la carte du mountain bike international, notamment en étant l'un des principaux instigateurs de la très populaire manche de Coupe du Monde, Mountain Bike UCI d'Houffalize. Délégué technique UCI, commissaire UCI, membre de la commission Mountain Bike UCI et président de cette dernière depuis 2017. Il y a peu de fonctions dans le mountain bike qu'il n'ait pas exercé pour l'Union cycliste internationale. Depuis 35 ans, il consacre son temps libre à cette discipline et son énergie ne s'est jamais démentie. Merci Thierry Maréchal.
Monsieur le Président, cher David, et surtout mes amis du comité directeur, je vous remercie pour cette reconnaissance pour 35 ans de service pour l'UCI et pour l'Union européenne, puisque j'ai eu l'occasion de connaître le président Sissoyev à la FIAC, et puis avec les autres présidents, donc Ingvar Bruggen, Pat, Brian et David, sans oublier tous ceux de la Commission européenne avec Enrico de la Casa, sans oublier mon ami Hofer, qui était là tout à l'heure, avec qui on a fait énormément de choses. À tous, je vous remercie, surtout à tous ceux dans la salle qui se reconnaîtront, avec qui j'ai pu travailler un moment ou l'autre pour le bien du cyclisme. Merci.
Merci beaucoup Thierry. Et là, c'est vrai que quand tu nous parles de président Sissoyev et tous les présidents après, on a l'impression que les présidents de l'UCI passent, mais Thierry Maréchal reste. Donc bravo Thierry pour tous les efforts que tu as faits en faveur de mountain bike. Et il est aujourd'hui le président de notre commission mountain bike de l'Union cycliste internationale. So thank you once again to these remarkable individuals for their dedication and their contributions to the world of cycling. Thank you all. Now we will move to the next point, which is the UCI World Championship Awards. Today, I'm very pleased to announce future hosts of the UCI World Championships for different disciplines. The UCI World Championships are a major goal for cyclists worldwide. For many, they are the most important event of the year. They are something magic about the crest of a rainbow jersey, which all riders dream of wearing. Whatever the discipline, the UCI World Championship produce emotional and unforgettable memories. The award ceremony is a very special moment for athletes, teams, and national federations. But it's just not about the race participants. The hosts of our UCI World Championship become an integral part of our sports history. They provide the stage for the world's best riders. In return, the UCI World Championship creates enormous benefits for its host. In Glasgow last year, for example, for the first ever edition of the UCI Cycling World Championship, the event created 400 million euros in gross added value for Scotland. Of course, the benefits also apply to individuals UCI World Championships for other disciplines. For example, the 2022 UCI World Championship Road World Championship, created 35.6 million euro of gross added value for the Wollongong region in Australia. In 2024, the UCI BMX Racing World Championship created 11 million euro in gross added value for the South Carolina in the USA. Also, 145 million television viewers watch the 2022 UCI Track World Championship in Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines in France. Our UCI World Championships are excellent for economic development, and we look forward to the coming events. Today, I will announce 16 locations hosting UCI World Championships that has been awarded by the UCI Management Committee since our last Congress in Glasgow. Let's first have an introduction in video. And the first one will be the 2025 UCI Mountain Bike Eliminator World Championships. The 2025 UCI Mountain Bike Eliminator World Championships are awarded to Sakarya, Turkey, and I would like to invite Emin Muftioglu, just re-elected yesterday President of the Turkish National Federation, Ortan Bayraktar, Head of Sakarya Metropolitan Municipality Sports Department, and Enrico Della Casa, President of the Union Européenne de Cyclisme, on stage. Congratulations, Sakarya. Second, 2026 and 2027 UCI Masters Track World Championships. The 2026 and 2027 UCI Masters Track World Championships are awarded to London, Great Britain, and I would like to invite Tony Gibb, President of the Organizing Committee, and also the President or Chair or boss of British Cycling, whether Bob or Frank, as you want, or both, you are also welcome, and Enrico Della Casa on stage. Congratulations, London. Third one is the 2028 UCI Junior Track World Championships. So the 2028 UCI Junior Track World Championships are awarded to Asunción, Paraguay, and I would like to invite Mateo Zaldivar, President of the Paraguay Cycling Federation, and José Manuel Peláez, the President of the Copachi, on stage. Congratulations, Asunción. Number 4 is the 2026 UCI Paracycling Track World Championships. And the 2026 UCI Paracycling Track World Championships are awarded to Apeldoorn in the Netherlands, and I would like to invite Martin de Kock and Anouk Anschetz, General Managers of the Organizing Committee, with Maurice Lieser, the President of the Dutch Cycling Federation, and Enrico Della Casa, the President of the Union Européenne de Cyclisme, on stage. Let's move to the next one, which is the 2028 UCI Paracycling Road World Championships. So the 2028 UCI Paracycling Road World Championships are awarded to Sunshine Coast, Queensland, Australia. And I would like to invite Anne Gripper in the name of All Cycling, as Greg Bingham, the chair, sent me a message. He was unfortunately not able to attend this meeting, together with Tony Mitchell, President of the Oceanian Cycling Confederation, on stage to receive the jersey. Sunshine Coast was a big promise for the temperature. Now we will move to snow bike, which is a little bit different. Number 6 is the Championnat du Monde de Snow Bike UCI 2026. Let's have a look. Donc les championnats du monde de snowbike UCI 2026 sont attribués à Châtel, en Haute-Savoie, presque dans notre jardin à l'Union cycliste internationale. Et je voudrais inviter Michel Callot, le président de la Fédération française de cyclisme, avec Enrico de la Casa, à venir nous rejoindre. Le maire de Châtel nous rejoindra un petit peu plus tardivement aujourd'hui et ne peut malheureusement pas être avec nous. The next one will be the 2029 UCI Gravel World Championships. So the 2029 UCI Gravel World Championships are awarded to Villars-sur-Olon, Switzerland, even closer to the UCI headquarters, because I think it's only 10 kilometers. And I would like to invite Sergei Ashwanden, député au Grand Conseil du canton de Vaud, Nicolas Crochy-Torti de la ville d'Olon et Enrico Della Casa, président de l'Union européenne de cyclisme, avec un représentant de Swiss Cycling, mais compte tenu des circonstances, je ne sais pas si ou Patrick Unger ou Doris Turin sont, peut-être s'il y a quelqu'un de Swiss Cycling qui peut nous rejoindre. Doris est là. Let's see, Katarina, it's a nice program, the 2029. You want to ride with me? Let's see. 2028, let's move to the 2028 UCI Cyclocross World Championships. So the 2028 UCI Cyclocross World Championships are awarded to the well-known in cyclocross Hugo Heide in the Netherlands, and I would like to invite Jan Prop and Jack Katz, director of the organizing committee, together with the representative of the Dutch Cycling Federation and Enrico Della Casa in the name of the Union Européenne de Cyclisme. We will stay in cyclocross. We were in 2028. Now we will move to 2030 with the 2030 UCI Cyclocross World Championships. So the 2023 UCI Cyclocross World Championships are awarded in Namur, Belgium, and that will be a way to celebrate the 200 years of the Kingdom of Belgium. And I would like to invite Christophe Pence and Aurélie Lampart, Director of the Organizing Committee, Mr. Tom Van Damme, Président de la Royal Ligue Vélocipédique Belge, et Enrico Della Casa, Président de l'Union Européenne de Cyclisme. Let's move to the next one, and it will be the 2028 and 2029 UCI Urban Cycling World Championships. And the 2028 and 2029 UCI Urban World Championships are awarded to the city of Jakarta in Indonesia. And I would like to invite Jadi Rajaguguk, Deputy Executive Director of the Indonesian Cycling Federation, and my friend Raja Sapta Oktohari, President of the National Olympic Committee of Indonesia, together with Mr. Osama Hamed Abdullah Al-Shafar, President of the ASEAN Cycling Confederation, on stage. Jakarta is an amazing city, and thank you, Raja, for all the efforts. It's always good, finally, when the president of the NOC is coming from cycling. We have several here. We have our colleague, president of the Philippines. He's also the president of his NOC. We have also Artur Lopez, he's the president of his NOC from Portugal. We have our friend Abderrahman from Mauritania. He's here. And we had some others that were also like Trevor Bailey and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So more to come. I can only support you to become president of your NOC. That's great for cycling. Thank you. Let's move to the 2029 UCI BMX Racing World Championships. So the 2029 UCI BMX World Championships are awarded to Oostenzolder in Belgium, and I would like to invite Mike Wouters, Jerry Sneers, directors of the organizing committee, together with Tom Van Dam, president of the Royal Ligue Vélocipédique Belge, and Enrico Della Casa, president of the European Cycling Union. Thank you very much for Oostenzolder, because we had the opportunity, and we called myself, to be last weekend in Oostenzolder for the European Championships that were perfectly also organized by Mark and his team. They will organize also the BMX World Championships and many more to come. So congratulations for all your efforts, and that's great. You've built also an amazing velodrome, so who knows, maybe some events in the future. So let's move to the next one, which is the 2030 UCI Track World Championships. So the 2030 UCI Track World Championships are awarded to the wonderful city of Brisbane in Australia. And I would like to invite once again Anne Gripper, non-executive director of Oz Cycling and UCI Management Committee member, together with Tony Mitchell, president of the Oceanian Cycling Confederation, on stage. That will be great to be in Brisbane 2 years before the Olympic Games, and together also with the junior track. So it's great. Congratulations. We had the opportunity with Tony Mitchell, with Han, to be in April in Brisbane to visit, of course, the Anamias Velodrome and the city of Brisbane. And they will do, for sure, an amazing job to prepare the Games. And 2 years before the Games, to have our UCI Track Cycling World Championship will be great. Now let's move to the last two, and of course we'll finish by the road, because the road is also the place where we have our UCI Congress, and we have very solid bids. And in his report, Peter van den Abel mentioned that the goal was to award all the events until 2028, and today I'm pleased to tell you that we will award 2029 and 2030 in two very strong cycling nations. But let's start with 2029. So the 2029 UCI Road World Championships are awarded to Denmark, and congratulations to Denmark. It's a strong cycling nation, and I would like to invite Morten Botskov, Minister for Industry, Business and Financial Affairs, Jacob Brunsgaard, Mayor of the city of Aarhus, Rabbi Azad Ahmad, City Councillor, the City of Arras, Thomas Brendam, Mayor of the City of Roxide, Benedict Kier, Mayor of the City of Elsinore, Nana Westerby Jensen, Executive Officer, the City of Copenhagen, Peter Sørensen, President of Sport Event Denmark, Lars Lundorf, I don't know if we need to present him, CEO of Sport Event Denmark, and we have also Johnny Lindlung, President of the Danish Cycling Federation, and of course our colleague Henrik Jensen, UCI Management Committee member on stage. And as it will be also the UCI Congress in 2029, that will be also the elections in 2029. And at this occasion, I will ask maybe one of the members of the delegation, I don't know, maybe the minister, to say also a few words.
Dear Mr. President, dear UCI, dear Congress, it is certainly a great honor for Denmark to be named as the host of this wonderful event in 2029. I brought with me here today a part of Denmark, so to say, the city mayors of the cities that will be involved in this important and huge event. As presented, Denmark is a nation of cyclists. Thousands and thousands of Danes are cycling to and from work, to and from education and schools every day. We have thousands involved in our local communities, and the organization in our local communities to day after day after day are making the best framework for developing and developing the stars that have conquered the highest mountains and the fastest sprint, as you have seen through the years. So we are a nation of cyclists, and we are looking extremely forward to bringing UCI to Denmark. We hope to see you all, and we promise you, and we thank you for the trust that you have given Denmark, and we promise you that you will see and be involved in an event that you will never forget. So very much welcome to Denmark in 2029. We're looking forward to see you all. Thank you very much from our hearts again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I will say hello to all the Danish supporters. Well done. It's great, and we know you are a cycling nation. I had the opportunity, together with our UCI Director General, to join you in springtime, also to have a meeting with His Majesty the King, Frederick, and it was great to see the shared passion we have for cycling. Everybody will also remember the Grand Départ du Tour de France. That was amazing to see so many people along the routes, and sure, it will be the same also for the UCI Cycling World Championships. So the most dangerous point for the cyclist is not the climbs, it's the wind probably in Denmark. So let's see. That will be, I'm sure, interesting races in Denmark with a shared passion for cycling. And in addition to this, next year, we'll have also the opportunity for the first time ever to have a UCI World Tour event for both men and women in Copenhagen, Denmark. Congratulations to your country. And let's move to the next one, which is the 2030 UCI Road World Championships. So the 2030 UCI Road World Championships are awarded to Brussels, Belgium. And as I told you, it will be the 200 years of the Kingdom of Belgium. And I would like to invite Thomas van der Spiegel, CEO of the Organizing Committee and CEO of Flanders Classics, Nicolas Denis, Director of the Organizing Committee, and Nicolas Dassonville, representative of the City of Brussels. I have to send the apologies from the mayor. Unfortunately, Philippe Claus is not able to be with us because, as you may know, the Pope is today in Belgium, and that's why he's not able to be with us. But I'm happy also to welcome on stage Enrico Della Casa, and for the 200 years of the Kingdom will be also in Belgium. And sure, Brussels can be also quite elite, depending of the circuit you will choose. And I will ask also Tom Van Dam, President of the Royal Fédération Ligue de Belgique, de venir avec nous.
President, thank you very, very much for your kind words. Brussels is very honored to be able to welcome these championships. And trust me, if the mayor didn't have a choice today because he had to welcome the Pope, he will have the choice in 2030 to welcome the UCI, and we will all put all our heart to have the most vibrant welcome for cycling in Belgium. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you very much to Belgium, and it's true that we had different meetings with the Mayor Philippe Claus. I can guarantee the passion that he has, and of course from Belgium for cycling. That's great. No need to say that they have so many riders at the highest level. Great to celebrate the 200 years of the Kingdom in Belgium. And also, you probably remember the big start of the Tour de France a few years ago, and it was also the same success as the one we had in Copenhagen. So great to be in Belgium in 2030. So we'll stop here for today. And that's the end of the awards of the future UCI World Championships. Thank you to you all, and specifically to the future host. And now I will come back to the Now we will move to the next point on the agenda before the closing of the UCI Congress, which is the questions and proposals from national federations. So I will ask if the national federations have any questions or proposals? I just have to remind that only delegates, not only the 45 voting delegates, of course, delegates also from national federation can speak during the Congress. So raise your hand and wait the microphone. And please, if you can, announce your name, surname, on the name of your national federation. I know most of you, but maybe not 100% of the members. So do you have any questions? On a une question de Vatché Zadorian, le président de la Fédération du Liban. Toujours prompt à réagir, Vatché.
Cher Président, cher David, ce n'est pas une question, c'est plutôt une position par rapport à l'UCI. Au moment où je vous adresse la parole, mon pays, le Liban, pleure ses enfants. Malheureusement, encore une fois, ce beau pays souffre et agonise sous les bombes sophistiquées. Vous avez bien dit, cher Président, dans votre discours, que cette région de la planète n'arrête pas d'être victime de la barbarie. Mais à la fin, ce sont les peuples innocents qui paient le prix avec leur pille. Je ne veux pas faire un discours politique, mais mon pays est le seul pays parmi les 195 pays reconnus par l'ONU qui n'a toujours pas de président, qui n'a pas un Premier ministre élu et qui est géré par un gouvernement par intérim, et ces institutions gouvernementales sont quasiment dysfonctionnelles. Mais malgré tout ceci, la Fédération libanaise de cyclisme a pu organiser les championnats nationaux et quelques courses cyclistes, et ceci grâce seulement à l'UCI et sa volonté d'être toujours à côté des pays en crise. Grâce à la solidarité de l'UCI, nous avons pu organiser des courses pour donner un certain espoir peut-être aux cyclistes libanais qui veulent à tout prix porter le maillot national et représenter leur pays comme tous les autres cyclistes du monde entier. L'universalisme du cyclisme devrait être le seul vecteur qui orienterait les actions de l'UCI et les décisions des comités exécutifs. D'un côté, nous avons la solidarité, mais de l'autre, nous sommes aussi victimes de l'abus du pouvoir d'un certain comité exécutif. Mais de l'autre, protégés et défendus par les valeurs de l'UCI, de son intégrité, de la justice et de sa solidarité. L'abus du pouvoir, de nouveau, a plié genoux devant l'éthique et nous sommes reconnaissants pour l'UCI. L'UCI demeure pour nous, les cyclistes libanais, la seule instance au monde qui tend ses mains pour les soutenir. Le sort de mon pays est entre les mains des acteurs touchés par l'hybris, mais le sort des cyclistes libanais est entre les mains de l'UCI et de sa gouvernance. S'il te plaît, cher Président, ne retirez pas la seule main tendue et restez toujours fidèles à nous. Merci l'UCI, vive le cyclisme.
Merci, cher Vatché. Et je crois qu'en notre nom à tous, en mon nom, au nom de mes collègues du comité directeur, mais je crois pouvoir dire de toutes les fédérations nationales, nous t'adressons d'abord à toi, à tous les cyclistes libanais et je crois à tout le peuple libanais, notre marque d'amitié, d'affection, dans une période qui est très compliquée, très trouble, et qui a fait d'ailleurs l'objet cette semaine de déclarations d'un certain nombre de leaders, comme le président Emmanuel Macron, à la tribune des Nations Unies, en défendant l'intégrité et la paix au Liban, et c'est ce que nous souhaitons toutes et tous. On sait que ce pays souffre, que son économie est à genoux, que son système politique fonctionne très difficilement, et le sport est assurément une des manières de garder espoir. D'abord, garder l'espoir, fidèle aux valeurs olympiques, d'être tous ensemble, réunis, et le sport rapproche, le sport réunit. Et le sport permet aussi de poursuivre des rêves d'être en équipe nationale, de participer aux Jeux Olympiques, et je sais que tu y as participé à l'époque en mountain bike pour ton pays, et tu sais l'honneur que c'est de porter ce maillot. Alors oui, nous sommes toujours très attentifs à l'UCI, aux pays en zone de guerre, et à les aider plus fortement que les autres. On l'a fait aussi avec nos amis ukrainiens, tout naturellement. On le fait volontiers avec le Liban, et nous appelons sans nous départir de notre neutralité, l'ensemble des parties, bien sûr, à la paix. Mais je voudrais t'assurer une nouvelle fois que nous veillerons d'abord à ce que la gouvernance puisse être respectée. Je sais que nous en avons discuté ensemble. Il y a des enjeux majeurs, y compris d'interférence potentiellement politique dans les élections, dans les fédérations et particulièrement dans la tienne. Et donc nous veillerons à ce que les principes généraux des statuts de l'UCI puissent s'appliquer, bien sûr, et puissent rester et trouver à s'appliquer au Liban, en te remerciant une nouvelle fois pour toutes ces années à la tête de la fédération libanaise, toi qui as fait tant de choses pour développer et maintenir ce cyclisme à flot. Et je voudrais te dire en notre nom à tous que le Liban pourra toujours compter sur la solidarité réitérée de l'Union cycliste internationale. Merci. Do you have any other questions? Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres? Alors, une question de John Domenico Massari du Nigeria et ensuite de notre président du CNO mauritanien.
Okay, Mr. President, just, you know, there is escalation of price everywhere. It's not even a question of Africa, but even worldwide. One of the big problems we are finding, no? When we have to take the ticket for our cyclists. You know, recently we have traveled in different places and, you know, price of tickets are increased badly. And moreover, you know, we discovered that in many cases, you know, other sport equipment, they are giving an allowance. But when they are talking about bike, you have to pay. Recently, to come even for our paracyclists, here, we have to pay apart the price of the cost of the ticket, $400 extra to carry the bike. When even we have an allowance that eventually can cover even that weight. It's possible for UCI to discuss with the IATA or the international organization to make even a sort of wave on this, start at least relieving part of our cost that is becoming very prohibitive and becoming, you know, a situation where it's very, very difficult for us to continue, you know, participating to event. Thank you.
Thank you, and you are completely right with what you say, and it's not an easy topic, and it has been raised many times here in the UCI Congress by many nations, because the prices are increasing. Sometimes also when you have the World Championship locally, we always check to keep the prices in certain limits, I would say, in order for the national federation not to spend you know, so much money. But of course, the problem remains the situation with the flight tickets. The flight tickets, first of all, worldwide, the price is getting up, and in addition to this, we can't discuss globally at the UCI level because it has to be discussed, I would say, country per country, company per company. There is no international agreement that is clearly possible. And one of the problems we have in cycling, we are facing is, of course, in cycling, you need to bring your bike with you, or even for para, on bikes, and they are bigger, heavier, and that's one of the problem we have. It's not like if you travel for other sports where you just have your basket or your short T-shirt. It's completely different. So we had sometimes some discussions, but impossibly to reach a global agreement. I know that some national federations have been able nationally to reach some agreements with their national company or a company that is in their country, but unfortunately, that's not something we can solve directly at the UCI. We don't have the power to do this. Even at the IOC, it's something that it's not manageable, and that's one of the problems we have. And I know it clearly limits the possibility for the national federation to bring some athletes or to reduce sometimes the size of the delegation. This is also why last year in Glasgow, and we will continue to do this every 4 years, we will allocate a dedicated budget for national federations. You probably also remember that now, or you know that now, at least Tier 3 and Tier 4 countries will try to cover the accommodations during World Championships. That was not the case before. We also decided to allocate some dedicated funds for the president or for athletes to come to the combined UCI World Championship, and it was a cost of nearly 1 million Swiss francs for the UCI. But unfortunately, we can't do more at this level. And we know also that you have strong athletes also on the track cycling because you have a velodrome and you want to travel more. And in addition to this, in Africa, which is a very big continent, the flight tickets inside of Africa are also very expensive. So it's not only to travel for the World Championships, it's also to participate in the Continental Championships. So we will try to continue to do our best. If sometime you want some help in your national company, we can see what we can do. But unfortunately, we can't have a global general agreement with the International Association for Transport because they are not dealing directly with the prices, but more only about the regulations. On a une question de Abderrahmane, qui est le président du comité olympique de Mauritanie, président de la Fédération cycliste de Mauritanie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour, mes chers collègues, présidents et représentants de la Fédération nationale de cyclisme. Et mes salutations aussi, membres du comité directeur. Donc, comme on vous a entendu, la candidature de Monsieur le Président de l'UCI à la tête du CIO, ce que nous attendons depuis longtemps, on trouve que c'est une chance pour le CIO d'avoir un président comme M. David Delapartien. C'est un vrai leadership, c'est un fédérateur nous avons connu. C'est un homme qui a plein d'énergie, plein d'amour pour le sport. Donc ces qualités-là, on ne va pas priver le sport en général, on ne va pas être égoïste de garder ça uniquement pour le cyclisme. On veut que le sport mondial profite de ces qualités. Et je demande aux membres de l'ICI ou aux membres de ce congrès de faire un communiqué de soutien à notre président pour sa candidature au CIO. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de vos mots très gentils et très agréables. Alors, moi, je répondrai qu'on a 7 bons candidats, puisque ce sont des collègues qui ont tous aussi beaucoup de qualités à faire valoir. On aura, comme dans une compétition, finalement, une compétition sportive. Chacun va défendre un projet. Et je trouve que pour le Comité international olympique, d'avoir plusieurs candidats, finalement, à la présidence, c'est l'occasion de discuter de l'avenir de l'institution, de l'avenir du mouvement olympique. Et je crois qu'au final, c'est une chance, à moi de convaincre les 110 autres collègues que ma candidature peut être une candidature intéressante pour le CIO. Mais on a quelques recommandations de la commission d'éthique du CIO que les institutions internationales, comme les fédérations internationales ou les CNO, ne peuvent pas directement supporter, on va dire, les candidats. Donc, je prends, on va dire, votre soutien qui vient du cœur, mais on ne pourra pas faire un communiqué de soutien direct à mon éventuelle candidature. Et voilà, on va mener une belle campagne. Moi, j'ai d'excellentes relations avec les autres candidats. Et par nature, on sera derrière celui ou celle qui a été élu, même si je vais essayer d'être celui-là. Merci. Alors, do you have any other questions? Alors, Umberto Langelotti de Monaco, et puis j'ai vu d'autres mains se lever derrière. C'est facile à reconnaître, il a la cravate rouge.
Oui, ce n'était pas vraiment une question, c'était juste pour féliciter le comité directeur d'un changement réglementaire concernant les U23. Donc, si j'ai bien compris, à partir de l'année prochaine, les coureurs U23 routes qui sont professionnels, c'est-à-dire qui sont dans une équipe World Tour ou Pro Tour, ne pourront pas participer aux championnats continentaux et championnats du monde. C'est une très bonne chose, vu les difficultés qu'on a maintenant avec le cyclisme chez les jeunes. Maintenant, il y a une exaspération Depuis le plus jeune âge, les juniors, il faut qu'à tout prix, ils essayent de performer pour pouvoir signer un contrat, parce qu'après, en U23, c'est pratiquement, ça commence à devenir pratiquement impossible. Preuve encore aujourd'hui, si on regarde le classement de la course d'aujourd'hui, sur les 10 premiers, il y a 9 professionnels. Heureusement, celui qui gagne, ce n'est pas un professionnel. Tant mieux pour lui, parce qu'il aura l'occasion justement peut-être de signer un beau contrat. Mais la constatation, c'est quand même sur les 10 premiers, on a 9 professionnels. Donc c'est une bonne chose de séparer les deux choses. Il y a le monde professionnel, il y a le monde disons, non encore professionnel. Donc on peut permettre aux jeunes qui n'ont pas encore eu la chance de signer un contrat de se montrer lors des championnats continentaux et championnats du monde. Autre chose, concernant CFR, je suis très content du travail qui est en train d'être fait et je suis curieux vraiment de connaître un petit peu les résultats de tout ce travail. On commence à voir un petit peu les fruits, mais je suis vraiment très curieux parce qu'il y a vraiment un énorme travail qui est fait par les équipes de l'UCI. Bravo.
Merci beaucoup, Umberto. Alors, sur les moins de 23 ans, c'est tout à fait juste. Nous avons pris cette décision qui, en fait, revient à une règle assez ancienne, qui était que finalement, les coureurs World Tour et ou, à l'époque, dans les équipes Pro Team, ne puissent pas participer au championnat du monde. Et on considère qu'effectivement, un coureur World Tour a vocation à faire plutôt le championnat du monde élite que le championnat du monde des moins de 23 ans, moins de 23 étant théoriquement l'aboutissement d'un processus de formation. Donc ce sera effectivement effectif dès l'année prochaine. Et par ailleurs, avec Rocco Cataneo, président de la commission route de l'UCI, nous avons eu un long débat au sein de ce comité directeur sur la catégorie des moins de 23 ans. Est-ce qu'elle est encore totalement adaptée comme elle est organisée aujourd'hui? Est-ce qu'elle doit se limiter à 19-20 ans? Il y avait des débats sur ce point. Et ce que nous avons demandé, c'est aux présidents des confédérations continentales, notamment la veille des congrès, il y a souvent une plateforme de discussion, sharing platform, de mettre aussi ce sujet à l'ordre du jour sur l'organisation des catégories de jeunes, parce que nous pourrions aussi avoir, dans les catégories juniors qui sont limitées aujourd'hui à 17-18 ans, donc moins de 19, mais on peut très bien avoir une catégorie moins de 19, et dans certains pays, et aussi pour développer par exemple le cyclisme féminin, qu'un ou une coureuse de 16 ans y participe n'est peut-être pas un problème, et ça fait partie des discussions qui doivent se tenir au sein de la commission route. On ne va pas les ouvrir ici, ils vont s'ouvrir au sein de la commission route. On a souhaité que les confédérations soient associées à ces démarches pour voir si nos catégories, dans le futur, doivent ou non évoluer. Ce qui est sûr, c'est que dès 2023, cette règle va s'appliquer, et bien sûr pour les hommes et pour les femmes, pour favoriser cette catégorie des moins de 23 ans. Et pour le deuxième point, SAFER, qui a effectivement commencé là cette année, on a prévu en fin de saison de faire un petit rapport d'activité, des activités de SAFER et qu'on aura plaisir à partager. Alors j'ai vu, je crois que c'est le Rwanda, hein, c'est Samson, je crois, dans le fond, qui demandait la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Samson Daishimiye. I'm here in front of you on behalf of my country, Rwanda. As you know, since yesterday we're on the countdown for the World Championship. I'm standing not because I have a question. I'm just hoping I can ask support from my fellow African president of federations to really give you David Lapaltien, the president of UCI, and your management committee, not forgetting Dr. Azam, our president of the Confederation, a very loud of applause to thank you for giving our continent an opportunity coming up next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for hosting.
Welcoming all the countries that are going to be able to come. Thank you.
That's great, and that was a dream for us. It will become a reality next year, and thank you for the wonderful presentation you delivered yesterday evening. Thank you to Rwanda. I saw some hands but I can't see, yes. I think it's Somalia, if I'm correct.
Yes, you are correct, yeah. And I'll get to the point, Mr. President. I have two concerns that I would like the UCI to address and look into. The first thing, and both of them are contingents of people coming to the events, from whether they are athletes or whether they are management. And the first one is that of the visa restrictions that we have suffered a lot of countries. Members of the, as we have said today, membership of here are about 200, over 200, and only 129 are here. And most of them did not come just because they didn't get a visa. And I would like if UCI may make a condition for hosting nations to facilitate and permit people coming here so that we have more countries and bigger communities to share the delight that we are facing today, that we have here today.
The visa
Yes.
are, of course, always an issue, not only in cycling, but for all the sports, I can say, worldwide. And of course, we are working hard at the UCI to help you, to facilitate your life in a way. And this is why, for example, for this UCI World Championship, based on experience of Glasgow 2023, we have decided to have this meeting with the chef de mission before the World Championship, and it was clearly a way to help you, to assist you, and to provide you with everything, to request the visa, of course, in advance. We've been in touch with most of the Swiss embassies when needed. So the International Relations Department, Rose, and all the team, they were fully dedicated to help a lot of national federations. And today we have a great number of national federations on site. And I can say that for a lot of you, the help and the assistance of the UCI was key to receive your visa. We've been in touch with many embassies. And please feel free, or even do not hesitate to ask the request, the support of the UCI, of the International Relations Department. It's key and will continue. But next year in Rwanda, as it has been mentioned yesterday during the presentation, it's visa-free. For some countries, it's kind of visa, or it's more a tax of $50 US when you arrive on site. But there is no procedure just to board, to take the plane, and to arrive in Rwanda. So next year, that will be wonderful. No visa needed to visit this country. And please welcome. And we will be really, really dedicated at the UCI to help you, to assist you. I signed many letters to many Swiss embassies worldwide to welcome you, to help you. But I have to say, for some members, they apply late. The visa sometimes was not valid. The passport was not valid anymore. The documents were not fully completed. So please respect also the procedure. We are ready to help, but we also need you to respect the procedures. But yes, that's something we will continue to do, because we know that every year we lose 10, 15 nations due to visa issues.
The second question is that athletes from some countries normally don't participate, and only 75 countries participated in the competition this year. And I want UCI to look for more consideration, the reasons of why some countries do not participate in competitions, and give proper consideration, a special consideration of supporting them separately, like in the categories. Thank you.
Thank you. And our goal is to have as many nations as possible, and it's a case here. We have probably the record number, except Glasgow, due to the fact that it was combined. But we have a really record number of nations here. That's great. Some nations, some of them, they feel they don't have a rider able to be at this level. But it's clearly the goal for us to enlarge the number of participants, to keep universality, and this is why for some disciplines or some categories, it's a free entrance. That means you can enter a rider if you have a rider able to take part in the competition. But of course, we are not completely, my neighbor here, the FIFA, with more, they are able to to support the national federation, maybe more than us, because our budget is only 1% of the budget of the FIFA. So we want to do more. We are doing a lot. We'll continue, and you saw the different reports this morning, solidarity reports, World Cycling Center reports. So we'll continue to do more, but we have some limits with the budget. But what I told you also is clearly that we helped last year for the Glasgow World Championships. We'll continue to help. I can tell you for the combined World Championship in 2027, Haute-Savoie in France, the goal is clear: to have the 205 national federations on site, at least with one rider in one discipline, and to have the 205 national federations on site for the UCI Congress. And for this, we already started to discuss, Michel Callot and myself, the president of the French Cycling Federation, with the French authorities to use the expertise they had from the Paris Olympic Games, and to ensure that there will be a specific bureau for the visas for everybody to feel welcome, to have the possibility to come. And we are also discussing with the different municipalities, with the province, Département de Haute-Savoie, in order to secure also some hotels or some bedrooms that will cover by the organizing committee, in order to make sure that everybody will have the opportunity to participate, and we'll try to help to cover some flight tickets too. So this is clearly our goal, our mission, and this is what we'll continue to do. Thank you. So I think behind you there was another hand, if I'm correct. Yes.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Je m'appelle Ana Surra. Je suis la déléguée de la Fédération cycliste uruguayenne. Et ils m'ont mandaté pour obtenir de votre part l'engagement pour que vous soyez présent personnellement aux prochains championnats qui auront lieu à l'Uruguay l'année prochaine, à Punta del Este, et pour accompagner notre président de COPASI, M. Peláez, parce que nous serions ravis surtout de vous accueillir, surtout maintenant qu'on vient d'apprendre que peut-être vous allez nous quitter.
Merci beaucoup pour votre message. Et malheureusement, dans les 205 pays affiliés à l'UCI, je n'ai pas eu encore l'opportunité de visiter tous les pays. Je connais la passion de votre pays pour le vélo, et je crois d'ailleurs, si je ne me trompe, mon cher ami Pépé, que c'est en Uruguay qu'est née la Copachi, voilà plus de 100 ans. En 1922, la Copachi est née en Uruguay et on devait y retourner, mais pour différentes raisons, ça a été annulé. Donc, puisque je n'ai pas pu venir, eh bien, je viendrai voir votre pays avec beaucoup de plaisir. Je regarderai juste si les dates sont compatibles, mais certainement, c'est un pays que j'irai voir parce que vous avez une grande tradition cycliste. On a une question.
Pascal, président de la Fédération tchadienne du cyclisme. Bonsoir, chers collègues. Bonsoir, monsieur le président de l'UCI, le président de la CAC et tout le comité directeur de l'UCI. Je serai un peu bref. En réalité, j'étais censé ne rien dire, mais bon, si vous permettez, juste quelques secondes. Bon, peut-être ma question s'adressera beaucoup aux techniciens par rapport au vélo que la solidarité envoie en Afrique. Bon, ce vélo, Monsieur le Président, si c'est trop, on a peut-être 10 sorties avec, et après on a le problème des pièces de rechange. Ah, d'accord, merci. Oui, il y a le problème des rechanges pour le vélo que nous recevons en Afrique. Bon, c'est... Les pièces sont, je ne sais pas, ce n'est même pas en 105. Donc, du coup, dès qu'on s'entraîne, les gars s'entraînent 2 ou 3 tours. Subitement, il y a le dérilleur qui se casse et on ne trouve pas pour changer. Le levier de vitesse, je ne sais même pas c'est quelle marque. Donc, c'est un peu difficile pour nous. Pour que ce vélo serve pour 2 ans, c'est un peu compliqué. Donc, voilà, c'est ça juste mon intervention. Merci.
Merci beaucoup Pascal, et c'est vrai que c'est un sujet qu'on a déjà évoqué. Alors, l'Union cycliste internationale développe bien sûr l'envoi de vélos dans de nombreux pays, mais là il s'agit plutôt des pièces de rechange, on va dire des vélos, mais nous essayons d'envoyer des vélos dans de nombreux pays, et vous le verrez, on a d'ailleurs un guide des programmes solidarité qui vous sera présenté, que vous pourrez demander entre le 7 octobre et le 8 novembre. Et dedans, il y a la possibilité de demander justement des vélos ou différents composants cyclistes. C'est une manière pour nous d'aider nos fédérations nationales techniquement, donc vous pourrez le faire. Souvent, on peut avoir parfois aussi quelques problèmes de dédouanement du matériel ou de nos vélos que nous envoyons dans les différents pays. Donc merci de votre aide sur ce sujet. Et effectivement, on sait bien que l'enjeu, il est quand même également sur les pièces détachées. Dans certains pays, il n'y a même pas un magasin de cycles, et donc ça pose un certain nombre de sujets. Nous avons, nous, avec notre partenaire aussi, avec Shimano, nous avons bien sûr une aide à l'UCI, mais aussi on a une aide en matériel qui nous est offerte pour, on va dire, différentes activités, notamment pour les actions de solidarité. Donc là aussi, on peut regarder comment on peut trouver une solution. Et dans les demandes de solidarité que vous ferez, vous n'êtes pas obligé de demander des vélos, vous pouvez aussi demander des pièces détachées, ce qui permettra peut-être de répondre plus facilement à la question qui est la vôtre. So do you have any other questions? Yeah, une question du Burundi, si je ne me trompe.
Sorry, Mr. President. It's actually the state of Palestine that has the mic at the moment. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the conference, for starters. Thank you to all the Congress members. My name is Karim Ali. I'm from the Palestinian National Cycling Federation. I have a question, Mr. President. Mr. President, we've spent the last 5 years trying to bring one athlete to the Cycling World Championships, and I'm very proud to say that this week, an athlete from Palestine was able to compete, not just an athlete, but a para-athlete. And I could say that it took nothing less than a miracle for us to get here, granted the current circumstances on the ground. Unfortunately, we want to participate in the next Cycling World Championships, but our streets are not safe to train on anymore. Our kids are getting injured and maimed, and I don't want to get into the details of the ongoing, but the amount of para-athletes we'll have in the future will be massive. So, Mr. President, I have two questions for you. In this current state of conflict, would the UCI be able to help our athletes to go and train somewhere so that we could compete in the next Cycling World Championships? Because I can guarantee that that will likely be an impossibility under the current circumstances. And my second question, Mr. President, is, granted, now we have probably over 40,000 cases of amputations in Palestine. Would the UCI be able to support in the future with increasing provisions to paracycling, as we truly believe that cycling is life? Cycling is a means to rehabilitation. Cycling is a means to travel. And we would love for cycling to be at the center of our future as a nation. So, yeah, Mr. President, these are my two questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we had the opportunity to speak yesterday, and not sure you were in the room when I started my speech, but first of all, our thought also with all the people in this region and all the civilians who suffered clearly the situation, and we will continue to pray for peace, to call for peace, and we still believe that sport is a great opportunity to bring people together. Your two questions. The first one is, will the UCI be ready to help your athlete if he's not able or she is not able to train in Palestine due to the circumstances and the fact that it's not safe? Of course, the answer is yes. That's clearly our mission. We are very helpful to a lot of athletes. We have also some refugee athletes in the UCI. We have athletes coming from regions where they can't train, from Ukraine, from Afghanistan, and this is clearly our mission. So Jacques Landry, the director of the World Cycling Center, is here, so I can propose that you can discuss directly, and Jacques will go to see you immediately after the Congress, how we can also welcome your athlete at the World Cycling Center. This is clearly our mission. And the second point, as you mentioned, probably more para people and probably more para athletes in the future in link with the current circumstances in your country. So the UCI will be, of course, ready to help, as it has been mentioned by our UCI Director General during a report. Paracycling has now completely joined the UCI, and we take this mission very seriously, and we want to support paracycling wherever it's needed. So of course we'll be more than happy to help more paracycling in the future, and of course more specifically in your country. So the answer is yes for the two questions. So, do you have any other? I don't see any other. Ah, si, pardon, le Burundi, je crois que c'est le Burundi, hein.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Permettez-moi d'abord d'adresser mes sincères remerciements au comité directeur de l'UCI ainsi qu'à la Confédération africaine du cyclisme. Surtout, mes sincères remerciements s'adressent auprès de vous, Monsieur le Président, pour les efforts fournis dans le développement du cyclisme africain. Le Burundi organise bientôt la 4e édition du Tour cycliste international féminin. Les courses cyclistes féminines qui est organisée uniquement en Afrique au Burundi, c'est-à-dire les courses par étapes qui est organisée uniquement en Afrique au Burundi. Nous remercions sincèrement l'UCI pour son soutien. Je profite de cette occasion d'inviter même les autres pays qui n'ont pas déjà venu au Burundi de venir participer à nos belles courses cyclistes de filles ou de femmes. Par cela, j'aimerais aussi vous adresser, de vous demander plutôt, si c'est possible, de venir au Burundi, de voir ce qui se passe avec les tours féminins. Je demande aussi de continuer de nous accompagner et de nous soutenir pour le développement de ce sport uniquement pour les femmes. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Et je suis d'abord tout à fait désolé que votre président de fédération et votre vice-présidente Sandra, qui est aussi déléguée votante, n'aient malheureusement pas eu leur visa. J'étais en lien avec eux cette semaine et ils n'ont pas pu venir finalement à ce congrès. Mais je voudrais vous féliciter pour les efforts qui sont déployés, puisque le Burundi organise, à ma connaissance, la seule épreuve par étape féminine en Afrique. Et nous avons décidé, avec le docteur Azam, d'aider cette course en matière de solidarité par des moyens financiers, mais aussi par de la formation. Nous avons envoyé dernièrement également nos délégués, notamment monsieur Dubois, monsieur Bezeau ou d'autres sur place, pour préparer, non seulement avec Jean-Pierre Van Zyl et bien sûr toutes les équipes, pour préparer l'accueil, on va dire, des délégations, faire en sorte qu'on puisse augmenter le niveau du Tour du Burundi, avec l'objectif qu'il puisse passer à terme au calendrier international, puisque dès la première année, il y avait 6 équipes internationales qui étaient présentes. Et donc bravo pour tout ce que vous faites pour le Tour du Burundi. J'ai vu les dates, je vais essayer de venir cette année au Tour de Burundi, parce que je sais tous les efforts que vous faites pour soutenir le cyclisme féminin en Afrique. Et c'est important d'avoir cette belle course. Et en tout cas, vous pouvez compter sur nous, parce que nous avons jugé avec le docteur Azam, avec mes collègues du comité directeur, que nos efforts de solidarité devaient aussi s'adresser vers des organisateurs comme vous qui mettent en place des épreuves féminines par étapes. Donc merci à vous de vos efforts. So, thank you. I think we are at the end of this of the different questions. So of course, after this, feel free to ask any questions you want to ask outside or just after. We will move to the last point, which is a closing of the Congress by the UCI President. Before you leave, I would like to thank the members of the UCI Management Committee and all the delegates of the national federations. I'm looking forward to meeting you again next year for the 2025 UCI Congress in Kigali, Rwanda. And for all Congress delegates staying at the National Federation Category 3 and 4 hotel, your transports will be waiting in the same area where you were dropped off this morning. All of you will now have the possibility to come on stage for pictures, but we will have first a picture of the UCI Management Committee members. So please, my fellow colleagues, don't leave the floor. Please line up on the right side of the Congress Hall, and the UCI staff will be with you, and then we can proceed with pictures. I want to thank you again for your attendance today, and I will declare now the Congress closed. I wish you a nice evening and see you tomorrow for the different races. Thank you very much.